What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Sunday. I had to think a second. November 24th, 2024. I don't know what time it is, chat. I've been time traveling lately. It's very confusing, very confusing. Anyway, this is NCC TV coming to you live from Sumaru City. Turning down the volume slightly. We are live, or at least that's how it seems to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there. All my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump into it right here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Sunday no fun day? Wait, do you want to have a fun day? Do you want to have some video games? I never know what people want. Do people want different things on different days? I notice like Saturday is like the quiet day. Like everybody's super quiet on Saturday. Like people want to watch, but like they don't want to talk, which is weird. I would think it'd be the opposite. I think we'd have more people like at work during the weekdays and they're like, they want to listen, but they can't exactly talk, right? No, it's Saturday for some reason. Saturday is the shut up and stream day. Wait, no, shut up and... they're not telling me to shut up, but they're shutting up and I'm streaming. That's what's going on. Yeah, we got some Jank Yuger, and we also got some interesting stuff. Maybe some hopeful stuff, chat. Are you ready for some hopeful stuff? Look, I'm not going to blow smoke up your ass and tell you that there is not 4 years of Trump and or Vance. Today's Sunday night, right? Wait, is it not? Am I wrong? Let's check and make sure that I'm not spreading fake news about the day of the week. It is indeed Sunday. What is going on? I'm sorry, chat. The software is not showing me chat the way that I like to see it. I like to have at least one window that's got both chats in it. I don't know why that's not happening, why that is not a thing right now. What if I close this down and open it back up? Oh, wait, that's so weird. Oh no, that's super weird. All right, so I gotta check. YouTube, you're hearing the words that are coming out of my mouth, right? In fact, let me know right when you hear the words. Just in general, like Saturday is a quiet day. Oh, yeah, no, I wasn't talking about today. I was talking about yesterday. Okay, that's truly weird. That's truly weird. That's some weird stuff. All right, so here's what we're dealing with, chat. YouTube is working, right? Let me just make sure that I hear that from YouTube chat itself. Okay, you hear me. Okay, so, my software just isn't receiving, like I can see the YouTube chat on YouTube, but I can't see it on my software. So the software, the software is only communicating with Twitch. And in fact, it doesn't even show I have anybody. It doesn't even show I have anybody watching me. So apparently you are my ghost audience. You may or may not be dream characters. You might want to pinch yourself to try to figure that out. Let me know if I've got any dream characters in the chat, because that's always fun. And I can ask you what it's like to be a character in somebody else's dream. Twitch is faster than YouTube. Yeah, in terms of, that's true. That's true. Well, there's settings. There's settings, right? You can set YouTube to be faster to have less delay. The only thing is, I feel like that makes the stream less stable. I don't know, chat. I can't tell. It's all cargo cult to me. Like, right? Whether I've just had streams go down when I set the thing to be like low delay. And so it makes me wonder if maybe that might have anything to do with it. I don't know. It's a mix of coffee and tea right there. Wow. Wow, I still had some coffee in my teacup. But yeah, we're going to get into it today. We're going to be talking about TYT again. Might be talking about TYT for a little while. There's a channel called Winners and Losers, right? And that's Hank. Hank used to work, I think, as an editor, as a video editor for TYT, and it really shows in Hank's you know, YouTube videos that he's an editor, right? He's got those skills. But he's talking all about like TYT's issue with labor. We need to watch that. We need to watch that. I always want to like blend it in with a day that we cover TYT because it's like thematic, you know, it's like the same theme. And I have gotten the go ahead from Hank to go ahead and watch that. The other thing I wanted to make sure is like that Hank's, you know, channel is getting all of the views that it needs to. Because like with a smaller YouTuber, sometimes you don't want it, like, you know, like, right, if it's some big Sean that we're watching or H-Bomber guy, right, they're gonna get, you know, they've got no problem with views. But when you're talking about a smaller channel, I always want to make sure that I'm not stepping on anyone's toes. Breadtube is so back. I guess so. Jose is back, part of Breadtube. Do we need Breadtube? Maybe Breadtube is needed. Or something like it. I don't know. I mean, the thing about Breadtube is, like, you know, like, just like bread, it's porous. There's a space between the creators. Not everybody's making the same stuff. Not everybody's coming from even the same ideology, right? There's Breadtube creators that, like, ContraPoints that aren't even leftists, that are like synonymous with the concept. But it's also porous in that it soaks a lot up, right? It soaks a lot of the reputation up. And, you know, when there's parts of what's considered Breadtube, or even people like Xanderhall who call themselves Breadtube, you know, apropos of nothing, then it tends to soak up that reputation. And you get people having different reactions when you say Breadtube, right? I mean, now the reaction is kind of like, that is so 7 years ago, right? But sometimes the reaction is like, oh, I don't like Breadtube. And you ask them about what they don't like about it, and they're describing like Vosh and Xanderhall. And I'm like, well, okay, if that's what you think Breadtube is, I can understand why you feel that way. That's not how I really don't think of it that way myself, but I don't know. I mean, it's Breadtube is a definition which is socially constructed, I would say. It's been gone for like a year. Please come back, Breadtube. I mean, it doesn't have to be called Breadtube. It doesn't have to be the same thing. It doesn't even have to be the same creators. But yeah, like, I have seen a severe lack of willingness to fight coming from the center left, right? It's scary how much these libs are just getting ready to show their belly to MAGA. And that cannot be a good thing. That cannot be a good team. Look, when liberals assent to fascism, especially after having called it out, that's a scary moment, right? And that Morning Joe thing, that should scare you. That should really scare you, even though, like, nobody here is counting on Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski to, you know, save the day, #resistance, right? Didn't work out too well the first time. I doubt it'll do it now, but, like, yeah, they're absolutely going over there to have mimosas with Trump. And it's wild how easily this, you know, institutional part of the Democratic Party can just slot right into being okay with fascism. Wait, that Bitkofer? Wait, that's not a French word, is it? Because in French that would mean something very funny. But I'm sure maybe it's a typo? Bytecoder? Wait, is that somebody's name on? Maybe I'm just not familiar, Uncle Slayer. Here, let me bust out chat so that I can... there we go. I've also been doing some more research on the getting the fuck out of Dodge thing, the leaving the country thing. Hatsune Miku Brzezinski, yo! My least favorite Miku. My least favorite Vocaloid. Hatsune Miku Brzezinski. I mean, although I feel like Miku could definitely slot into the news, like... But she would do weather, wouldn't she? Okay, Lib Strategist, Election Whisperer, wait. Bitkofer. Oh wait, how do you pronounce it? Bitkofer? Oh my god, I'm gonna get it wrong. What if she's watching? What if she ends up, like, we end up watching her video and she, like, comes and she shows up there and I like, call her the wrong name and she takes ultimate offense and declares me her mortal enemy for life. It could happen, chat. It could happen. Weirder stuff has happened to me, honestly. Wait, Breadtube is Moth Cub? Wait, what's Moth Cub? Wait, I don't know Moth Cub. Is that a content creator? Moth Cub? How do you pronounce it? Chat, am I even close? Rachel Bitkofer? It's not Bitkofer. Bitkofer? Left Reckoning called her Bitkofer. Now, she had a debate with Jink once, right? Am I thinking of the right person? There's like a David Pakman debate panel. And I feel like, wait, no, I can't remember. Maybe Jink wasn't on it. Oh, wait. Claudia Dela Cruz was on it. Didn't she debate Claudia Dela Cruz? Am I thinking of the right person? Bitkofer. Well, I just always mispronounce people's names. I live in Colorado. Who wants expert testimony? Wait, let me see expert testimony, like... oh my god, at first I thought... I was like, do we have another MF Doom avatar in chat? No, Bitkofer. I think I know who you're talking about. Here, let me just look it up. I'm sitting here asking for clarification for chat when really what I should be doing is looking her up to make sure she is who I think she is. I believe I know who you're talking about. Yup, that's her. Oh no, she was on Bill Maher. Oh my god. Hasn't she gotten worse? Like, we heard her on some David Pakman panel, and I disagreed with a lot. I actually can't remember. I feel like I'm mixing them up. Election Whisperer says, don't panic about Trump versus Biden polls 7 months ago. On MSNBC here. Nicole Sandler. On Midas Touch 3 years ago. David Pakman. She's a perennial guest on Pakman, isn't she? She just keeps coming back. She can't get enough Pakman. Oh, come on. Why is it... You know, honestly, she's so... Like, I'm looking for a certain David Pakman appearance from her, and I'm finding, like, I don't know, that she's on Pakman every 2 weeks, it looks like. I'm sorry, chat, you just sent me down an ADHD rabbit hole. Why is the skeleton stabbing the xylophone? I guess some people don't like xylophones. You know, like, there was a period of time in indie music where, like, every band was like, their whole innovation was like, oh, but we use a xylophone. Oh no, we use a glockenspiel, actually. No, we use, like, every indie band had a different type of xylophone. It was like, that's what distinguishes you, not your Not your guitars, not your keyboards, but your xylophone. What kind of xylophone player you got? That's what tells me what kind of indie band you are. Gamera is a friend to all children. That's a cartoon version of a lumberjack? No, because I looked at it and it was... You know how, like... Okay, usually YouTube's icons, they're like that. You know, and you're like... I think I know what it is. But when you shrink yours down that much, it becomes indistinguishable from an MF Doom avatar. And then when you blow it up on screen, I see that it is indeed Skeletor stabbing a xylophone. Skeletor hates xylophone, chat. That's a new meme. Fresh, new meme. It's a xylophone. Oh, is he carving it? Is he carving a xylophone? A xylophone killed my grandfather. No! A marimba. Isn't that the big one? That's like the really big one, right? Or there can be different sized marimbas too, but... It's the shrinkage. Yeah, shrinkage happens to your avatar, and I can't tell like what it is or what it's meant to be. Even mine gets weird when you shrink it down. It's like... You can't really tell it's me, can you? But anyway, I thought we'd do something a little bit special today. I do want to show you more stuff that I found as far as, you know, the prospect of leaving this country for another one. It's kind of gamelin. Yeah, there you go. Like, so I guess what I found is that, you know, getting a passport and a visa to be in another country for like 90 days, that's easy. That's easy, okay? That's really, I mean, fairly easy. You know, it's still like, obviously it's expensive, but it's easy. It's you can figure it out, right? But in terms of like either being able to stay like longer, like say for the term of a president, if you were so inclined, or you know, just kind of stay permanently, it's a little bit more difficult. There's a few more requirements. They make you jump through some hoops. And one of those hoops, unfortunately, is that some of them want to see a certain amount of money in your bank account. Virgil Texas reappeared. I heard about that, Davy. I heard about the reappearance of Virgil Texas. Now, as far as I know, he hasn't reappeared, but you can see a quote of his. Virgil Texas reappeared like a cryptid. Oh my god, what kind of cryptid would Virgil Texas be, though? That's what I want to know. But my understanding is that it's just a quote of Virgil Texas that has showed up in a magazine article. Is it more than that, Davy? Like, have we actually got visual confirmation of Virgil Texas? I feel like Virgil Texas, it's kind of like the NORAD project with Santa Claus. Right? No, I probably shouldn't use Santa Claus to... I really should avoid that. I am now remembering why Virgil Texas disappeared. Oh my god, chat. Do we need to relive that? Do we need to relive... Do we need to relive the reason for Virgil Texas disappearing in the first place? Apparently I do. It's been a while. I remember he did something bad, but I couldn't remember what it was. Yeah, he tried to lure a high school girl. No. No. I think he's still locked in a box in Brianna's basement. Brianna Woo's? Oh no, Brianna Joy Gray. That makes sense. That makes sense. I was like, wait, why? Brianna Woo. We can't blame her forever. I mean, I would love to blame her for more things, but... We can't blame her for everything. As a US citizen, you don't need a visa to visit Canada for up to 6 months. It's rather expensive to visit Canada for 6 months, but... Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. But I don't know, chat. I'm like looking into it. And I might have to find a way to stack some money. And if that's the truth, then I would have to like take on like a second job, which like this job is a lot. And, you know, I'm doing it in the attempt to grow the community, to make the community bigger, so that, like, you know, one day I wouldn't have to have like a second job. I like to be able to focus my attention full time to what I'm doing. But yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling a lot of imperative to get the fuck out of the country and at least be doing this shit from a safe place. So his cryptid is being a Discord mod. Wait, is that where he did his shit? So he lured a high school girl. There was something about a math tutor, right? Was he a math tutor? God, are we gonna have to look into this? We probably are. Virgil Texas. All right. I can't remember. Wait, 4 years ago, Virgil Texas comes onto the Majority Report to explain his absence? Yo. Oh my god, there's Virgil Texas at Rebel Girl 2 introducing what's his fuck? Sam Hyde. Oh my god, chat, that's wild that when I look up Virgil Texas, what happened to Virgil Texas? Does this video know? I'm legit curious now. Irene is gonna start doing ads for DraftKings and Raid Shadow Legends. Look. I'm a little, you know, I would sponsorships, okay. I don't know. There's like a limited utility to that, and the more sponsorships you do, the more it kind of makes the stream suck. Yeah, this was a long time ago, McGoggles. I'm sure that Chapo, it was Virgil and maybe it was Matt. They were just doing comedy shit, right? And at the time, $1 Million Extreme was a comedy group, and I don't think that people exactly knew what MDE or Sam Hyde were really about. So, I mean, you could say that maybe they should have gotten the fuck out of there when they started hearing the act, because this Rebel Girl 2 is an infamously, like, if you want to confirm that Sam Hyde is a far-right extremist, one good way to do it is to watch Rebel Girl 2 if you can find. It would be cool to see Irene 500 times a football game in ads. Wait, in the ads for a football game? The episode with the muffin? Oh, Invader Zim. Oh, I love that show. My sister used to watch that. My sister got me into it. Why was I thinking we were talking about a Fallout Virgil Texas? Sounds like a Fallout character? Get your money up and not your funny up. That's exactly right, Davy Cliff. That's exactly right. You need to get your money up and not your funny up. But I'm gonna try to get both up. Somehow. It might involve teaching a little bit of biochem and a little bit of organic chemistry as well. It might involve some tutoring for students of physiology and similar courses, right? Maybe some anatomy students. I don't know. You interested in medical sciences? I got you right here. I got you. I'll help you pass your test. I'll help you pass your class. Sam Hyde's fans hate Tim Heidecker for getting him. Oh, right. Is that true though? Did Tim Heidecker actually get Sam shit canned from You can take unethical sponsorships at the moment to leave. I won't judge. Oh my god. I fucking hate it though. Like, I don't even like doing the Star Trek sponsorship. And that game's actually fun, but the people that I'm making money for, not so fun. not so fun. That's why that's the one donation link I don't put up anymore, is the Stream Elements donation link, right? You can donate to me, you can support the stream in so many different ways, but that is one way I would rather you not, because as much as it's like most of the ways, like, right, you know, somebody's scraping some of that money off the top, a platform or something like that, right? But with Stream Elements, it's like, oh great, my free virus protection software stops today. Go on Kick and start gambling, and they will pay you so much money. I don't know how that works. Also, I'm not very good at gambling. Or is that a good thing? I like edgy humor. Wait, Uncle Slayer, are you talking about... Everyone is acting like... Oh, $1 Million Extreme? Is that what you're talking about? The show is the funniest thing and is so confusing to me. But anyway, chat, I will try to figure out the way to make money that's the least disruptive to stream. All right? That's my deal. That's my promise to you. But yeah, like I said, I might have a little bit of hopium for you. All right? And that comes in the form of another country, not far from the United States, that had an incumbent candidate recently in this, you know, in this atmosphere, in this environment where globally, like, incumbents are getting destroyed, right? Anybody that's got power, they're getting kicked out of office because shit is bad. Shit is bad all around. Like, inflation has made things suck. And there's one country to the south of the United States that re-elected their party that held power, and actually elected the first, I think, woman president and the first Jewish president. That is the country of Mexico. And I actually think that Mexico might have some lessons for the U.S. electoral left to look to, but it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. The kind of party that succeeded in Mexico is very different economically from the Democratic Party. And so one wonders whether the Democratic Party would allow itself to be infiltrated and changed like that, or whether another party would have to take its place, which, you know, would be a long and difficult process. But maybe a process that needs to happen. I'm willing to reevaluate everything. That Boulder bit on $1 Million Extreme didn't even have a punchline. It was just minorities bad. I haven't seen that. I probably, yeah, let me open it right now. No. We're gonna watch some $1 Million Extreme, chat. I hope you don't mind. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's a comedy troupe that the leader of was found to be super far right. They secured a show on Comedy Central, I believe. No, sorry, Cartoon Network. Was it Cartoon Network? I think it was Cartoon Network. Mexico is very good on LGBTQ plus laws. Yeah. And they don't have an issue of having to choose either, you know, economic populism or LGBTQ rights. We should move to Mexico. Well, there's a lot of we're going to see about Mexico, including the fact that it may be under the gun of the Trump administration. There has been some moves in the Trump administration, despite how cooperative the government that I'm talking about, right, has been with the Trump administration, which is one of its bad points. There has been talk amongst Trumpies of, I don't know, invading Mexico, doing some kind of military action, using the cartels as a pretext to go and attack the country right next door. Was that show 8 years ago? Maybe? I don't know. Mexico's, yeah, been moving in the right direction on a lot of things. On a lot of things. Yeah, Trump wants to invade Mexico. Well, yeah, this is, you know, the anti-war president, except he wants to invade Mexico for no reason. Because they're based. That's right, Sasha G. That's... Like, because they have a party on the left that is both anti-establishment and economically populist, they don't have the issue with all these, like, right-wing culture issues catching fire and having to put out the fires on those by throwing people under the bus, right? They don't play that game. What are they supposed to do except be cooperative? That's a good point, Davy Cliff. Being right next to the United States. Well, I mean, like, you see, if cooperation, you know, yields a an opportunistic attack on your right? But yeah, no, it's very hard to go against the power of the United States. I think it's what Davy is trying to communicate there, and I agree. Yeah, exactly. Create more refugees. Yeah, next step, profit. Well, I mean, rinse and repeat. A lot of the immigration, as I've always said, is caused by United States foreign policy. Is caused by the impact that the United States has on other countries, right? The reason people need to immigrate is because the U.S. has fucked up their country. And it works out really nicely for Trump, doesn't it? Mexico has fallen to communism. The problem is that the U.S., we have a huge diversity of subcultures. Wait, are you saying that if we, like, narrowed down the subcultures, what if we combined, like, a bunch of subcultures? Like, we can combine, like, emo and metal and, what else? EDM. And we can make some music that's, like, got elements of all of it. If we have less subcultures, do you think that would help? There's 4 to 5 different subcultures? I feel like there's more than that, right? Yeah, what if we do what we did to Iraq, but in the country right next to us? Even in Canada, almost every economic agreement and treaty has been broken. Oh, the algorithms have replaced the subculture. That's entirely possible. Why is having diversity of subcultures bad? I don't know. There's it makes it hard for Hot Topic to keep up with, right? We want to make things really easy for Hot Topic. Does that place still exist? The only thing I've heard, like in Mexico City, people are getting a little mad at the American expats for driving up the housing prices. Yeah, well, they're trying to make laws. The thing about expats, apparently they will... Like, an expensive rent to an American, or like, sorry, let's try to... Like, expensive rents in Mexico City, American expats consider cheap. Because compared to what they've got in the US, it's cheap. And so they take really bad deals, and that causes landlords to, you know, to try to open places up so they can charge more money to an expat. A lot of it is just, like, I mean, I don't want to say it's all a skill issue, but there is a certain degree of bargaining that you need to do in, you know, almost every transaction, especially like housing. Nowadays, you can be MAGA or woke. That's the 2 subcultures. There we go. Yeah, what are subcultures anymore? I mean, TikTok feeds, really, right? Too many metal fans. Yeah, they'll dilute the EDM. We can't have that. No more subcultures because of woke. That's right. There is, in fact, a reverse immigration controversy in Mexico. When you say reverse immigration, you're not talking about people from Mexico that are living in the United States moving back to Mexico, right? You're talking about like digital immigrants from the US living in Mexico? Digital immigrants? What's the word? Digital nomads. Yes, there we go. Subculture is based around consumption. Yeah, everyone except for my subculture. My subculture is based. It's just based, right? It's just based and true, and there's no commercialism in it. I do miss the punk versus goth thing. That's where we're wait, is Jamie Peck goth? The opposing party in Mexico is called the National Action Party. That does sound scary. Yeah. U.S. expats. That's the reverse immigration you're talking about. Okay. Just making sure I understand. I heard a possible retaliatory deportation of U.S. citizens in Mexico as an answer for the U.S. deportations. Another thing that the thing is right now. So Mexico is acting almost like the bouncer for the US. Like Mexico, to satisfy like the Trump administration and actually probably the Biden administration too, Mexico is like sort of ramped up its own border policies. And so it's sort of doing what Turkey does, but the other thing that Turkey does is that they use that as leverage, right? So when they want something from, say, NATO, they can leverage the fact that they are keeping the immigrants out in order to get it. And technically, you know, if Sheinbaum was brave enough, like, right, and like I said, it is very hard to assert your independence when you're right next door to the United States. But if Sheinbaum wanted to risk it for the biscuit, she could leverage what she and AMLO have been doing as far as immigration in order to stop like a, I don't know, like a tariffs thing or a, I don't know. We'll get into it, chat. We'll get into it. Why are they called expats and not immigrants? Oh yeah, good question. It's the lawyer. I think maybe racism might have something to do with it. It might have something to do with the United States' global hegemonic status as well. The difference of status and connotation, but the fact that that's the archetype of the American immigrant, right, is expat or digital nomad. Whereas in, you know, if you're from Mexico in the US without the proper documents, you are called an illegal. An illegal. Mexico should take all those immigrants in and put them to work and eat our lunch. Put them to work at the lunch eating factory. I heard that the president of Mexico is threatening to deport the Americans in Mexico if the US deports Mexican immigrants. UK says expats as well. Yeah, an American could never be an immigrant, of course. There's like a movie about that, isn't there? Isn't there a movie where there's something like a storm or something in the US and people try to escape to Mexico and Mexico is like, You know, if you really want to get the US though, you can't eat our lunch, okay? We're the global hegemon, so you gotta eat our brunch. That's the way to do it. Drink the mimosa. Straight out of the fridge. Is that what it's called, coolest dude in the universe? Is it Day After Tomorrow? Yeah, I got multiple chatters backing me up on this. Oh my gosh. They're coming over the border and they're drinking mimosas. All the Americans are trying to cross the Rio Grande in that. Hankering for some olives sound good. Wait, it's a lawyer. It's the lawyer. I want to ask you, do you eat olives on your sandwich? I never understood the purpose of the olive on top of the sandwich. Like, are you supposed to eat that thing? Or is it just, does it just look cute? Like, what's up with that? It's like, I could see slicing olives and putting them in a sandwich, but a single olive not sliced? Like, what is it supposed to be, a digestive? There will be turrets on the US-Canada border within the next 50 years. Turrets like Fallout or turrets like Portal? Can anybody explain the olive thing to me? I want to know. I seriously want to know. It might just be a garnish, yeah, for appearances. That's what I was thinking. But like, I love olives, especially if they have the pimento. Wait, actually, there's a lot of cool things you can put in an olive. You can put a pimento in it. You can put a garlic in it. I've even had them with almonds. Have you ever had the almond? The almond olives are a little bit weird because it's like crunchy and you don't expect that. I put however many olives I desire. Two? Wait. Explain to me, it's the lawyer. When you're putting 2 olives on a sandwich, or 3, doesn't it look like eyes? Doesn't it kind of feel like the sandwich has eyes at that point? And you're like, I'm not sure if I should eat it. What if it has relatives and they're not happy? What if the sandwich is an alien race that just happens to look like sandwiches, and I eat the sandwich and it turns out it's an alien? And the sandwich people from the third moon of Neptune come to get my ass. I like olive on toothpick. Yeah, I would just eat the olive. I can't imagine not eating it. I mean, some people don't like olives. I guess if I was like that, I would, yeah, obviously not eat it, but I love the Wes Craven movie. The sandwiches have eyes. Yeah, I believe that, oh my God, what's that channel? What is that channel? Why can't I think of it? In Praise of Shadows, yeah, I had a video about the sandwiches having eyes, I believe. Wait, nothing whets my appetite like a face? Yeah. No, I get freaked out. I don't like my food to have a face. I mean, not even like that it would have a face because I don't eat meat, but like, I mean, even if it looks like it's a sandwich that looks like it's like smiling at me, it freaks me out. Oh, that was the other thing. When I was a kid, you know, like all those foods, they're supposed to look like other foods. You know what I'm talking about? They're supposed to look like they're, you know, when you make the chicken nuggets look like dinosaurs, or you make the gummies look like fish, Swedish fish, right? I don't like it when they make it look like something. Right? Or gingerbread people. That's the worst, right? I don't want to eat a person, even if they're made of gingerbread. I think of the gingerbread man story. And obviously, that dude had a lot of will to live, you know? Like, he wasn't just like, oh yeah, I guess I'm going to get eaten by the fox. He was like, no, please don't eat me. And you would be too, if you were a gingerbread person. You'd be like, fuck, don't eat me. It looks like, a little face. It makes me face my fears. Exposure therapy. Your fears of cannibalism? You make the double olive sandwich with eyes? It'd be an intergalactic space incident. Yes, exactly. We can't have that. We can't have an intergalactic space incident. My mom used to think that broccoli was tiny trees. My mom tried to name our broccoli to get us to eat them, and she didn't understand that I don't like that. Are you a legs first or a head first person? Wait, would I want to be eaten legs first or head first? Or would I eat the living broccoli legs first? Or that would suck for me if like, what if like one day shit flipped and like vegetables started talking and moving around and stuff and having personalities, and animals were all just like vegetative, would I become a meat eater? Maybe I would. I'd become a Jordan Peterson eater. I'd be looking for Jordan Peterson as my ultimate, the most dangerous game. Chat, I'm not serious about that. Don't anybody tell Dr. Jordan Peterson that the left is trying to cannibalize us now. It's not enough for them to steal our ideas. Now they have to cannibalize us. Eating foods shaped like living beings is always the way to quell the beast inside of us. Maybe so. Gingerbread tube, yes. I love eating gummy worms and Oreo dust. Oh, wow. That might be a good combination. See, I don't mind so much with the worms. Even though, yeah, worms probably don't like being eaten either. I think worms would prefer you like half eat them so the other half can grow back. That's how worms... They're like, you don't have to eat all of me. Come on. Come on. You don't name stuff you're gonna eat? A #1 rule of farming. Oh my god. Wait, the Japanese snack that's shaped like a fish looks good. I had like a Taiwanese snack. It wasn't really a snack, it was more of a meal. This was high quality vegetarian food in Taiwan apparently. What they do is they take tofu and shred it somehow, and then they form it into the shape of a fish, and it's got like 2 chopsticks, like right, one lengthwise and one widthwise, that like hold it in place, and then they wrap a sheet of nori on the outside of that, and it's really good. It's in a fish shape. It's like made to look like a fish, kind of. I would still eat both. They also have really good fake duck. Like Taiwanese, if you're okay with gluten, Taiwanese fake duck is highly delicious. Real screaming mandrake root, the freshest. Broccoli, no! Worms and dirt, is that what that snack is called? Eating worms and tequila, I got wasted. Do the worms get you more wasted? Could you get a worm that way, like RFK? No, because they've been soaking the alcohol, right? They won't infect you. All right, well, chat. Oh, look at this again. Once again. 64 votes have been counted. All right. 45% of you want to believe in dragons. Want to believe in Joe Rogan's dragon, which is kind of like Pete's dragon, only it's Joe Rogan's instead. 30% of you want to find out about What If Alt Hit's older brother who went to college. What If Alt Hist has an older brother who actually went to college. Right? We got a video from him, or about him, I think. And then 15% of you want to see some gaming, which you might just get today regardless, right? Because I got some podcasty stuff to listen to that might be better suited to me having a game up on the screen. Imagine how dumb RFK would be if he got drunk on a brainworm, not just a regular one. Really don't trust people that like just swallow little person-shaped things. Oh, like Sour Patch Kids. Like, wait, what is Screaming Mandrake? Wait, I feel like that was a thing in a video game, wasn't it? I feel like I played some video game with a Screaming Mandrake or some kind of mandrake. The tequila worm is unalive, but it died happy. But yeah, make sure to vote if you haven't already. Also, make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. That always helps me out a lot, and I greatly appreciate it. Wait, oh, in Harry Potter. That's where I remember it from. Okay, thank you. God, I have memory hold Harry Potter. Delicious in Dungeon! That's like my favorite anime. That anime is so good. It makes me want to go to a dungeon every time I'm hungry and poor. You just go to a dungeon and you'll find good stuff to eat. It's so good. Wait, swallow them Sour Patch Kids without chewing? I feel like that would give you an upset tummy, wouldn't it? Don't you need to chew your gelatin? You can't just have, like, chunks of gelatin floating around in your abdomen. We've got some Poindexters in chat. We got some Poindexters. Am I Poindextering? Omega Star says, eat the worm. One Eye Dragon says, there is a screaming mandrake in one of the Harry Potter novels, and in the movie too, I think. The one where they did the horticulture one. The movies are better than the books? Well, I'm glad I didn't waste my time with the books then. Wait, Laosis? Oh, from Delicious in Dungeon. It's been a little... Wait, I need to see that again. Like, wait. Oh, yeah. You know what it was? I was wanting... After I watched that, I was like, okay, season 2. Let's go. I was like, let's go. Let's fucking go. Season 2. Come on. Season 2. Let's go. How long am I going to be waiting for season 2, though? It's been announced. Will there be a season 2? It's been confirmed, though no release date has been announced. Is there an anime? Or sorry, is there a manga that I can read? How long until Dungeon Meshi season 2? It could drop in the summer of 2025. But we'll all be dead by then, so it won't matter. No, I'm sorry, chat. That's too doomer. That's too doomer. Is it herbology? Is that what they call it? Wait, what's a weird fetish thing? Delicious in Dungeon is? Or... I mean, the nice thing about, how do you pronounce his name? Leos? The nice thing about him is he's like a simple man. He just wants to go to a dungeon and eat everything, right? He's very easy to please, right? I feel he'd be easy to cook for even. I don't think I've waited on a season of anything to watch. Not even Delicious in Dungeon. There is a manga and it's amazing. I might have to go to the manga. Apothecary, is that the name of the class? The herb is more than just a powerful potion. Oh, swallowing Sour Patch Kids whole. Swedish Fish are the only good gummy. You know, I feel like I like a lot of gummies. But Swedish Fish, like, who gave the Swedish the idea to make a gummy fish out of cold medicine? That's what I want to know. Right? That is clearly sore throat medicine. that they're using to make a gummy. And I don't understand why. It sounds like soft Mario Kart music. Oh, menu music. Yeah. It's just the music we listen to while we get ready to start the stream. I was hired to guard a gateway to another dimension. Oh no, did the dimensional things get through? Gummy Bears was a good cartoon? There's a cartoon about gummy bears? The Secret Lives of Gummy Bears? Herbology is when you mix the red and the green ones? In RE? Resident Evil? What is RE? A character that just wants to eat? Yeah, eat your way into the dungeon, right? Like, he's just a simple man, and he's like, look, okay. We lost all of our gear. We don't have enough money. How are we going to save money? And it's like, the answer is by not paying for food. You're just going to eat the stuff you find in a dungeon, which, like, there's a lot of stuff in the dungeon that you could eat, but only if you run into a bearded... Wait, is it a beard? Does he have a beard? Does Senshi have a beard? Or is he just fucking furry? Is that his body hair or is that his beard hair? I can't tell. It's kind of like Jotaro's hair. You can't tell where the hair ends and the hat begins. I love eating. Yeah, it's like foraging, right? You gotta forage. You gotta go forage, find some good stuff, cook it up. It is a beard. Okay, I was just making sure. I don't want to call it a beard if it's actually body hair, which it very well could be. Adventures of the Gummy Bears was the cartoon. Did they have to escape people trying to eat them because they're so delicious? I feel like that's what Gummy Bears the cartoon should be about. Like, the gummy bears are trying to not get eaten, but they keep on like wanting to eat. They're like, oh my god, I taste delicious. You know, they're like accidentally get a taste of themselves. Of course it's a beard. Well, I mean, dwarfs are also very furry. Some would even say fuzzy. Oh, you're trying to... So, yeah, I should probably... Nadia says, I'm trying to watch the backlog to figure out where NCC is right now, getting out of the country. I guess I'm a little confused, right? Because I found that getting, like, let's just say, getting like a 90-day visa in a lot of places is pretty easy, but being able to stay for 4 to 5 years, it seems possible, but it's very difficult. Like, they want you to show them like an absurd amount of savings in your bank account. So that is kind of where I'm at right now, trying to figure out how that would even happen. How I could even do it. Like, I don't know. I'm wondering, you know, can I just like legit like move from like country to country for or do I need to find one place and get either like a student visa or a more long-term visa? Like, it's more complicated than I thought it was going to be, the actual like doing of it. But I don't know. Yeah, there's some other questions too, like the people that I've seen that for instance, like let's say Thailand, right? The people that I've watched their content where they're like living in Thailand, what they'll do is something like they'll go there, they'll get a 60-day visa, they'll extend it to 90 days, and then after 90 days, they'll make what they call a visa run, where they go to a nearby country for just a few days, they get their passport stamped, and then they come back and it resets. But I'm not sure how many times you can do that. It's just hard to find good information on it. Chat, do you want to go through some of that stuff today? Do you want to look at some of the I have been doing research on it, right? Into a few different places, actually. There are bears who live in a tree and they drink the juice of gummy berry juice and they can bounce off things. Gummy bear juice sounds delicious. Like, I feel like if I lived next to a clan of gummy bears, that I would always be trying to barter with them to get their juice. Not the juice of them. I'm not saying I would try to like squeeze them like to get juice out of them or something, but I mean, like, if they have juice from gummy bear... You see gummy berries? As long as they're not short-stacked like a goblin. I don't think... There's no goblins in Dungeon Meshi, right? Or if there are, they're, like, goblins that... They're the enemies, right? Do they eat the goblins? No. No, there's no way, because they don't eat the goblins. If they kill something in Delicious in Dungeon, then usually they eat it. What about the thing? Oh, the Pop-Tart that did the Super Bowl a few years ago. Yeah. It was like, it was happy to be sacrificed, right? And then they brought out a giant Pop-Tart and they ate it. Do you know that they're going to do that again, Conrad? They're going to do that again, but there's going to be different flavors. And I think the MVP gets to pick. There's going to be like 3 different flavors of Pop-Tarts. And the MVP of the Super Bowl or the Pop-Tart Bowl, whatever it is going to pick like which one gets toasted. They're precious bodily fluids. Gummy berries are like Smurf berries. Really hard trying not to make a gummy bear squirting joke. Hey, Irene, leave those bears alone. Mozart votes for unfrosted. They have to make a new flavor. Wild barrier is barrier. Wild barrier is like a RPG spell, right? Wild berry is superior to Pop-Tart though. Wait, what is wild berry? Is that another type of breakfast confection? The snozberries taste like snozberries. The raspberries taste like raspberries. Omega Star says, I've been looking into South America. It couldn't hurt to get a passport. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Even if I don't leave the country, it's gonna be a good thing to have a passport. So that I can. I need to. All right, I'm looking at the poll to see if anything has changed. 77 of you have voted so far. 44% of whom are you want to believe in dragons, just like me. This is the content that I've been trying to get to get chosen for like 3 straight streams now, chat, and every single time I'm denied. I don't ever want to influence your choice because it's all about you, not me, as far as what we do for bonus content. But I don't know. I'm rooting for the dragon content, right? I like dragons. I really, really, really like dragons. I mean, there's a lot of good content on the bonus content poll today. For instance, what if Alt Hiss older brother also makes content? Or is it somebody that I'm saying makes content like what if Alt Hiss older brother? There's only one way you can find out, chat, and that's to choose that option. What if Alt Hiss older brother? Right, we've also got a new video essay from Sean about Stellar Blade, which is kind of like Gamergate 2.0 content. But honestly, chat, Gamergate 2.0 was so much more boring than Gamergate 1. And I don't think we might have watched, did we watch some Andy Pants Gaming maybe? I think we might have watched some Andy Pants Gaming. That's the only thing that we've watched from Gamergate 2. It's really boring. I guess Asmongold kind of falls into that category sometimes. You like Falcor? Isn't Falcor like the fluffy dragon? DMT dragons on a wing. That's right.
Nadia Wyvet, super chatted $10. I strongly recommend being outside USA on a NOR day. They clearly stated they LL make having a significantly medically transitioned trans body a form of indecent exposure, transgender exposure.
That doesn't give us much time, does it? That does not give us much time. The other thing that's really annoying, how did it eat my apostrophe? Wait, where's the apostrophe? Oh, it didn't say they'll, it took out the apostrophe. Well, see, here's the thing. Like, getting out of the country is fairly easy. It's like staying out of the country that seems like it's harder. The thing that I ran into, though, is that for some of the longer visas, particularly when I was looking at Thailand, and I'll probably look at a lot of other stuff, too, because it's important to get this right, right? It's important not to just, like, randomly be like, I choose you to this, you know, like, but anyway, I'm sorry, I don't know why I turned it into Pokemon. Everything is Pokemon with me, chat. Everything turns into Pokemon after too long. But that is fucking scary shit, Nadia. And, I mean, I wish I could say that you're being overly scared or whatever, but I'm not sure you are. Like, it's something that the right wing has been working on for like 3 years now in terms of their op. They've essentially been doing an op on trans people. And it's very well funded. Extremely well funded. Just started looking at the Caribbean. I'm checking out a bunch of places. We do need to have like a Discord channel or something for this, right? For everybody to like just gather their information. The only thing I'd want to make sure though is that like people don't give any legal advice, right? Because we are talking about immigration and immigration law. And you got to be really careful and not say anything in a way that makes it sound like you're, you know, giving advice that you don't have the credentials for. I don't know. Joe Rogan, I don't know a man. Evolution is only considered a theory. So is it really real? I mean, maybe not for Rogan. Maybe he hasn't evolved. Whilst I never really go anywhere, I do miss having the option to go anywhere. Renewing a passport after it's expired for too long is a pain in the ass too. Yeah. For real. For real. Wait, what's Stream Elements doing? Oh, it's eating apostrophes, yeah. Anyway. We should get started with the stream today. I never talk to chat enough, so I was having fun talking to chat, but I lose myself if I'm not careful. Anyway, the poll is now 44% for Joe Rogan believes in dragons, 28% for What If All His older brother, and 14% for gaming, 14% for the new video essay on Stellar Blade. Which I will remember, like, this kind of gaming shit is not super popular in polls, so we are now 10% of the way towards the dono goal. If we get to 100% by the time the stream is over, then one of these things will become reality, including perhaps dragons. Yes, dragons can become real if you make it so, right? And how do you make it so? You make it so first of all by voting in the poll, which costs you nothing. Also liking the stream, I will remind you, also costs you nothing. If you do decide to support the show, which is great because not all people in chat can. Not everybody is in a position to. So, you know, that's an awesome thing to do, whether it's through Super Chat, Super Sticker, getting yourself a membership, gifting memberships to other people, whether it is through signing up for Patreon or supporting my throne, or you're over on Twitch getting yourself a sub for free or for $6, or by being gifted a sub, which is more likely to happen if you're active in chat. Oh, sorry, if you're gifting subs, right? Any of those things entitle you to be able to have a little bit of pull on the poll, a little bit of a say. Let's call it a buff. You can buff the topic of your choice by letting me know in chat after you donate which of these topics you want to see as the bonus content. And I will put your money where your mouth is. Wait, I should show you like what I'm talking about, because otherwise it's just like pointless. There, that's what I'm talking about. The thing that President Sunday made fun of because I don't have a special little video game stream from a shitty boomer shooter. Oh, sorry, God, I shouldn't. Some of you probably play that shitty boomer shooter, but Anyway, chat. I'm not trying to make waves. I'm not trying to What is that song from Fallout? Yeah, I don't want to set the world on fire. Not just yet, anyway. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to let you know that on Twitch, there may or may not be an ad break at the top of every hour, and you may be able to skip that ad break for free with a Twitch Prime, or for $6 with $6, or you may be able to skip it by being gifted a sub, which is more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. Let me also take this time to thank my Patreons. Patreons help me keep the lights on. For me to be able to even consider trying to get the fuck out of the country before the Trump administration does who knows what. And so I really appreciate everybody who supports me on Patreon. You can do so at various levels. At the first level, you get all of my videos before they come out in an uncensored version, which is pretty cool. And you get to see it first, right? Over on Patreon. You get that at any level. At the second tier, you get a shout out. So at the $5 tier or above, you get a shout out. So let me give out those shout outs right now. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shaxba. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moe Noe. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to JR. Shouts out to Hot Ham Radio. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. And a fancy shout out for Zara Xerix, for Rachel K, for Crystal Saphira, and for Omega Star. Thank you, Patreons. You are awesome. Can we stop this subculture hate? I know plenty of you are old enough to be part of a real meat space. Subculture? Wait, what's a meat space? Subculture? What does that mean? That sounds so exotic. Meat space subculture? I don't think I ever got to be in a subculture, sadly. Oh wait, there was something that I wanted to watch, wasn't there? What is it? Oh yeah, Virgil Texas. Let's start off with that. That's important. I think you all, we need some reminding, or at least I need some reminding. Who the fuck was Virgil Texas, and what happened? What happened to Virgil Texas?
Makes you so sick at heart that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part.
Today, it's time for some good old gossip. Good old lefty gossip. Because I know nothing is a big obsession.
I'm actually not convinced this guy knows what happened to Virgil Texas.
The online left, than gossiping other online leftists. And, well, this brings me hits and views, so I'm afraid I must join in. So, the topic of this conversation is Virgil Texas, the former Chapo Trap House member and later Bad Faith podcast co-host, who has mysteriously disappeared off the face of the earth. And we all should know why. So, there have been numerous allegations towards...
Oh my god, chat, does this mean...
he has participated in some questionable relationships with underage women. And I'm not here to discuss whether I think these allegations are true or not. We don't...
Oh my god, chat, you know what this means? It means I get to use my favorite sound drop.
Talk about the allegations!
We're gonna talk about the allegations, Boblax.
Don't know. But they're not exactly new. So, rumors had already abounded for quite some time.
Those rumors were abounding like gummy bears.
And this is from 2020, when he apparently... So I don't watch Chapo Trap House on a regular basis, to be honest, so I have no idea when he, I guess, suddenly disappeared from the show. And there was a tweet here. What happened to Virgil Texas? Did he quit? Is he high as fuck on disassociatives? Did the rumors about him dating an underage girl get him in trouble? Why are all his close friends being so tight-lipped about it? Well, anyway, shortly after that, it was announced that he quit Chapo Trap House. And, you know, there was a statement here. It seemed like, I guess, a normal, your typical someone left the...
We'll go over passport stuff after this one. Here, let me get the better,
company or left the show type statement, though I find it... There was something strange about it, and it's like the separation is mutual and amicable. And I'm not sure, like, if it really was that mutual or amicable, you would have had to say that it is mutual or amicable. Like,
look, Joe Biden's withdrawal from the 2024 presidential contest was also mutual and amicable as well. Just ask Nancy Pelosi.
You would have emphasized the fact that he is moving into something else. And you don't need to say anything beyond that. Like, you know, we all know, you know, when you have a band and the lead singer suddenly decides to go solo, they just announce that he's heading into different pastures. Don't need to explain that there was potential conflict among them. But, yeah. Anyway.
Anyway.
So... he started the Bad Faith podcast. And then this happened. So this was June 9th, and a woman called Jennifer Saber tweeted quite a story. So when I was a teenager, I thought Virgil Texas was very funny. I asked him to proofread an essay I submitted to a website and emailed it to him.
Okay, now I remember.
The essay was about turning 16. We talked a little bit, and I thought he was very cool because he was funny and he lived in New York. After talking, we shared phone numbers and texted late at night when I was alone in my childhood bedroom. That turned into FaceTiming and him talking to me about Mary Calloway, who I think was his girlfriend at the moment. I remember sending me a Soko song about a woman jealous of another woman. After Mary left New York, Virgil and I started FaceTiming more regularly. If I recall correctly, school was not in session for me and I could stay up late with him on FaceTime. I believe that we were in a long-distance adult relationship as he requested things of that nature from me. I recall that this was around the time of Rebel Girl where Sam Hyde performed. I don't want to give explicit details of what happened over FaceTime, but I think you get the idea, and it was traumatizing for me for many years. Eventually, Justin, or Virgil's real name, lost interest in me, not after telling me that I had a nice chest, not the word he used, quote, for my age, and made fun of people with autoimmune diseases, and we stopped communicating. I went to college a year
Wow. That's a weird thing to make fun of. That's a weirdly specific thing to make fun of.
or so after. During college, I started to realize that this wasn't normal and that it had a negative impact on my emotional health. I asked Mary for help, and she said, "What do you want me to do?" I felt awful, like it was my fault. It was a terrible time in my life. So, yep. And after that, Virgil disappeared. Literally disappeared off the face of the earth.
Rebel Girl 2 chat. Let me see if I remember. Was Rebel Girl, like, I can probably look it up. I'm thinking 2014.
This was June 9th. His last tweet was the day before, June 8th. And he has not appeared on the Bad Faith podcast since that time. So, yeah. These must be New York mayoral race is depressing. Is Obama a narcissist? Yeah, is this, I think this might be his last one. So this was from
seem less alienating.
June 8th. Yeah, June 8th. And yet his face still appears on the podcast. There has been no statement whatsoever made by his co-host, Brianna Joy Gray.
No, like, wait, this is 3 years ago. Let's see if his face is still. I doubt his face is still there.
And this is what's really problematic. Like, I have a real issue with people who are essentially moralizing on the left. And to be honest, all leftist commentary is to some extent moralizing. Like, you can't strip moralizing out of leftism. We have to engage in that. But that also means that you have to subject yourself to a higher standard than everyone else. And the irony is that Brianna Joy Gray's reaction to this, or rather lack of reaction to this, is exactly what you would expect, you know, a giant corporation to do. You know, try and whitewash things until they get blown out of proportion, and then you have to reluctantly give out a very, you know, manicured PR statement on what happened. The fact that obviously, you know, this isn't the kind of scandal that gets front page news is the reason why she hasn't had any.
Oh shit, chat. Shit.
Make a statement.
Shit.
And that's not good. That is bad faith, which I've always thought that this podcast has the most appropriate name for any podcast in the world, because there is so much bad faith in the type of commentary that Brianna engages in, whether it's things like forced to vote, this sort of moving into the, not entirely into like the Jimmy Dore orbit, but definitely dipping.
So now this banner he's showing on the Bad Faith podcast YouTube channel, it's no longer there. It's not there anymore, but it is still here. Now Bad Faith podcast, when is the last time they tweeted? September 27th, 2022. So I guess it's like understandable. It's like it's a Twitter for the podcast that just has not been updated. Last reply, yeah. September 27th, 2022. So that's why it's still there. It's a little spooky, but yeah, it still has Virgil Texas. Followed by only 115 people that I also follow. Virgil Texas has not updated since June 8th of 2021.
Her toes in it, in the sort of, yeah, AOC and the squad should be doing more, which is a legitimate complaint, but pushing that forward and then kind of focusing your entire analysis on.
Okay, well, I think I understand. I think I remember.
That, and the hysterics around Force the Vote, I think, were really bad on a number of people who have engaged in that side of the debate, and Brianna is one of the more vocal ones, or was one of the more vocal. No, not was. She still is. They still mention this all the time. Brianna Joy Gray, Kyle Kalinske, to a lesser extent, Crystal Ball, but they're all in that same orbit. And yeah, I think you have to say what's going on. You have to explain why on earth your podcast, which focuses on two people, now only has one. And this is just terrible optics. Now, to be fair, this really is Brianna Joy Gray's podcast. It always has been. She has encompassed like 80 or 90% of all the words that have ever come out of this podcast. I find it really hilarious sometimes when I watch it to see just like the face of utter boredom of Virgil Texas when he was still co-hosting, when Brianna would just go on a like a 10-minute rant, and he would just be sort of vaping and twitching his head. This one's a good one. I've sped it up because it's funnier that way. But yeah.
It's not an inside-outside strategy. Those are not choices. It has to be both. Obviously, a bunch of people with like flags standing outside the White House have less power than someone who's a congresswoman in the White House, who has less power than a congresswoman in the White House who's working in tandem with the people with flags who can cause a ruckus. Like this is not a binary choice. And the whole point is like this argument is getting framed as you're against the insiders, you're against the squad. No, I want the squad to realize that the only power they really have as quote unquote insiders are to try to outmaneuver Pelosi. You're not outmaneuvering Pelosi. It's never going to.
He looks like really thrilled. I wonder how many times it crosses his mind, should I have stayed at Chapo in moments like this? Because just look at that face.
Happen. Pelosi has been aggregating power to herself for 30 years, and people owe her favors, the likes of which you'll
Okay, wait, I forgot about this aspect of it. Yeah, he does look bored. I forgot about the aspect that he quit Chapo before he quit Bad Faith, before he disappeared. Now the question is, was that because is that due to the allegations, right? Was the Chapo thing due to the allegations, and maybe Brianna Joy Gray was like less put off by the allegations?
never begin to be able to overcome. She has more money, and more power, and more contacts, and more wealth than anybody in Congress. And a bunch of little socialists aren't going to change that. But don't despair. Don't freak out. Don't be sad. Because what Nancy Pelosi doesn't have is the people and the court of public opinion and millions of dollars at small dollar donations that decouple them entirely from being responsible to this corporate machine that everybody else has been beholden to. That's the whole point. And what's so frustrating is not that anybody hate, like I don't hate AOC. I don't have any feelings about these people. They're not my friends, but that they are holding this enormous wealth of power that they earned in the goodwill of millions of people. No, they are national politicians, but they benefit from national goodwill and national campaigns and national fundraising efforts to get where they are. And so they don't have to give a crap about that. They can say, all I care about my constituents, I'm gonna keep my head down.
And it
That's
goes
fine, but they don't
on
at the same time get to enjoy the benefit of being kept on the pedestal that this national audience put them on.
I wonder if he's playing
So they gotta
Candy
make a choice, and I
Crush.
think that they should choose not.
Okay, let's see what this is really quick.
We have Virgil.
Oh my God, much younger Sam.
Ladies and gentlemen, he is the host of, or the
So he's going to explain stepping away from Chapo.
a co-host of Bad Faith podcast. That's a new podcast, and also on Chapo Trap House, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, Virgil Texas. Virgil, there you are. I see you wearing you've got an Adidas sweatsuit on.
Yes, that's right. Sam.
Virgil, it's been a while.
Sam, it's so good to see you.
This is the least dressed up I think I've ever seen you.
This is dressed up. I mean, this is a look.
Well, you have no tie on.
I don't have a tie. I don't always have to wear a tie.
No, you don't always have to wear a tie. I just, usually we anticipate a little bit of, I don't know, a little dapperness from you, and I guess not.
This
not
is
today.
this is dapper. This is a look. If you're in the chat right now, there's a chat room, correct?
This
There's
is
a chat.
well, I mean, of sorts.
Yeah, there's a chat. If you're in the chat,
They're loving it.
Say that I look dapper, or if you agree with Sam, say I'm an asshole.
Okay, all right. That's one way of.
Democracy.
No,
Democracy.
I understand. That's
Sam,
not the way I would vote. All right.
I'm so happy to see you after my ordeal.
What was the ordeal?
Well, you know how I've been offline for several months.
I had no idea. Do tell.
You follow me on Twitter.
I do.
You follow me. You didn't realize. You didn't know that.
I haven't. No, I've been.
You don't read them? You ever be muted or something?
Oh no, I don't have you muted. Of course. Why would you think that?
Well, yeah, I was gone. I was gone.
So if you're a regular viewer of the Majority Report and you were a regular viewer, especially back then, this kind of pattern between the host and the guest is actually not abnormal. There are some regular guests that will sometimes strike like a argumentative tone with Sam, kind of for the memes. It sounds like it's what Virgil's doing here. At least, maybe that's how Sam is interpreting it. This is 4 years ago. I'm guessing this is before the knowledge of the incident was widespread, before the tweet was made.
For several months.
And then you reemerge like a phoenix from the ashes on Bad Faith. What is that?
Well, I got out. Is what happened. I got out. You see, after the Bernie campaign ended, I came back to New York, right, and the pandemic hit, and went to quarantine, and I had all this time to myself, right. And I thought, all right, what am I going to do with my time? I guess I should, finish some of the projects that I've started and I never got to,
So for any of you that are trying to figure out why I am digging through 4-year-old clips from the Majority Report, let me just show you something if you haven't seen it yet. Now, most of you are probably aware of this already, but this is an article by Joe Berkowitz on fastcompany.com, and it's called Can Democrats Win Back Podcasting? We asked 6 popular show hosts to weigh in, right? So they've got David Pakman here, they've got Sam Alder Bell, they've got Brendan James from Blowback. I almost said Bo Blacks. Sorry, from Blowback. Yes, I can pronounce. We got Molly Jong Fast from Fast Politics. And then we got Edward Ongueso Jr. from This Machine Kills. And last but not least, we have a response from Virgil Texas. So essentially, it's like one question. Is it possible for Dems to build a level of influence in the podcasting space to rival Trump's. Fast Company puts the questions to 6 podcasters representing a wide spectrum of non-conservative views. Some are, shall we say, more hopeful than others. And the last person that we have here is actually Virgil Texas. So when people say that Virgil Texas has reemerged, this is in what form? Like, this is like more like not real than like if he had reemerged as a Pog. Like Virgil Texas is back in Pog form, right? It's 2 sentences. All right, Virgil Texas answers, there's absolutely no one on the anti-capitalist left who is concerned about the prospect of the Democratic Party winning the votes of podcast listeners. The notion is hilarious, though. So that's why he's back. And since he's back, I had to remember why he went away in the first place. That set of tweets is a pretty good reason for him to go away and stay away. I guess we're just watching this to kind of see what the separation from Chapo came from, because I wasn't sure about that.
Now I got all this free time. Why don't I do one of my, pursue one of my passions that I put on hold? So I decided that I am going to find out who Lev Parnas is. I'm just going to do it. I'm just, let's do it.
You went deep into Lev Parnas. Now
I went deep into Lev Parnas. Yeah.
I don't know if you know this. That's who I dressed up as for last Halloween.
I knew that was one of the clues I have. Okay. That was in my book.
You wrote a book about Lev Parnas.
Oh yeah, it's like a notebook, like a detective's notebook.
Right.
So here's what I did. I took the Excella down to DC, and it was very cheap because it's like mostly empty. It was very cheap because of all the people dying.
Right.
And I went down to DC and I went to the Library of Congress. Now, as you know, the Library of Congress is open 24/7. It's always open. It's like a Waffle House.
Right.
Even during a pandemic or a hurricane or something like that, that stays open. That has to stay open by law. I went down to the Library of Congress. I went down to the sub-basement D, the occult section.
Mm-hmm.
And, I went down a dark hallway. I'm carrying a candle in this. So you can picture me carrying a candle. It's not well lit there. That's like, because of budget cuts and like all the Republican crap.
Coincidentally, exactly how I always picture you, but go ahead.
No, okay. I go down a long hallway and I see at the end of a hallway, there's a very, very tall, like stack of books, and also there's artifacts, skulls and things of that nature. At the end of this hallway, on the tippy top of this very, very high stack of books, like 10 feet, I don't know, I'm bad with heights, but something like that. I see a very large book with a not a Star of David, a pentagram. Yes, right. A pentagram on it. And I can just barely make out the spine. It says, it was something like summoning incantations. And I think this is perfect. I can summon someone who can explain to me who Lev Parnas is. Like a I don't know, like a 40s whiz kid or something, like Alex Trebek, someone smart, someone who would know that.
Right.
So I start clambering up the shelf, because there's no ladders there.
Sorry, was Lev Parnas, like, the only thing I remember about him is he was somehow involved in the Trump Ukraine scandal, the in Trump's word, the very perfect phone call that Trump made, I believe, to Zelensky, essentially asking him to dig up dirt about Biden.
At the stacks, because budget cuts, the Trump budget that they passed,
right.
All the tax cuts for the rich. And when you know it, the thing falls over, and it just pins me down. And I start hollering, hey, come get me. But I'm wheezy because I have the disease that's killing everyone. And I was just there for months.
Oh my God.
I was there for months. Yeah, and then eventually someone else came down there and let me out. It was not Lev Parnas. That'd be like a fun end to the story if it was Lev Parnas.
That would have been a great end to the story.
No, it was some lady who worked there. It was not interesting.
I gotta say, that sounds horrific. I'm sorry you went through that, Virgil. We're glad to have you back. Congratulations on that, and I'm happy to hear about Bad Faith. All right, but
Bad Faith. I should explain what Bad Faith is. So, Bad Faith is a new show. It's a new podcast that I started in recovery for my.
So, I mean, that was bullshit. It was funny bullshit, and like this kind of patter between Sam and his guest isn't uncommon, especially back in the day. There was like a few. In fact, even like guests like Tim Heidecker that he has had on more recently. Like, right, if you listen to his interview or his chat with Tim Heidecker, it's this kind of stuff. It's Mimi.
Ordeal with friend of your show, Brianna Joy Gray, who's wonderful. She's phenomenal to work with.
So he's making it sound like he was just like, I just had this great opportunity to be on a podcast with Brianna, and I couldn't pass it up. And here we go. This is what we're gonna do. Fuck Chapo.
And she was Bernie,
or like time to move on.
There's national press secretary,
correct?
And now she's a podcaster with me. I've dragged her down with me.
Yes.
And we have a show. It's called Bad Faith. You can find it on like most platforms. So look for Bad Faith, and you can find it on Patreon. And I do hope your audience takes a look at it. Go to patreon.com/badfaithpodcast. There's a free episode that's up. There's another one posting today, which whenever I get off the phone with Sam Cedar, I'm going to post that. Okay. And if you subscribe to the show,
so Sam is actually just kind of keeping the Bad Faith faithful waiting by keeping Virgil. This man's time is precious. Sam, how could you keep him on so long?
You get weekly bonus episodes, and the episodes we've done have been good. I don't know if you had a chance to listen to them, but it's good.
To be honest with you,
that's okay.
It's very recent. It's
very recent. It's just started, but we've gotten amazing feedback. People love the show, and they love our dynamic, our little interplay.
Didn't they start off by like ambush interviewing Noam Chomsky or something?
Because Brianna's of many ways we have similar politics, but she is a very different person than I.
Yeah,
she's optimistic. She wants to get along with people.
That doesn't sound like the Brianna Joy Gray I know. I'm not trying to, drag her or anything, but
she's hygienic. Smiles. She's well liked.
Yeah.
She's healthy. I don't know if I said healthy.
Two different.
We're very different.
Like
Milton says Virgil is alive. Yeah. So like the only proof we've got for that, this is a 4-year-old interview, right? So this isn't proof that Virgil is alive. The proof we have that Virgil is alive is this. This is an interview with Fast Company. They asked 6 lefty, podcast hosts about if the Democrats could build a level of influence in the podcast world to rival Trump's, and Virgil Texas was one of the people they asked, and he's like, "That's hilarious. No, what the fuck?" Is basically right. So this is the evidence. This is all we have of Virgil Texas at this point. But yeah, apparently he is still alive.
And it's the odd couple. So it's the differences that make the dynamic very fun and also very educational. And I forgot the best part. It is a panel show. You know panel shows.
I know panel shows.
It's a panel show.
Would you call it a panel show? It's the two of them and a guest. Like, when I think of a panel show, I'm thinking Pierce Morgan, Dylan Burns, Prime Kai, something like that. I'm not thinking of Virgil and Brianna, like, tag teaming, some octogenarian lefty scholar, right? I don't know what. Panel show? Did they ever have like more than one guest?
Understanding is this raises a good point. My understanding is your panel wow.
Sam laughing at he is. He's laughing at the sound of Virgil. Does he have one of those? So sometimes you can get those Gatorades where you can squeeze it. You know what I'm talking about? Like it's got the squeeze nozzle. It kind of sounds like that's what he's drinking, but he's drinking it like a baby bottle.
Thirsty.
He's a thirsty guy. Yeah.
Panel this.
No, that's a regular Gatorade. That's just the sound. Anyway,
discussed.
Look, his microphone isn't great, but it picks up the Gatorade at least.
Some issues around like sort of the election and the electoral college and the ways that Trump might steal. All right.
Well, there we go, chat. That is our refresher course on who is Virgil Texas as far as what are the allegations. There's an allegation that he was, I think, with a person who was 16 years old at the time, around the time of Rebel Girl 2. I can't find the date on that, by the way. I can't find the date on that. I thought I would be able to. Unfortunately, there's a book called something really similar to that, and it's taken over the it's really hard to find anything about Rebel Girl 2. But yeah, this was a controversial comedy night that $4 million extreme for the the Nazi adult swim show, I guess it was supposed to be, creators to do some really edgy, and I do mean edgy, kind of humor, and they drafted somehow Virgil Texas and I think Matt Chrisman as the MCs. They did not look happy to be there, by the way, but that's the reference that this person who is 24 at the time that she tweets it gives us as far as what time period. I think it's 2014. If I remember correctly, that is the year of Rebel Girl 2, but I can't find, like, I would love to be able to back it up, but the world has forgotten Rebel Girl 2, and Chapo is probably pretty happy about that. So, but that's where we're gonna have to leave it as far as Virgil Texas. If you've enjoyed this segment, think about hitting that like button and maybe leaving, maybe subscribing as well. That'll help me come up in the feed for you. If you want to see more of me in the future, I stream most every day in the evening if you're on the East Coast, the afternoon if you're on the West Coast, probably some absurd and horrible time if you were in the UK or the EU, but come by and check the stream out, and we love to have you, right? Chat. Anyway, that's the segment. So yeah, I've got a little bit of this information that I had researched from looking into visas in particular, right? So, and if with the exception, I think, of Mexico and Canada, for the U.S. for American citizens, I think all other countries require some form of a visa. Sometimes the visa can be as easy as showing up there with your passport, and you can be issued one. Some of them are sometimes you have to pay. Sometimes you can extend them. They last for various lengths. And, this is kind of like if you just want to get out of the US, right, this is probably the easiest way to do it. Get a passport, and see about getting a visa, right? There's going to be some limits in terms of, the tourist visas, though, tourist passports and tourist visas, in terms of the amount of time that you can stay in a country. There are strategies for trying to do what they call passport runs, where somebody stays for their limit in a country and then they take a quick little trip somewhere else close by to get their passport stamped, and then they come back in and get another. But there's limits on all these things, so it's really important to look into that too. Dylan Burns show, lol, 3 right wingers and a horse fan. That's right, a horse fan. Too bad he's into so much more than just horses, though. Americans can go most places without prior obtention of a visa. The issue isn't entrance. Yes, it's staying and working. New CIA owned CIA drone pilot. You are you're one step ahead of us. In fact, Virgil was maybe always one of the lesser parts of Chapo, like Amber. I liked Amber better. I don't really hear Amber on there either very often. Yeah, it's a 60. Was it? I don't want to. So, she was underage, and they weren't like physically together, as far as I could tell, unless somebody's got more information than I was able to dig up. It sounds like he was just inappropriate to her, over like text, to the point of like talking about her chest in a lived off the scraps. I mean, it sounds like grooming, actually grooming. He lived off the scraps from BJ Brianna Joy Gray's table and leftover vape pens. Oh, I would love to hit that leftover vape pen. Um, Literally a political comedian, comedy podcast for years. Definitely was never one of the best on their. Oh yeah, always yeah. Biederman is great. Chrisman is great. Miniker. I'm trying to remember what Virgil's role is, because like there's different roles within a comedy podcast. There's generally like a person that has the information, right? There's an article, they're reading pieces of the article, possibly they researched a topic and they're going through and explaining it. And then there's the people that are there for humor, right? At least this kind of podcast, right? People that are there to riff. And I'm trying to remember because Will Miniker was always the one that was like explaining the topic, being serious, keeping people on track. I think that's a Will Miniker thing. I've heard the words Chapo Trap House, but I never saw whatever it was or even finished out where it was broadcast. I mean, I think they're in New York and they're still going. A true person panel shows like hell. I'm not convinced he was ever real, says Uncle Slayer. Yeah, nice for your age. Huge, huge red flag. Cal Carter says Amber is best Chapo, factually. Wait, who's literally a Red Scare? Is Amber a Red Scare guest? For the record, though, Red Scare did go through somewhat of a transformation. I don't know at which point it was ostensibly a leftist podcast. I do know that Dasha, the what's her name? Dasha Necrovosa was the Sailor Socialism girl that was, ambush interviewed by Lauren Bennett before embarrassing. No, it wasn't Lauren Bennett. It was some InfoWars lady. Yeah, she got ambush interviewed by InfoWars and kind of cooked them. And they were like, hey, let's give her a podcast. She was basically like the Hawk Tuah girl, but instead of Hawk Tuah, she said, I just want people to have health care. That was the original Hawk Tuah. Wait, who's not? Amber is not a Red Scare podcast guest? Oh, wait. Is that I can't verify. I have stay away from Red Scare if possible. I don't even like talking about them. They still owned by Peter Thiel, so they're one of the few to get maybe money from the Dime Square scene. Nekrasova, sorry, did I get it wrong? And Anna Kachian. Dasha Necrophilia, damn. Damn. Yeah, it's a long time ago it was very different than it is now.
Democrats just can't seem to get elected. People don't like Kamala Harris. The average voter is too conservative. So the saying goes. But then just to our immediate south in the nation of Mexico, which is a huge country and a very important trading partner for the United States, the election of Claudia Sheinbaum and the continued success of the Morena party that she's a member of would be sort of a counter example to this sort of this notion that it's just impossible to do something like promoting a left-wing agenda in a advanced democracy. So, Alex, I'd like to begin just by asking, who is Claudia Sheinbaum, and like, how would you describe her political commitments and worldview of both her and the party she represents?
Yeah, I think let me start off by apologizing on behalf of all Latinx men and foos for costing Kamala Harris her electoral victory. So Claudia Sheinbaum is her family came from Europe. Both sides of her family, Jewish families. One left like in the 1920s from Lithuania, and the other part of her family from Bulgaria in the 1940s. And she's a Jewish secular red diaper baby who was voted into office in Mexico earlier this year, overwhelmed.
So the only thing I don't understand is the red diaper baby. I don't know what that means. This is Chapo. They've got a guest. This is Alexander Avina talking about the Moreno party, the party of AMLO and of the new president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, and how it came to power, the difference between this party and the Democratic Party, and it's pretty night and day, and it's pretty illustrative of what the United States is missing as far as a party for working people. That's what we're doing. Will Florida, thank you for the gifted membership. The 5 gifted memberships. Why is it not showing up? Oh my god. Oh, I gotta add this to... Wait, do I? No, it's not this one. There we go. A red diaper baby is a child of parents of the Communist Party. CPUSA or the CPCA? Is that what it's called? Wait, Legend of Womana? Oh, I see.
Including by 62% of Mexican men. And I've heard over the last couple of weeks that we're the most machista, the most sexist and misogynist. But nonetheless, they somehow of 62% of them managed to.
So yeah, this is kind of pissing me off too. The degree to which it's either there's 2 approaches that people take to this. One is in which they essentialize Latino people, particularly men, as having, very backward social views, and say, and that's right, and that's good, and the Democrats should cater to that and care less about woke stuff. And the other version in which they demonize Latino people as being and they never take into consideration the other reasons that people might be casting their votes or not casting their votes, right? They never consider the fact that it might be something that the Democrats are doing, or that and they never blame like the results on a group that's actually like they never blame it's white people. Who's voting for Trump? It's white people. By and large, it is white people, particularly white men, but also white women, right? That's who's electing Trump. And every single time they try to blame it, a right-wing election on some group because they voted they voted less for the Democrats than they did last time. It's such fucking utter bullshit, and I'm so sick of it.
vote for now President Sheinbaum in Mexico. She was a long time. She's an environmental scientist. She began her political career as a student activist. She eventually worked for former President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, or also known as AMLO, when he was mayor of Mexico City, and they kind of created a relationship that existed since the 2000s. I mean, honestly, what we've looked at based on data that we've gotten from this election, as I mentioned, 62% of Mexican men voted for her, 56% of Mexican women. Her victory was so overwhelming that, I don't know, we can draw a bunch of lessons from it, but she won almost every single demographic. Like, the one social demographic she didn't win are the demographic that self-identifies as like owners and bosses. Like, everyone else, including middle classes and professionals, gave her an overwhelming electoral victory, like over 60%. She won almost every single state except one. They have a supermajority in the lower house of Mexican Congress, and they're pretty close to a supermajority in the Senate. And this is obviously, she benefited greatly from the popularity and the performance as president of her predecessor, AMLO. And we can get into that as well. But one of the things that I'll say just in general is that it's interesting how, despite the fact that Mexico is our southern neighbor, and as I've written before in places for like foreign exchanges, Americans rarely look south. So not just even at Mexico, but they rarely even look south to Latin America for political models or inspiration. Because as you know, Will, based on your movie knowledge, as soon as you cross that U.S.-Mexico border, the sepia filter turns on. And you enter, and it gets really dangerous, and you enter a world that sways between extreme violence or magical realism. So I think there's a lot of issues. We can talk. There's a lot of issues, right? Like internal criticisms of Morena, this political project that exists in Mexico, both under AMLO and under current President Sheinbaum. But what they've managed to do is to articulate a political agenda that places, again, discursively places the working class and the poor in Mexico at the center of this political party, at the center of this political project. There's a lot of contradictions. There's all sorts of criticisms we can levy against it. But the fact that they placed the working class and the poor at the center of their political agenda, and it actually managed to deliver results during the AMLO presidency from 2018 to 2024, has allowed it to win 2 consecutive presidential and congressional elections with overwhelming levels of popular support.
Now, Mexico is a country that was basically, up until the election of Vicente Fox a while ago, was basically like it had a single political party that held every presidential election in Mexican history. Because you talk about like that political party, and I to bring up Vicente Fox, you mentioned Claudia's family background. In the election, Vicente Fox referred to her as a Bulgarian Jew. Apparently, that wasn't the hit that they thought it would be. But like, what does it mean for the politics of Mexico to like now have a ruling party that is different from the one that Vicente Fox's party, and then the I believe the PRD, I want to say PRI. PRI. Oh, PRD. That was Sheinbaum's party. Sorry, the PRI that was basically more or less in power for a century.
So yeah, I mean, roughly speaking, the way historians of Mexico generally categorize the 20th century is to say the PRI, even though there was like name changes, but the PRI was more or less in power from, let's say, like the late 20s up until the year 2000. This was a political party that did emerge from the first great social revolution of the 20th century, the Mexican Revolution of 1910. And they, particularly after World War II, they combined like a national developmentalist economic model that prioritized private capital, and they combine it with a particular form of political authoritarianism, while still like drawing from the legacies of the Mexican Revolution of 1910. By the time we get to, and there's a lot to say about that, but and AMLO emerged from this party, right? Like he joined this party in the late 70s, and it's from within the PRI in the 80s that you get a splinter, let's say, left political party called the PRD. And that becomes like the main opposition political party in Mexico from the late 80s up until, let's say, 2012. So a lot of like the more leftist dissidents from within the PRI bolted that party, joined the PRD. A lot of old Communist Party members also joined the PRD. And then, so AMLO was a pretty prominent member of that party, right? He, in the 1990s, he ran for governor. He led strikes and protests in his home state of Tabasco against oil strikes. He eventually becomes elevated to the governor of Mexico City in the 2000s. The big, as you mentioned, Will, the big change happens in 2000 when the PRI allowed itself to be voted out of power, and they decided not to commit electoral fraud that time. And Vicente Fox is absolute madman. He's in 2000, he wasn't as crazy. He was just known for being this folksy, tall cowboy with an Irish last name who was really good friends with George W. Bush. And we were all exposed to hearing George W. Bush speak Spanish to him, which was really, really awful.
Buenos días. Un saludo muy especial a todas las personas celebrando el 5 de Mayo.
But Vicente Fox was from the right-wing PAN party, and he really built on 2 previous decades of neoliberal, quote-unquote, structural realignment of the Mexican economy that begins in the early 80s, where you have over the course of decades, because of this debt crisis in the early 80s, you have the slow privatization, deregulation of the Mexican economy, massive cuts in social spending, and really you have the neoliberal capture of the Mexican state. It's hollowed out, but it's hollowed out to the detriment of like social services that it could provide to Mexican citizens. And it's retooled to serve the interests of domestic and foreign capital. So someone like Carlos Slim, like his wealth takes off in the late 80s, early 90s, because he cut a sweetheart deal with the PRI to privatize Mexico's nationalized telecommunications company, Telmex, at a cut rate, cheap rate, and that forms the foundation of his empire. So the history of neoliberalism is important in Mexico from the early 80s up until the 2000s, because that's the stuff that AMLO starts to campaign on in the 2010s, and he starts to talk about neoliberalism as within a discourse of corruption. That neoliberalism was a form of corruption. The state didn't go away; it wasn't made smaller. It was retooled to help the rich, and it led to all sorts of political, economic excesses. And he was there to tame that down and to repurpose the logic and the orientation of the Mexican state in service of workers and the poor.
I mean, some fairly astonishing numbers based on polling of AMLO and his party. This is from an article in the New Left Review from 2024. It says that AMLO had an approval rating of 80%, and also that increasing confidence in national government jumped from 29% to 61% during Morena's time in office, the highest in the 20 years since Gallup began asking the question. As of 2023, 73% of Mexicans felt their living standards were getting better, and 57% said the same of their local economy. I mean, so like, what accounts for this popularity of AMLO and his party? I mean, because like when I read about Morena or AMLO in the U.S. press, it's like if they mention him at all, it's in the context of his success being an indication of some sort of nascent authoritarianism. Like the idea is, well, like anyone who's elected in a democracy that's that popular or runs on like popular things that people want and then implements them must be some sort of strong man that's doing away with democracy.
There's a phrase that's used a lot of times to describe, especially by political elites. Like you'll get this a lot from the Pod Save America types, by which I mean, you know, the podcast staffed by former Obama and Clinton officials. They will talk about the big kids table, right? And the big kids table is where you have to, it's where you become one of the very serious people. And by very serious people, I mean that you're making decisions not for the good of the American people, but for the good of the system. Right? And this is where the discussion of like cutting people's Social Security and Medicare comes from. This is where these are the very serious ideas of very serious people sitting at the big kids table, and you wouldn't understand because you are in the mindset of the interest of the American worker, and that's not you're not allowed to do that, right? The thing that makes people happy, it may be the thing that is politically, successful, but it's not the thing that you should do. And you're not invited to sit at the table as long as oh my God, what the fuck is going on? As long as you're and as long as you're in that mindset. Like that's cheating. Doing what the people want, acting in the interest of the people is considered cheating. And this is, what Obama did when he entered into the discussions with the Republicans about the grand bargain a plan to literally do just that, like cut the benefits and raise the retirement age possibly when it comes to Social Security, because this is what the capitalist class had decided was the right thing to do. And they needed big kids from both sides of the aisles to get together and do this thing that is obviously the right thing to do, instead of doing the thing that, I don't know, would succeed more. Now, this only works because the Republican Party is the party of the capitalists, and the Democratic Party is a party captured by capital. That only works because of this, right? If you had another party or a different Democratic Party, then you wouldn't be able to make this happen because nobody wants it. But yeah, in Mexico, they got past this. They had it worse, chat. They had one party for a very, very long time. Only one party. And the rise of Moreno, the rise of AMLO is what has changed that. And it's like, I describe it as a mirror image of the Democratic Party, right? It's populist instead of elitist. It is anti-neoliberal, kind of defines itself as standing against neoliberalism, because neoliberalism represented sort of an authoritarian consensus that was forced on Mexico for years and years and years, despite the fact that it's not in the interest of most people, right? And yeah, the discourse against Morena is a discourse of quote unquote resistance, right? Like, this is what I mean. Like, you could almost look at AMLO as, I won't say like Mexico's Trump, right? Because obviously, night and day as far as their policies. But in the same way that they're anti-establishment, and in the same way that they are opposed by, neoliberals that want to get back to brunch, and that think that these ideas are immature, and see the imposition of the will of the people as a kind of authoritarianism. Yeah, it's a strange thing. It's a strange thing.
Right, they're evil populists. Mexico has a resistance that's probably worse than the U.S. gringo version of the resistance, and one of the prominent members of this resistance referred to AMLO in the early 2010s as a tropical messiah, and that's kind of stuck, right? Like so he's read through a particular political lens in a country like Mexico, where the media apparatus is completely captured by different elite interests. And then these people in Mexico have good friends at the New York Times, at main media outlets in the US. So then in the US, what we get that sepia filter approach to Mexico, where we have this. I mean, one of my favorite things about how the US press described AMLO throughout the 2010s and even up to his presidency, they called him a fiery leftist. And I'm like, have you ever heard this man speak? There's nothing fiery about him. And the leftist part is kind of questionable as well. But he's not some like fire-breathing Fidel Castro or Hugo Chavez, even though that's how they tried to represent him.
He's more like a tropical sleepy time bear.
Yeah, right. Right. Yeah. If you've watched, so when he was president, every day he gave these mañaneras, right, which was like a 2 to 3 hour long morning press conference that people really watched. Like, it was constantly in the.
As far as what mañanera means, the feeling I get is like early bird. Like, right? That's the idea of it. Early bird, getting up early. They're delivered early in the morning.
Top 10 of YouTube Spanish language shows. Like, so average Mexicans, both in the US and in Mexico, like just working class folks, we're watching this sleepy time bear talk for hours on end. And then he would, sometimes show tweets, and then he would bring in people from his cabinet to give different reports. He would berate some journalists. He would berate the conservatives, who he referred to as los fifis. That's another thing. He used a really interesting class a language of class conflict that like everyday Mexicans would use. Like he wouldn't talk about the proletariat or the bourgeoisie, but he would just talk about the rich and the poor. He would make historical analogies to like conservatives of the past and say that they're still around and they're fifis or fresas, whatever. It's an interesting class discourse.
What is for our largely American audience? What is a fifi or a fresa in Mexican culture?
A fifi is just like a stuck-up rich person who is completely disconnected from the everyday realities of most Mexicans, and they tend to live in Mexico City or two other major cities of Monterrey or Guadalajara, and they have a lot of money, but they also wield a lot of social power. And he would use like historical analogies to kind of frame the current manifestations of this political tendency and compare them to like Mexican conservatives who invited poor Archduke Maximilian and the French to invade them in the 1860s.
Depicted in the Clint Eastwood film Two Mules for Sister Sarah.
Oh, yeah.
What the hell's a nun doing out here?
One thing I wanted to ask you was something that our resistance has really made a lot of hay about in the last 8 years, especially, is this idea that like the New York Times and CNN, or really any major media outlet, is like they're basically in the tank for Trump and the Republicans at large because I guess more people subscribe when Republicans are in power or something. I mean, it's a pretty ridiculous assertion, but I am kind of interested after seeing what happened to Corbyn. How did AMLO sort of negotiate charting a course like against a hostile media? Because I think that's something that like any truly left-wing insurgent movement is going to have to deal with in America or the UK or really almost anywhere.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I mean, what he did essentially was, again, to use those every day 2 to 3 hour long press conferences as a way to kind of end around a media apparatus that by and large was wholly hostile to him. I mean, there were certain like publicly funded television stations that offered him like a friendlier audience or setting, but it was really him getting up every morning. I think it was like they started at 7 a.m. Mexico City time, if I remember correctly, and he that would allow him to kind of form and shape the type of media narrative that would emerge for the day. Now, the way that the Mexican resistance would respond to this was to say, look, this is his way of like brainwashing the masses. Like, it's not fair that he gets up so early.
You can brainwash the masses by talking.
So yeah, it's a way of directly delivering the message in a way that has to be covered by the news. This is what I mean about like the Trump parallel. Now, obviously, there's a limit to that comparison. I am definitely not trying to compare AMLO to Trump at all. But in the same way that Trump's, 2 to 3 hour rallies in sometimes places that didn't exactly make sense electorally sort of demanded the attention of the media and got him all this, unearned media in the same way that, he spoke in a way that was maybe more accessible than your average media explanation of policy, right? Yeah, I almost found a way to kind of go directly and to bypass the media, because from my understanding, like the media is very conservative, right? And it makes sense. And you're seeing more and more of that, not just media, but like social platforms like X, right? It's kind of the reverse of the accusation by right wingers that the platforms are somehow woke or whatever. They get banned off of their platforms for doing TOS, for saying horrible shit, and for using slurs, right? And they're like, well, that's just because they are biased against my political point of view. But in actuality, people with money tend to support conservative politics, right? And we'll only sort of get in line with left-wing politics when they can use it to sort of control like the how far left. Most Mexicans live in Mexico City. Narcissists are easier to trigger and turn against others. I'm not unconvinced it wouldn't be possible to... The way that Trump would turn against his base is if he viewed them as disloyal, right? If there was something that... If he was forced to undertake a policy that, pissed off the majority of his base and the base got grumbly, yeah, like I guess that's possible. But as far as like realigning Trump, I don't know if that's... It's a nice dream, kind of a pipe dream. Sorry, mañana is tomorrow. Yeah. No, we didn't say mañana. You said mañanera, right? Mañanera means early riser, right? Or like my closest like colloquial equivalent to that is like early bird, right? So it's there are talks that are done very early in the morning. It tends to set the discourse for the day. And it's a way that AMLO found to get around the very conservative media, the mañanera, right, is what we're talking about. Claudia Scheinbaum does these as well now. And yeah, I mean, like it's... from what I could tell, I mean, we could take a look at one if you... I don't know. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. No unplanned content, chat, because I don't want to upset people, all right? And if I don't know what it is, I might take a little longer than usual figuring it out, and yeah, we can't have that. Not sure that a consistent cover story is maintained so much as they wing whatever it takes to con people en masse. Both parties could actually research about what is popular and effective if they wanted to. Why are we governed according to people's beliefs instead of reality? Well, part of the reason that, like, here's the deal. When you've got a democracy and you've got capitalism, right? So you've got a government that's supposed to be of, for, and by the people, but you have certain people that have a lot more power in the system. That is a fox in a hen house situation. This is my contention. You can believe me if you want to. You can disbelieve me if you don't want to, right? But this is my contention that there's an inherent contradiction between the principles of democracy and the principles of capitalism. And that as long as you have capitalism, especially a capitalism in which the wealthier are able to accrue more and more leverage, and it's not clawed back in any reasonable way, it's not controlled, you're going to have institutions within your democracy which have, and it's not a conspiracy. I'm not talking about some fucking secret smoke-filled room shit, right? It's very much out in the open. Like, these are laws that you can see. They're on the books, right? And you can see how the laws have changed. You can see how the interpretations of the laws have changed. You can see how money entered into politics in the way that it's there today. Now, I won't bullshit you and tell you that I don't think that money always had an inordinate effect, that capital had an inordinate sway over our system, but it has gotten demonstrably worse since like the 80s at the very least. And, and people have just tolerated the frog getting boiled, the temperature being slowly turned up until until we can tell that the laws being passed are not the laws that we actually want, and that the both sides are kind of played against us in order to give us this story of like, this is the way it has to be, rather than allowing the American workers to craft our own destiny, to craft our own story, to tell them the way it's going to be, which should be the way that it is, right? But it's this idea that like, oh no, you can't, like, I mean, you hear it anytime somebody talks about a social program, you get this little tisk, okay, that all sounds well and good, but that's going to be bad for the economy. You know what's bad for the economy? Capitalism, because it has recessions and depressions built into it. They are not a bug. They are a feature. They are not being worked out. They are not getting better. They are getting worse. The only thing that would make them get better is a social safety net where you weren't, as a worker or especially as a poor person, you weren't the first one to get fucked over every time the economy takes a downturn. And these are the kinds of policies that, the technocratic elite will tell you cannot be done and that you just don't understand. You just don't understand. It has to be this way. The retirement age is now higher than the male life expectancy. Wait, where in the US? A weak ally is worse than a strong enemy. See, I'm not even sure the Democratic Party are allies, right? So I'm just trying to catch up with Mexico doesn't seem to have a MAGA style movement. Please correct me if I'm wrong. SM, you're correct. And they're going to talk about that in a second. There is a certain energy that feeds MAGA that is not present in Mexico. And it is not because they have a lack of social conservatism, in the culture or anything like that, right? It's that they have a government that is working on behalf of the working people, and that is actually pissing off the I don't want to say like the hashtag resistance types, because obviously I would rather the Democratic Party, even the most centrist, shitty neoliberal aspect of the Democratic Party, I would rather have that Democratic Party fight conservatives than to like roll over and show their belly to conservatives, right? And also I know that there's some people that consider themselves part of that, not because they believe in neoliberalism and they want to get back to brunch and they're really wealthy YIMBY assholes or anything like that, but because they're legitimately worried about the effects of the Donald Trump administration, right? But I guess Morning Joe and Mika, right? Those kind of people, the very serious people. Instead of beating up on trans people, AMLO and Scheinbaum beat up on the fifis, beat up on the, out of touch wealthy elite. And it works. And it redirects that energy that would go into, some of the more hateful, bigoted aspects of MAGA and redirects it towards somebody that actually is working antithetically to the interest of the people, right? They actually pin the tail on the capitalist in Mexico in a way that we don't in the United States, and that's why there's not as much hunger, there's not as much steam that needs to be let off through something like that, right? This is what I'm talking about. You can defeat the elite's media control. Their money is only as useful as we think it is. Yeah. If we start to learn, if we start to recognize where it is and to discount it, the funny thing though is that now what is discounted, what is suppressed is expertise, right? Expertise is conflated in the United States with elitism and is discounted. And that's really dangerous, especially when you have a pandemic. Now, the pandemic's going to be one of the issues that we'll take a look at, and you can answer for yourself. How you feel about AMLO's attitude towards it, right? So, like I said, this is not a perfect party. All right, Morena is not like the fucking, oh my god, they're the shit. They're always, they're the best, right? There's issues. There's definitely issues, right? But some of the issues that we have in the United States are just not present in Mexico, and I think it has a lot to do with there being a party that is in favor of working people, that is in favor even of poor people, right? That's just something we don't see in the US. I grew up as a fresa. I get made fun of because of it. Look, that's a fucking liability I'd love to have. Sorry. Media outlets should be weaponizing Trump's narcissism against him. I don't know. What do you think, chat? So they proposed this idea, and I've heard this elsewhere, that the media on some level is in the tank for Trump. Now, if you watch MSNBC, it sure as fuck doesn't look like it, or it didn't look like it during the election. But in a weird way, they do seem to be helping him. There is a weird like symbiosis there. Like they freak out about the wrong aspects of Trump and his policies, and it might actually help him, right? And because they represent the people that are, because MSNBC does such a accurate job, representing essentially the capital class, it makes it really easy to, and I see this a lot, conflate left-wing politics with the same kind of out of touch wealth that that AMLO and Scheinbaum would conflate with Fresa or Fifi. You ain't Fresa back in 2008 unless you wear Armani Exchange and drive an Audi. Media in every country is pretty much ran by the aristocracy. I think Iraq War really hurt experts with all the foreign affairs. Oh God. Well, yeah, this is what cable news did, Davy, is they brought on all the ex-military generals, all the experts to tell us, how we're bringing freedom to Iraq. And when it's obvious that Iraq doesn't want the freedom, yeah, that does, there's a lot that's like sort of broken the trust of the experts. For some reason, many working class Americans think they will be rich one day. I always hear that. I wonder to what extent it's true. Right? How many Americans really believe in class mobility anymore? I almost don't think it's that. I almost think it's something else. Narwhal by Nature, thank you for the gifted memberships. Swabs, you just got weaseled. Seoben Central, you just got weaseled. Midnight Rider TV, you just got weaseled. Private Villa Girl, you just got weaseled. Politics and in something, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Our current government system with Democrats and Republicans are like professional fake wrestling. They're just to entertain us. Bread and circus is period, divide and conquer. Well, look, I'm not saying that there's not a difference between, there's not repercussions for electing one over the other. But I will say that neither party is going to give us what we really want, let alone what we really need. They hate that he doesn't have decorum. Yeah. And we kind of need somebody that doesn't have the decorum, but is legitimately for the people, because Trump is not that guy. Trump is all aesthetics. Bill Maher. Yes, Bill Maher. There we go. That is the archetype. That is the archetype of the shitlib. And in some ways, I do feel like that shitlib, that Bill Maher, is empowering, is weirdly empowering Trump, despite the fact that they stand against them. Well, yeah, racism is conflated with ill manners, right? It's being ill-mannered towards someone over their, like, the standard definition of racism, right, is devoid of a power analysis. And so then the problem with racism to the people like Bill Maher is that it's rude, right? And so if something's not rude, like a microaggression is it's not rude, or, something that's more systemic is not rude. So therefore, how can it be racist? And you get this attitude from Bill Maher. Oh, you lefties, you think that everything is racist, but back in my day, we had real racism from actual bigots. Is this just a peasant mindset that it's good to have your betters rule because that is really bad for America in general? I feel like in some way America's always been like that. Look at the founding fathers. They were elites. And not elites, working on behalf of the, I mean, like, did they think about, like, who was the political person in that time, right? We're only talking about, like, land-owning white men, right? Those are the people. When they say we the people, that's who they're talking about, land-owning white men. And even them, they didn't really give, they didn't really envision them holding as much power. There was a lot more power that was held institutionally. Anyway, let's
talking for 3 hours about policy and sort of fireside.
Yeah.
I like that they said that it's unfair that he gets up so early. Have you ever fucking met an old person? They all wake up at like 3 a.m.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the other way is just good old posting battles, right? So there was on Mexican Twitter, there's just like supposedly these like bot battles between anti-AMLO folks and like other folks who refer to themselves like lovers. It's kind of weird to describe, but so you have like posting battles on Twitter. And even I fell victim to some, right? Like when I would say something critical of like Morena, the governing party, or AMLO, then these bots would like pop in and like start talking mad shit. And I'd be like, wait, what? Like, I'm not part of this resistance. Leave me alone. But so that was, I think the mañaneras were really important in allowing him to, again, do this end around on this media apparatus. And it would allow him just open time to just talk mad shit about this media apparatus. He would single out some of these, the famous resistance figures, and like call them out by name, and even display like their tweets and like talk shit about it. So, I mean, he was very effective in managing the kind of the narratives and the messages that would come out on a daily basis. And that's something that President Sheinbaum has continued. She's continued to do these daily mañaneras.
And, talking about policy, like uninterrupted, like in depth for hours at a time. I mean, there's obvious reasons why.
And if I'm remembering correctly, it's mañanera when we're talking about Sheinbaum's early morning press conferences, and mañanero when we're talking about AMLO. It says it's like a gendered expression, I guess.
Why Joe Biden couldn't do that, but like, a lack of will being one of them, or just like a lack of specificity.
He knew he would just like go too in depth. Like it would go over most people's heads. It's like why Logic isn't, the number one on Billboard every time.
He doesn't have a PhD in foreign policy, but he's just that good. That's why I said President Sisi was the president of Mexico, which was one of the as a historian of Mexico, that moment was one of my favorite moments on Twitter. The stuff that people were talking about President Sisi of Egypt being the president of Mexico.
Oh shit, I forgot about that.
but I was going to say, like so talking in depth about policy is one thing, but if voters don't feel any connection to their lives, or they don't feel change, then just talking about policy can only go so far. And the example I'm thinking of is Felix and I. We have a friend named Dan who moved to Mexico, and he said that like one of the first things AMLO did in office was increase the pension for retirees. Yeah. So like at the end and every month, they can see the difference in their bank account. They just got a boost in essentially their state pension. Like how are policies like that? Like how did that contribute to the popularity of AMLO and Morena as a political project?
Yeah, right. That's a really good point and question. I mean, the Morena's already, like, Morena's an acronym for this movement, right? And Morena kind of translates into like brown skin, like a brown person, right? So already the acronym of the party is already giving a hint as to what the orientation of this party is going to be. They said they were a party of the poor. They said they were a party of the working class. And then they delivered on policies that made a significant impact on everyday people's lives. Like, I have a lot of family in Mexico still in the countryside. And some of my older aunts are like anti-AMLO, anti-Morena. And then they started getting that universal pension check deposited in their accounts, and these things made a big difference in their lives. And now their criticism has been a little mitigated a little bit by.
I mean, do you see how this is like a mirror image of American politics? Now, I talked about like Morena as being a mirror image in some ways of the Democratic Party. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about the connection with Trump and Republicans. What do Republicans promise? And what do they get rated higher on? The word on the street, the conventional wisdom, is that the Republicans are better on the economy. So if your problem is that the economy sucks and, you want it to be better, it's supposed to be you vote for a Republican, right? So the idea is you vote for Ronald Reagan, you vote for Donald Trump, and he puts money in your pocket through the magic of the free market, all right? Through the magic of the free market. But that's a trick, and that never happens, and that never works out. But at the same time, like, actual economic performance, the actual performance of the economy is not going to be related to the party of the person in power or even the politics necessarily. It's at the very least, it's a lagging indicator. So they get away with it. They're able to say whatever because the economy, if you're in a recession, it's going to come out of the recession at some point and you're going to get credit for it there. Like it goes up and it goes down. So they're able to kind of get away with it. Right. And so, but here you see Morena and their policy is like, how about if we like literally put money in their account? What if we literally did that? Even the people that hate us, right? And we do it without a means testing. We do it just kind of universally, like everybody's getting. And now the fucking chattering class, the capital class in the United States of America would hate this. They would say, you're buying the votes. This isn't fair. This isn't what's good for the country. We can't stand the deficit is going to kill us, right? And in reality, it's just empty cries. Like, that's the difference. They are doing what the Republican Party purports to do. And probably, I would guess, based on this, if you ask, I don't know. I mean, I don't have polling data, but maybe if you ask a Mexican citizen, like, who's better for the economy, they're probably like less likely to say the Conservative Party because they have experienced doing better under Morena compared to the opposition. Yeah, she was the mayor of Mexico City. Elevated train broke and unalived a bunch of people. They blamed her, but she was elected president anyway. Yeah, Mexico's minimum wage, Shakespeare is mentioning, is revised every year to keep up with inflation. That's what we're missing. That's a big part of what is missing in the United States. And it's something that, like, look, the Democrats at various times have talked about raising the minimum wage, But when it doesn't happen, they don't make a bunch of noise about it. They don't campaign about it. They don't blame the Republicans over it. But yeah, for real, like in the United States, we have a wage that's been effectively stagnant since the 70s. There have been minimum wage increases since then, but they have not raised the standard of living at all. They have at best, kept stagnant. And as far as the production of the average American worker, it's gone up. It's gone up every single year, and yet the real wages, inflation corrected, have not. So that might be part of the problem.
By a universal pension program for all retirees, right? So the doubling of the minimum wage, the making unionization efforts, illegally making unionization efforts a simpler process to support actual to try to democratize some of these existing unions in Mexico that for decades have been under the control of a clique of really corrupt officials. The falling of the poverty rate, like cutting the poverty rate by something from 5 to 7%, increasing the income, the percentage of national income of workers, right? Like there's a long way to go, but they actually delivered with real material benefits that Mexicans felt like it made a material impact in their everyday lives, whether it was cash transfer programs for kids to encourage them to stay in school, scholarships for high schools or higher education, that universal pension program for retired seniors. One of the popular policies for workers was to more or less try to get rid of subcontracting, which then allowed almost 3 million Mexicans to be recognized as part of the formal economy, and that guaranteed them Social Security rights. They expanded the Social Security net and program across the board, and they tended not to use means testing. They just made these things universal. So even though like we might scoff at these things and we can criticize these things, there is a debate within the Mexican left as to whether these type of like cash transfer programs are just another form of neoliberalism or a return to nationalist developmentalist models. Whatever these intellectuals want to discuss or debate, these policies made a big impact and a big difference in everyday people's lives. And that's, I think, what it helps explain Sheinbaum's victory, which in terms of like the percentages and the numbers was bigger than what AMLO had won in 2018.
Okay, so now talking about Sheinbaum, because she's president now, and she has announced like a number of fairly like high profile initiatives. I think a couple weeks ago, people saw her plan to build high-speed rail throughout Mexico. But the one I want to zero in on is her housing policy. And I'm just going to read this from Newsweek here. It says, President Claudia Sheinbaum has launched a comprehensive housing initiative to address the country's housing deficit by building 1 million homes and offering zero-interest mortgages. The program aimed at supporting vulnerable groups focuses on female-led households, young people, indigenous communities, and senior citizens. The announcement is a fulfillment of Sheinbaum's campaign promise to create affordable housing and promote equitable urban development. When I heard about this, our friend Courtney said that Mexico is probably going to have to build a wall to keep us out if this goes on much further.
They should. Yeah.
But I mean, like, I further in the, you read this and it's just like, Sheinbaum's she's doing YIMBYism. She's building new housing. But no, you go down the article and it's very clear that the people building the houses will be the state of Mexico, not real estate developers. But like, what can you tell us about not just the housing plan, but some of like these signature initiatives of Sheinbaum's campaign and the like, what's the scope of how they're being implemented now? And like, are there any like, is it possible to deliver these larger promises like high-speed rail and building 1 million state subsidized houses?
Yeah, I mean, these are open-ended questions and that we have to wait and see. But I think it's part of a broader move that, again, begins with AMLO to reorient what the Mexican state looks like and what it's supposed to do and who it's supposed to benefit, right? So some of Sheinbaum's early policies, like this housing initiative, right? Like she obviously did it wrong. What she should have done is promised tax credits and then ask for people to submit how much money they make per year. And then maybe they'll get $7,000, whatever, some bullshit like that, right? No, like they said it's a very clear, simple program, and they were clear about who is going to benefit, right? Amongst the most vulnerable, the most impoverished populations in Mexico. And if they deliver on this, then it just becomes another one of these policies that they promised and they delivered on, and they're going to continue to gain support. for their political project and their political party. I just saw one recently where it's an anti-inflation act where she's going to work with, they're essentially going to create like a basket of essential goods that will have fixed prices, like foodstuffs and other essential goods that people need in their household. And they'll be part of this collection of things that whose prices will be fixed as a way to kind of get at anti-inflation, as a form of anti-inflation. That's a really interesting thing.
So just creating like you said, like a basket of essential consumer items that are like and imposing price controls on them.
Yes. Like things that more progressive economists in the US were saying to Biden, hey, when inflation started to tick up and assholes like Larry Summers started to blame workers for
So look, I mean, as far as Biden's economic policies, they have been in some ways surprisingly progressive. The amount of input that he took from the likes of Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren is surprising. However, it seems like, and I'm going to agree with them here, that something more was needed during the most acute phase and even after of inflation, right? Because inflation is something that generally, like, the prices go up, but they don't necessarily come back down because they don't have to. There's no pressure there, and it's very easy for people to, for price gouging to take place. When there excuses kind of built in already, and honestly, in capitalism, that's where the incentive is, right? And so the inflation combined with the stagnant wages for 50 years? No, not 50 years, like for 40 something years, right? Stagnant wages for 40 something years combined with now, like, somewhat unprecedented inflation, at least in recent years, and unprecedented, really caused some pain that the Biden administration did not seem to recognize, and therefore did not respond with any kind of program, even like an extension of the stimulus, right? Now they might have hoped to achieve something economically with their planned forgiveness of student loans, and indeed that could have had an effect on the economy. But as far as having an acute effect on the workers themselves, on people's actual bottom line, there was nothing like that. And like, the fact that there were people in Biden's ears suggesting that something like this not only is something that Biden should do, but something that maybe he needs to do if, for his own political survival is kind of wild.
Inflation, which we now know is bullshit. And the inflation was coming from the bosses, right? From the people who...
Inflation was caused by the Fed printing trillions to boost the economy during COVID. Nothing Biden could have done. Wrong. Inflation has two aspects, right? Essentially, inflation is too much money chasing too little goods. So there was the, PPP loans, there was the stimulus, and that did have an effect. You also had problems with supply chains, but there's nothing that he could do about it. Look, here's your problem, Leaf me be, bro. Right? I don't entirely disagree with what you're saying, but I think you're missing a piece. There's nothing Biden could have done about the inflation, but people don't care about the inflation. Inflation's just a number. They care about what it does to their bottom line. They care about affordability, right? And there are things that Biden could have done to make necessities more affordable to people. That's what needed to be done, instead of being concerned of like, oh no, we got to get inflation down. We just got to raise the rates back up, Jack. And I mean, like, again, raising the rates, that puts the hurt on people too. You need to do something for the social safety net, right? That's the fundamental agreement between the American worker and the Democratic Party that started after the New Deal and was renewed, several times through, through social programs, right? For the first thing that needs to be done is that the minimum wage needs to go up. And the second thing that needs to be done is, in an acute situation where people are hurting, right? That's what you deal with, right? Yeah, you're right that in terms of like there was global, worldwide inflation. So leave me, bro is right about that. There was inflation worldwide because of the pandemic, because of the spending that was done there, and then the issues with the supply chain, right? But you got to do something about the price gouging. You got to do something about the stagnant wages, and you got to do something about people's bottom lines. You got to, get counterintuitively during a period of inflation, get some money into into workers' pockets. Make life affordable again. That's what he should have done. That's what Biden needed to do.
Who stand the most to gain from these higher prices. So to confront a similar dynamic in Mexico and to not have inflation eat at some of the real wage earnings that occurred from 2018 to 2024, they've created the policy is to create this basket of essential goods. There'll be fixed prices, and that will help people maintain the kind of purchasing power that they had gained under AMLO. The question of energy sovereignty is also going to be really interesting, and that's one thing that might bring them into more direct confrontation with the United States. And this also brings up the question of like climate change and whether President Sheinbaum, as a environmental scientist, is going to go in a different direction from AMLO in terms of not doubling down on financing a state oil company that's like just hemorrhaging money, is deeply in debt. Will she use that logic of nationalizing energy production, but switch it to like green energy? And if that happens, that would be an extremely important development to follow, particularly because they're going to have to probably depend on China to fund a lot for the technology and for the actual material. And that's going to create problems, I think, with the U.S.
It's interesting, like going down the list of like these big political commitments and projects that seek to ameliorate the effects of things like a housing crisis, inflation.
Wait, Nadia, what are you saying? Clinton in the Wall Street Journal says best Republican president we ever had. Is that about Reagan? Are we talking about Reagan there? Nadia, I didn't see. Oh my gosh. It's so weird how this works. But apparently you super chatted and it didn't make the noise this time. But let me simulate it for you since let's see. It would have gone something like this. Passports whose Nadia Yvette Chambers super chatted $10. Passports whose gender markers have ever changed can be revoked and ENT rescheduled to be less legal than crack, both instantaneously on Inauguration Day. Oh my God! See, like I can't even keep the TTS voice up. ENT rescheduled. Oh, I'm sorry. Estrogen and testosterone rescheduled to be less legal than crack. Instead, so yeah, Nadia's really blowing the whistle as far as what Trump could do on on Inauguration Day as soon as he's in there, January 20th. See, I think we're up to 54% of the dono goal now. So far, I've only gotten Shakespeare's dono added to Bronze Age Pervert. If you are donating and you have an opinion about the kind of bonus content you want to see, which is right now, what are we voting for right now? What do the polls say? Haven't checked. Joe Rogan believes in dragons. That's the number one item. Second is What If Alt His older brother Bap. That's how I describe him. He's kind of like an older brother. Imagine if What If Alt His had a brother that actually went to college. That would be Bap. That would be Bap, right? That's how I describe him. But yeah, I think you'll find he's actually a little bit more entertaining even than What If Alt Hist. And just a gross way. The FDA can reschedule at will. But yeah, that's where we're at right now with Joe Rogan in first place, What If Alt Hist in second place, gaming and new Sean video. Pretty much the same place we were the last time I checked, except we're 54% of the way to the dono goal. If we hit that dono goal before the end of the stream, you will get some bonus content. And you can change the destiny of that bonus content by voting if you haven't already. 119 of you have voted. I appreciate those of you who hit the like button when you vote. That's a great time to do that. And it helps me out a lot. And you can also change it when you donate by letting me know in the chat, or if you've already donated, by reminding me in the chat which of these topics you want to see as the bonus content, and I will add it as a buff, just like I did for Shakespeare. There's like a little 2% buff there for What If Alt Hist. If you let me know, I can add the buff for your favorite topic as well. But yeah, a lot of interesting input for yeah. So I don't know if I'm responding to like chats from like 30 minutes ago here, but just so I'm real clear, the word I'm saying, all right, is not mañana, it's mañanera. Mañanera means like early bird or early riser. And that's what AMLO decided to have his. We have a precedent of this in the United States. I mean, I don't know how similar this is to like FDR's fireside chats, but it's not unheard of for a populist leader to go right to the people with their message. Anyway, good input from chat today. I don't think that's what Nadia was saying. I think it's Clinton said somebody was our best Republican president, and I'm assuming that must have been Reagan. I mean, if I'm imagining who Clinton thinks is the best Republican president, I would guess it would be Reagan. Stimulus was vaporized on content when rent went way up. Yeah. People were also furious to the point of madness because Biden promised $2,000 checks and came back with 1,400. Many of us still say to Biden, "You owe me 600," and he does. Bill Clinton, the Wall Street Journal, called Bill Clinton. I'm sorry, I misread that. That wasn't Hillary Clinton speaking about her favorite Republican president. That was Wall Street Journal calling Bill Clinton their favorite Republican president. Mini Minuteman was a fun guy for history things. I've heard of that name before. I don't know enough about anything to assess the accuracy of his content, but he seems cool. I'll have to check that out. Not an executive order, what Nadia was talking about in the super chat. It's just a command to the agency, to the FDA, as far as rescheduling T&E. Very well aware and even more furious because they knew bloody well that Europe was getting monthly checks bigger and than the one-off stimulus. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense, unfortunately. Dennis Prager's fart side chats. I mean, yeah. Yeah, mañanera. Yeah. That's the way it's spelled. For anybody who's confused about the word that I was saying and thinks I was mispronouncing mañana or some other word, that's the word right there, mañanera. I'm pronouncing it with my accent, but it means early riser or early bird. This is the press conference that Scheinbaum and AMLO would engage in order to go directly to the people. Mini Minuteman is pretty solid. Well, the name is in my head now, so now I have to check it out.
the environment, like all these problems like we have here in the United States. And like I said, people are slamming their heads into the wall about, oh, what do we do about them? I guess there's just nothing to be done. Another huge problem we have here in the United States is our Supreme Court, which is like, dug in there like a tick, and is likely to be a check on any good piece of legislation for the next 100 years. How is Morena and Steinbaum, because they're currently, there's a controversy over their moves to reform the courts in Mexico. Could you talk a little bit about that and like what they're doing to deal with their problem of, the courts and like imposing or suggesting the direct election of judges?
Yeah, I mean, their plan amounts to getting rid of all judges now, something like over 5,000 of them, including the Mexican Supreme Court, and to subject them all to direct popular election. It's going to, I don't necessarily know the mechanics of how they're going to be able to pull this off. I think they're going to do 2 rounds, like 2,500 judges each round. And there's a lot of infighting over who gets to run to be a judge and who doesn't, who selects it, who selects the candidates and who's not allowed to run, et cetera, et cetera. But I have seen, again, takes from like the Mexican resistance who will point to the U.S. Supreme Court as like a positive model to emulate. And it's just like, wait, what? Do you guys know anything about the history of why we even have the Supreme Court the way that it's currently set up? And you guys know what they're doing to everyday life in the United States. But the idea is it's a complicated program. And there's been a lot of critical takes on this, whether placing all judges subject to popular response and popular election will actually fix some of the deeper structural problems. If it's just one phase of a broader judicial reform, will they also attack other aspects of the Mexican judiciary, like prosecutors and other phases of it? Then there is a possibility of a really far-reaching, deep reform of the Mexican judicial system. The way that it's being reported in the U.S. by and large, though, is to say they'll spend a couple of sentences by saying this is anti-democratic, and then they will immediately pivot to like the current NAFTA regime that we're under, and we'll say this is going to shake investor confidence in Mexico and is going to prevent foreign direct investment in Mexico. And then that's what these American writers are really worried about, not necessarily the state of Mexican democracy or the opposite. But the idea is, again, have everyday people in Mexico have a say.
But I mean, do you see how this like kind of connects to the big kids conversation? Like, oh, you think that you want that, but that's really bad for you, right? They're like, you know, working people are voicing what they need, and they're being told, oh no, that's really bad. That's candy, right? You can't have that. You can't have your dessert until you've eaten your nutritious dinner, which is a big pile of austerity, and shut the fuck up, right?
Over who gets to be elected.
We're not being cared for by the capitalist class. We are being gaslit.
As a judge, how they pull this off, I have no idea. It's going to be extremely complicated because it's just, I can't even fathom like how you go about electing this many judges. But the idea is well, it's interesting. I think when we compare it to the U.S., and we know that in the U.S. across the countries and in different states and municipalities, there's the election of judges, and somehow whatever we have left of a democracy hasn't fallen apart. But the part that's generated the most controversy in Mexico is the direct election of the Mexican Supreme Court. And that's where most of the ink has been spilled criticizing this judicial reform.
And like, does the Mexican Supreme Court essentially function in the same way it does in this country? Like, are they there to say that, like, basically as a check on popular democracy?
Yeah, that's definitely the way that AMLO and Morena have it. That's the reason why they want to put forth the judicial reform, that popular mandates or popular referendums that have been organized by Morena to vote on certain things have been blocked or undermined by the Mexican Supreme Court. And AMLO spent a lot of time attacking them as kind of like the last.
And this was true about the New Deal reforms under FDR as well, right? The biggest enemy that FDR had was not popular sentiment, which, agreed with what he was doing, or even like the electoral power of the Republican Party. It was the Supreme Court, which is kind of a holdover from the Gilded Age.
Last bastion of conservatism in Mexico. And that's really led this proposal to overhaul the judicial system really starts under AMLO, and it's been carried over into the Sheinbaum presidency. It's part of a broader set of like 22 reforms that she ran on, but they were put together in the last phase of the AMLO presidency.
Mexico is often described as a conservative culture, be it, you mentioned whether it's machismo or the Catholic Church. How do conservatives in Mexico, and how does the right wing, particularly in the last election, it seems to me that a lot of the culture war stuff that roils this country and that the right wing is so good at profiting off of doesn't seem to work the same way in Mexico. Is Mexico not as conservative a culture as it's portrayed in the United States? Or what accounts for this disparity between the right wing in Mexico and the right wing in the United States, particularly on the lines of these socially conservative hot button issues?
That's a really good question. I mean, it is there. I don't know. I don't want to characterize it as a overwhelmingly conservative country, but there are social, it depends on region, depends on context, like always. But I think the culture wars look a little different, but I feel like also culture wars in Mexico are restricted to a very small circle of certain people who belong in certain classes, largely limited to Mexico City and maybe 2 or 3 other major cities. And the people who benefited the most from Morena and from AMLO's presidency and now from Sheinbaum, they're not exactly tuned into this. Or if they are tuned into this stuff, they are thinking about again those reforms and those policies that have made a big impact in their everyday lives. The culture war stuff, we see it a lot online and in the media, and I just don't know how much of based on the last 2 big presidential elections, I don't think they've had much of an impact. They'll say things again like AMLO and Morena are a threat to Mexican democracy. The overhaul of the judicial system is going to lead to Mexican authoritarianism. My favorite bastion of Mexican conservatism, they got a bunch of these rich assholes got so.
Also, I want you to notice how they are planning to excuse a potential American intervention, right? If it comes to that, right? As it has in other countries in the hemisphere, that the United States has put its foot down or interfered, or in some cases it actions of our intelligence agencies to take out a popular president, right? They're going to say, well, this president was dangerous to democracy, right? His mañaneros were too early, and it gave us no chance to lie about the populist policies and he fought too hard against the courts. It was unjust. It was undemocratic. It's already being set up.
So pissed that they formed their own internet TV station called Atypical TV, and then it's the subtitle is
sounds like heterodox.
And it's just mainly a bunch of rich.
Doesn't it sound like an Anna Kasparian thing? We've got that coming up, chat. We got some Anna Kasparian coming up for you.
Whine and complain and talk shit about poor people the entire time. They were really good in the week or 2 after Sheinbaum's electoral victory, because they were trying to come up for explanations as to why she won. And it ranged from denialism, they stole the election, to calling everyday Mexicans low intensity voters, or to say these stupid people have no education and they're voting with their bellies, and that's
low propensity voters, I think.
In a way, yeah. And I think also, and that shows a little bit about how there's also more liberal varieties of the resistance that aren't as unabashedly racist and classist, but they all share the same thing. They fundamentally misunderstand the country that they live in. They don't leave their own particular wealthy urban neighborhoods. If they travel, it's from Mexico City to the United States or Europe. Very few of them, I would wager, have actually gone into the areas of Mexico where AMLO and Morena were able to successfully cultivate a strong base of popular support, whether it's in Oaxaca or Guerrero or some of the southern Mexico, right? The most impoverished, the most indigenous, the most exploited part of the country. And to say I'll say this last thing and then I'll shut up for a bit, but we also got to think that the popularity of Morena has continued to remain consistent despite the effects of the pandemic, because Mexico had they were top 5 in the world in terms of people who died from COVID, and AMLO's policies, let's say, were highly questionable in regard to how to treat with this. When he was asked about why he didn't wear a mask, he took out a little card from his wallet, a Saints card, and said, "This is what protects me." And I'm like, that's not a good thing.
Hey, he's still here.
Yeah, it worked. Well,
no one can say
Bolsonaro
it
is
didn't
too,
work.
right? Yeah.
Maybe they have the same card.
Bolsonaro must have a ton of these cards. Yeah, maybe. He has the anti-stabbing card too, which is pretty awesome. Right? We need to get that. But also like in terms of like so-called war on drug violence, right? Like Mexico, since 2006, when then President Felipe Calderon announced the war on drugs, we have probably like 500,000 homicides and maybe over at least 110,000 people who have been disappeared. Just like the violence is very localized and very intense in certain localities, but it's still pretty horrific levels of violence. And I one of the things that I would criticize AMLO and Morena on is kind of like their approach to this issue. And even though they campaigned on we're going to deal with the drug issue with hugs, not bullets, like they still used a lot of bullets. And they've given the Mexican military a lot of power to, I think, really scandalous levels. But despite all that, they're still incredibly popular, right? So I think they've been blessed with a really weak, stupid, racist, classist opposition, and they've benefited from that.
Just like one note that touches on the drug war, but also culture war politics. There was a great quote in this article, "The Lonely Road of MAGA's Man in Mexico" by Mary Beth Sheridan for the Washington Post. And this is about the film producer who did The Sound of Freedom and like sort of these American political consultants. And I just want to read this quote here. It says, "In Mexico, though, abortion never became a campaign issue. Trans rights, not on the radar," says political scientist Jorge Castaneda. "Firing an assault rifle in a campaign commercial might have worked for Marjorie Taylor Greene, but when Eduardo tried it, he was roundly denounced. If someone shows off a weapon here, they're either a police officer or a narco," Jamie Garcia said. So yeah, I can imagine why you maybe wouldn't want to see someone firing off an AR-15 in a political ad. But like a tenet to that is like, okay, so over the last 10 years, we've talked about, we've seen like the economy of Mexico is growing, wages are up, and people feel like, you know, like the material benefit is that they can see and feel in their life. However, at the same time, the drug war and its attendant violence it continues pretty much unabated, and it continues, as you mentioned, to be a horrible, atrocity going on. How would you say, like you said that you had some criticisms about AMLO and how they like, what is the state of the drug war in Mexico today, and like, is there much hope for sort of like dealing with the cartels given how enmeshed they are in the political economy of Mexico?
Yeah, I mean that's for me, that's the big question, right? Apparently, arresting El Chapo, your guys' namesake, or El Mayo Zambada did not end the war on drugs. The drugs continue to flow. Yeah, I think it's a really difficult question. I think AMLO's campaign promises in 2018 was to look at the structural deeper roots of why many young men were joining drug trafficking organizations that were involved in incredibly high levels of horrific forms of violence in response to, massive demand for illicit drugs coming from the United States, which in the end, that's like the dynamic that we should keep in mind. Like the US is the world's largest narco state. Like we consume the vast majority, it's not even close. Like the amount of like licit and illicit drugs that this country consumes it's not even close to anywhere else in the world. So that demand is what's really fueling some of the violence that we've seen, particularly since 2006. And it also doesn't help that the U.S. is sending a shit ton of guns, military grade guns, into Mexico and into other places as well, like Haiti, where it's also destabilizing society. So AMLO's efforts to kind of attend to like the structural deeper roots of the drug issue and why people are turning to drug cultivation or drug trafficking as a form of economic livelihood. I mean, it didn't last too long, or at the very least, they tried to use a combination of that with, well, we need to send the military out into certain regions to kind of control the locality, and then that'll allow us to bring in certain social reforms. But by and large, it became that kind of method went away, and we've seen just a continued militarization of anti-narcotic policies. The Mexican military has gotten extremely strong. They've also imbricated themselves into the economy by controlling certain tourist activities or controlling ports or airports. You have something that was called the National Guard that was formed. And this was supposed to be like the federal police force to deal with drug trafficking. And by and large, it hasn't been used against them. It's being used against Central American and South American refugees and exiles and asylum seekers who have been trying to make their way to the United States. And that's another also thing that we can talk about, right? AMLO's capitulation to first Trump and then Biden when dealing with the U.S.-Mexico border and with dealing with migration. And Mexico has become the wall, and Mexico has become externalized the border south to Mexico, Guatemala. And this is why we've seen like such low migration numbers in the U.S. for the last like 8 months. Mexico's become La Migra, the border patrol of the U.S. And I think AMLO did it, and Sheinbaum's continuing it for very like pragmatic reasons to get the U.S. off of their back, to respect Mexican sovereignty. But this is a huge criticism, I think, that many of us have levied against Morena.
Going back to the drug war a little bit, I'm kind of curious as to like, you know, how much can the Mexican state like actually do while, you know, this has never been like explicitly acknowledged by the U.S. security state, but it's more or less obvious that they do kind of like play favorites and like will pick like a favored cartel for like a 5-year period. You know, they'll decide that just for stability's sake, supposedly, that it's better for, you know, 1 or 2 cartels to be dominant over the rest, and just whatever weird deep state shenanigans are going on there. Like how much, you know, I don't think that like the Mexican state can do nothing, but it does seem like they're kind of limited in, you know, what you can actually do there.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, the Sicario thesis, I guess, is right in that regard, right? Like this is a long history of the whole, you know, one of the main strategies that the U.S. government has used against narco trafficking organizations is to play favorites, right? And is to collaborate secretly with like drunk kingpins so they can turn over rivals or even allies. And that just creates havoc within these organizations. They fragment, and then that leads to like massive amounts of violence at the local level. There's a great book by my friend Ben Smith called The Dope. It's a history of the Mexican drug trade. And one of the things that Ben talks about in that book is that, you know, this business began from within the confines of the Mexican state. And it began within the confines of the Mexican military, Mexican political police. And really by the time you get to the 90s, it kind of is like Frankenstein's monster, right? Like it kind of got beyond their control. Particularly fueled by these incredible levels of profit brought by cocaine. Yeah. So to answer your question, Felix, one of the things that the Mexican state could do is to look internally within its different agencies and security apparatuses and to identify which groups and individuals play an active role in fostering, collaborating, and allowing the system to like function smoothly. But that only gets us to half of the story, because none of this is ever going to change without the U.S. Whether it's addressing why Americans want drugs, or whether it's addressing how the DEA, the CIA, or other paramilitary organizations are also secretly fomenting or involved in this drug trade, like we're not going to get anything done. So the Mexican state can do things like, I mean, I think the way that AMLO talked about this in 2018 when he was campaigning was to legalize drugs.
Yeah.
And that there was very limited decriminalization of drugs. There was also plans to, when people were still producing and growing opium and opium poppies, there was an idea, why don't we create like a national pharmaceutical state-owned company where we have these peasants grow opium poppies, sell it to us, and then we use that to produce our own opiates, which you can imagine there's a certain industrial manufacturing sector in the U.S. that would really hate that idea, yeah. Right? So, but at the very least, they could identify like which, like, they know which like high-ranking military officers are involved in the drug trade. They know who's doing what at the local level, and they use them. That's the thing. In certain localities in the countryside, in the rural sectors, they know which military units or National Guard units are working with local narcos to take out other local narcos. It's a form of like state making on the cheap, instead of actually, you know, sending more state resources to build schools, to build medical clinics, to build roads, stuff like that. So it's a really complicated story, but there is stuff they can do, but they are limited. And for me, the limitation has to do with the role that the U.S. plays in this on a variety of levels.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's sort of the same playbook you see both, you know, by Mexican authorities and to a larger extent American authorities. The same playbook that you see, you know, like in Syria or Libya or wherever. Just that, like, your policy goal is to have as many disparate groups competing as possible, and it creates an environment where you are absolutely necessary. And like you said, you can make those people fulfill the functions of state on the cheap. It's sort of like the Uberization of proxy groups. And it just at the end of the day, no one is going to voluntarily stop participating in like $1 trillion market, whether it's actual drug traffickers or, intelligence agencies who, this, what a great way to get off the books money this is.
Yeah, totally. And they've been doing this for decades, right? Like if you look at like the history of the Italian mafia and how they were working with them to control New York City docks during World War II, or to work with the Corsicans to control Marseille's ports during World War II. It's interesting when they start to identify enemy regimes as like narco states, because that gives you an idea of like a preview of like how the U.S. state is reading kind of like their geopolitical ideas. So like there's been a lot of stuff coming out recently about Syria being like the new narco state, like the Captagon, what's that drug called? Captagon, I think.
Yeah, Captagon, which is like, Captagon is like weaker than Vyvanse. They make it sound like it's fucking V from The Boys.
Yeah.
Like you just take it and kill like 50 Delta Force guys. You're like, okay, maybe you could write an essay better on it.
Well, that's what's fueling Hezbollah fighters, apparently, according to the Wall Street Journal. So, the war on drugs is just another way to extend U.S. empire. And this has been the case, particularly since the end of World War II. And there's just numerous examples of the U.S. working with the regimes that it identifies as like allies who are actually involved in narco trafficking, and then identifying enemy regimes who they want to take out, and then accusing them of being like the biggest narco states on the planet.
Another message to the criminal cartels in Mexico. You smuggle enough fentanyl across this country.
This is
148,000 young Americans.
It's from the RNC this year.
Every terrorist organization in the
I think.
world combined. And that's when President Trump gets back in office. He's going to designate you a terrorist organization, and he's going to wipe you off the face of the earth. You're done. You're done.
I mean, talk about the war on drugs and expanding U.S. empire. Well, I mean, just this past week, we maybe have a preview of things to come with the Trump's new border czar for when he takes over in January has said in media statements that that we're going to, quote, wipe out the cartels and the narco traffickers, and we're going to deploy U.S. special forces into Mexico to quote, take out the cartels. So, Alex, given the possibility, a small possibility of an actual war between the United States and Mexico, who do you got? Who's winning? Because I got to say, if the U.S. Special Forces face off against the cartels, I think that would be the first time in a long time they'd be fighting someone who probably has better guns than they do. Thanks to the U.S. gun industry.
Thanks to Eric Holder.
Furious. Too fast, too furious.
What's that guy's name? Homan? I mean, he was like an Obama appointee. Like this animal like got his start in like the Department of Homeland Security.
Thanks
to Obama
was
right?
the first person to appoint him. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't. This is so. I mean, I blame Taylor Sheridan for all this, but
he has to answer for a lot.
It's his fucking fault, man. Stay out of the border, you asshole. Just continue doing Yellowstone. Go to the different border.
Stay up in Wyoming.
Different borders. Yeah, get up there. No, this would be catastrophic. And we have like a Florida man foreign policy that's going to emerge thanks to like Marco Rubio, Michael Waltz, who's another one of these insane people talking about launching missiles and special forces into Mexico. Florida has a very particular, special, idiosyncratic anti-communist political culture for a variety of historical reasons. But
that's called the Latino vote in this country.
That's the Latinx vote. And get it right, Will. Actually, Felix needs to apologize for inventing the term Latinx.
I thought it was helping.
Yeah. We're going to start getting gex. That's what I'm going to start referring to it.
Well, Matt kept referring to it as Latinx, so I blame him.
That is how I always read it,
in my head.
When it first started being used in the U.S., I used it in like a department email that I knew would confuse a bunch of my older colleagues. It was kind of amazing. They were like, "What?" This was like 2016. They were so confused as what Latinx pertained to. It's one of my finest moments as a colleague. Anyway, it would be catastrophic. And one of the things we know is that whenever the Mexican army, who is like highly trained, capable in terms of maintaining quote unquote internal political stability, anytime they face off with these narcos, it's a bloodbath on the narco side. And because it's like most of the time, it's like these young men with limited military training facing off against a powerful military. So anytime we hear this talk about Mexico's a failed state and all that's bullshit. But if this were to happen, it would just be catastrophic, just in terms of the mass displacement of people that this would create. And guess where these Mexicans who are displaced are going to come, right? Like, this is one of the things that I worry about Marco Rubio in charge of policy toward Latin America, is that they're going to...
And this is something I've been talking about for a long time. A lot of the reason behind, immigration in the first place, like I always say, people don't just leave their homes for no reason. There are things that happen that destabilize countries, that make them unlivable, that cause people to want to immigrate, and many of these things are a direct result of United States foreign policy. And, the irony of this whole immigration issue, which is one of the issues that Trump won on, is that he contributed a lot to it directly. You can see his policies in Venezuela as far as sanctions, making that country eviscerated, had probably, definitely, created a more of an incentive to immigrate from Venezuela, which he then, goes around in the story that we're about to see from TYT. He weaponizes essentially a bullshit story about Tren de Aragua taking over the town of Aurora, Colorado. And in order to make people feel unsafe and feel like that he is the only answer, when in actuality, he's not the answer to the problem. He is the cause of much of the immigration. And the fact that the media cannot hold him responsible, or doesn't want to hold him responsible for that, is pretty telling. The Democratic Party didn't even try to tie him to the immigration issue. Instead, they just gave up. They adopted his position, and they hoped that Americans would just forget about the issue, or call it even. No, if they are hateful towards immigrants, if Trump is allowed to make people think that that they're not getting what they need because of immigrants, they're going to vote for Trump. They're not going to vote for Democrats. They're not going to vote for Diet MAGA.
To offer the very same policies that are going to generate the things they say that they're opposed. Whether they do regime change efforts in Cuba or Venezuela, it's going to massively displace people. And where are these people going to come from? They're going to come to the U.S.-Mexico border. And it's going to be this weird circle that they can continuously use to justify their brutal imperial policies against Latin America. The thing that worries me about U.S. and Mexico, though, and these threats that the U.S. will invade Mexico, or U.S. use special forces to take out drug cartels, is that the ground has been prepared for this for a while, right? The whole talk of Mexico as a failed state began during the Obama administration, and we've had now almost 15 years of talk of that sepia filter that looks at Mexico as a narco state, failed state. And now you add the political.
So in case anybody's confused about what the sepia filter refers to, we're talking about, like, if you watch American movies, a lot of times when they show events happening in Mexico, they will literally put a sepia filter over it to give the feeling of a failed state, extremely poor, everything's fucked up there, and just this whole stereotype of Mexico is sort of imposed and really believed by Americans, right? That's like that even the color grading changes when you enter Mexico.
Element. They don't like the parties and the party in power, even though this party is collaborating with you on several important issues. Like, that does worry me, that this is a possibility, and we'll see. I don't know. It wouldn't be the first time the U.S. has invaded Mexico before, and it's never been a good thing. So,
like, sort of on a less horrifying foreign policy angle, something that I have been watching kind of on the other side of things is that I have noticed that Mexico has been there's a big deal announced where they were getting, I think, high-speed trains from Chinese manufacturers. Is there a possibility of because one of the big ways that America exerts influence over countries like this is through like military hardware, specifically the sale of like military vehicles. It's one of the only things we're kind of preeminent at. Is there any indication of like a further tilt towards China of, possibly getting more equipment, whether it's military or just civilian transport from China as a way to sort of like tilt away from America? Or would they see that as like kind of poking the bear, do you think?
Yeah, it'd be awesome with these nauticals riding around in Toyota Helixes. That would be amazing. No, I don't think so. I mean, China's become Latin America's biggest trading partner as a region, and with the exception of Mexico, and because Mexico is still so integrated and tied into the U.S. economy. So if Mexico tries to do certain things, like I mentioned before, like if President Sheinbaum does do like a really radical energy sovereignty program based on quote unquote clean energy, like and solar and stuff like that, like to do so, you'd have to go to China, right? And that would create all sorts of issues. I could see Trump coming in and saying, if you guys do that, we're going to jack up tariffs for a bunch of things. And then Mexico could respond by saying, well, we're going to jack up tariffs and you engage in a Mexican standoff, I guess.
Yeah.
But there was last year or 2 years ago, there was a mini controversy because Mexico was trying to use Chinese surveillance technology at the U.S.-Mexico border. And the U.S. got really pissed because they said, no, you can't use U.S. technology to kind of scope or to X-ray things that are crossing the border because this nefarious Chinese technology has dual use capabilities and they're probably going to spy on us. But they were perfectly cool when the Mexican military was using that Israeli software Pegasus, right? To follow students, activists, and feminist activists, human rights activists, etc. But I don't really see that in terms military. No, I don't see it at all. I'd be surprised.
Yeah, it probably. I was kind of hoping for it because now China they're the only country besides America that's mass producing 5th gen fighters. Russia isn't really like mass producing the Su-57, and I was hoping that like maybe they could do like a lend-lease program like Sweden has kind of done with the Gripen as like a low-cost 4th generation fighter to sort of like rebuild the Mexican Air Force, but it would probably, especially now, be seen as like too big of a provocation.
It's too big. Yeah, it would be too big. It would be too big. I mean, again, they looked the other way they encouraged when Mexico was buying Israeli planes in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. But I think they would draw a red line at Chinese fighter planes coming in.
Yeah.
Alex, you mentioned a little bit earlier that because of how intertwined Mexico is with the United States' economy, it has always sort of slightly stood apart from the rest of Latin America. And to get out from the sepia filter and the magical realism filter, Mexico is a very wealthy country, and it's by comparison much wealthier than a lot of its neighbors in Central and South America. But how does the ruling Morena party, how do they where do their interests diverge from that of the more left-wing parties of Central and South America? And where does it converge with the interests of the U.S. state? And is there a possibility that Mexico will take more of a leadership role as kind of a bulwark against some of the more right-wing or imperialist policies of Trump's State Department, like with little Marco in charge of it? Because you mentioned that Morena is not a left-wing party as such. Where do you see the convergence and divergence of interests between Mexico and what has been referred to as the pink tide in the South and Central America?
Pink tide 5.0. I forget where we're at. I mean, Morena, so just to clarify, Morena definitely would characterize itself as a leftist party. And we've seen it make common cause with other self-identified leftist governments in Latin America with regards to issues like respect for national sovereignty and self-determination, right? So they famously provided a plane and safe haven for Evo Morales when he was ousted in that coup. They put him on a plane and they flew him to Mexico City. And that's part of a long tradition, a long diplomatic tradition.
Sheinbaum recently said that they're going to remain officially neutral on the results of Venezuela's latest election. That would be another example.
Yeah, and this goes back to the selective application of something that Mexico refers to as the Estrada Doctrine, where they say we don't interfere in other countries' internal affairs. They don't interfere in ours because we respect their national sovereignty and self-determination. It's a selective application when they decide to do that. So by and large, when it comes to resisting I think U.S. economic policy region wide, they can make common cause with other countries in the region. AMLO famously got a bunch of countries not to go to one of the Summit of the Americas when it was held in Los Angeles. That made Biden look badly because Biden didn't want to invite Cuba. So when it comes to like Cuba, providing assistance to Cuba, advocating for, again, the national sovereignty and self-determination of other Latin American countries, they will try to take the lead as it should, right? It's one of the biggest countries on a variety of different metrics in Latin America. The part where their interests diverge from other countries and converge with that of the United States, unfortunately, is the question of migration and refugees. And I think one of the most shameful instances of this, beyond stuff that I've already described, right? Basically, AMLO and Sheinbaum continuing to function as the U.S.'s border patrol, is what they've done with Haiti, right? So like Mexico has been, and I think it's because of, in their effort to prevent Haitian refugees from coming to Mexico, they've supported these really shameful U.S. initiatives in trying to, well, they say they're trying to restabilize or stabilize the situation in Haiti, but it's just generating immense amounts of violence and undemocratic political rule in Haiti. And the fact that, Brazil has done this as well. I think Haiti is always like the marker for how, quote unquote, leftist a Latin American government actually is. Do you respect the sovereignty of Haiti? Are you against UN and United States led meddling efforts within the country? If you're not, I would say, your leftist credentials are quite limited. And Mexico has gone along with U.S. policy toward Haiti in the last, let's say, 5 years.
Yeah, and it's the perpetual motion machine of America and the Western Hemisphere. Just once they reach the Haiti marker on the cup, knock it over. People come here, say that they're eating cats or that they're MS-13 is sexing in like suburban teenagers. Elect a further right government, goes on and on and on.
Yeah, and like the crazy thing about El Salvador is that you have a dictator there, but the U.S. loves him, right? Across the board, right? Bukele. So, you may talk shit about like MS-13, or the new one is the Venezuelan gang. What are they called? The Tren de Aragua or something like that.
That one was weird because it reminded me of when, do you remember like the Cartel of the Sun, or that like the weird
Yes.
Obama era conspiracy?
Yes. Yeah, and they that's one of the reasons why they sanctioned Venezuela. Again, those sanctions against Venezuela also began under Obama. Obama designated Venezuela a national security threat, and then they just handed over that to Trump, and Trump made it like 10 times worse. But yeah, it was some generals or police captains were involved in this Cartel of the Sun, and that has led to all sorts of designations of Venezuela as a quote unquote narco state.
Alex, the last thing I want to talk to you about is that, like, obviously in our election we just had here, a big issue, or like a lot of reason people are pointing to a Trump victory, is because what is referred to as the border crisis, the crisis on our southern border. And I'm just wondering, like, how do people in Mexico interpret the crisis on their northern border? And I guess, like, just more broadly, has Morena, has Sheinbaum and Obrador's party, like, do they make the connection between economic migrants and the like economic self-determination of Mexico? Because in this country, it's just like, if you're on the right, then undocumented immigrants, they're an invasion of this country. And if you're a liberal, then it's just this idea that, like, oh, like, they all want to come here because America is such a nice country. Like, there's like, we should have more opportunities for people to come to America legally. But it's just like, well, in a perfect world, people could just stay in the country that they were born because, like, the country is developed such that there's a future there for them. Like, how is the border crisis, quote unquote, how is that, like, sort of understood in Mexico? And how does the government of Morena, like, how do they see it as a crisis? And, like, what are they suggesting in terms of, like, a way to, deal with this, quote unquote, crisis?
That's a good question. I think, AMLO and Morena until 2018 had a very progressive approach to migration and refugees. And once they got into power, they switch, as a way to find a way to negotiate with Trump. And they went back on those progressive ideas, and they became more of a police colonial gendarme for the United States. When they saw that they didn't suffer for it electorally, like there wasn't an outcry from Mexican civil society, they kept doing it. And I don't know what that says. I mean, popular sentiment. I mean, there is there's sometimes, depending on the region, there's xenophobic or nativist sentiments that have been expressed against Central American refugees or Venezuelan refugees who are coming into the country. We've had instances in northern Mexico of like Haitian refugees, experiencing racial discrimination. But the fact that AMLO adopting like a Trumpist approach to migration and refugees, the fact that it didn't cost him in terms of like popularity, I think gave him permission to continue to do it, which to me is as the son of Mexican migrants who came to the US without papers in the late 70s, that's a shameful fact. And Mexico actually has legacies of providing safe haven to migrants and exiles that they could draw on to articulate a different approach to this issue, while attacking the US as being ultimately responsible for migrants and for refugees, because in the history of Latin American Caribbean migration to the US, they're like to borrow from journalist Juan Gonzalez, they're the harvest of US empire, past and present. And Mexico has legacies to draw from that should have served as a model for how to treat these refugees. In the 1930s, after the Spanish Civil War, they accepted like 30 to 40,000 Spanish Republican exiles. And these people went on to play really important role in Mexican political, cultural, and social life. In the 1970s, they also served as a safe haven for
Bogos Benton says Trump was mostly elected because of the economic crisis, not as much as the border crisis. Okay. I think I agree with you. I want to put a asterisk on it because when we say economic crisis, a lot of the response from the Kamala campaign, their defenders, the Biden administration, etc., is that like, what are you talking about, Jack? We got the best economy in the world here, and on paper the unemployment rate was incredibly low. The economy was fine, right? And even the inflation cooled down by the end of the Biden administration, right? So they're like, so why aren't you re-electing? Why aren't you voting for the incumbent, Jack? Everything's peachy keen. The reason is that we're a country that has had a frozen median wage since the 70s. The median wage of the, American worker has not increased, but, inflation adjusted, right? And the minimum wage has not been increased in a really long time either, right? So you've got this pressure that's already there. People are already kind of set up to be on the edge of being okay. And then what you do is you go through a pandemic where you have too much money chasing too little goods and services, too little products because of the supply chain. And that's a recipe for inflation. This inflation is worldwide, and it is both augmented by price gouging, and also the nasty thing about inflation is it goes up, right? Your prices go up, but it doesn't really come back down. The best you can hope for usually is for the prices to stabilize, right? And the prices were too high. They stabilized too high, right? So what we have essentially is a economy that by the description of economy is actually all right, but in terms of the way that people experience the economy, affordability is not there, right? So that's the one distinction that I would make. But yeah, you say the economic factors, you say economy, I will meet you halfway and say affordability, right? Crisis was what got Trump elected mainly, and not so much immigration. I would say that you're right in the terms that people wouldn't be so apt to look for someone to blame. People wouldn't be so vulnerable to a demagogue like Trump who wants to say it is the immigrant's fault, it is a trans person's fault, it is, they want to find somebody to blame, right? They wouldn't be, American people wouldn't be as vulnerable to that if it wasn't for the affordability crisis, if it wasn't for the Americans, the average worker feeling the pinch, right? There'd be less appetite to go after and demonize and blame somebody. There'd be less, those stories, the horror stories about like Lincoln Riley and stuff like that, they wouldn't have stuck as much. But yeah, it's kind of like when the Democrats fail to keep their promise to take care of the material condition of the American people, to make capitalism, doable, to make capitalism less painful, less impossible, then I mean, that's when you get this. That's when you get this, and this is an effect of the Democrats having turned to neoliberal policies after the 1980s. Why did they turn to neoliberal policies? Because of the entrance into of money into politics, the election of politicians like Reagan, and the Democrats now having to compete with the likes of Ronald Reagan and the Republicans for the donor money. Now there's not just one primary, the primary for, who are the voters or the, party activists going to like the most. Now there's another primary that is the donor primary, who is going to have their campaign funded, and that kind of filters out the American politicians who might be more like AMLO, more like Sheinbaum, and actually conduct their business, conduct their economic policy in the interest of the American worker rather than of the capitalist class. So, yeah. It's a little bit more complicated, but basically.
Latin American exiles fleeing different horrific death squad regimes and military dictatorships. So the country could draw on a different model, but the fact that AMLO adopting a Trumpian policy, not suffering for it in terms of popularity rating or elections, like gave him permission to continue to do it. So we can read a bunch of things from that, but a country that has sent so many people as migrants to the United States adopting this type of posture, for me, is really shameful. And I hope that President Sheinbaum changes course on this. But I have a feeling that this is going to be used.
But look, if we learned anything from this last election, it should be that the Democrats cannot go on as they are now. They need to either change fundamentally or be replaced by another party, right? This is not a party that can, this current policy, the third way Democrat, has no future. All right. And if there's not another option, then it's essentially defaulting the election to the Republican Party in its MAGA form for the foreseeable future. The only way out of this is past the current Democratic consensus. The current neoliberal takeover of the Democratic Party is a failure. It cannot go on. The end of history, ironically enough, has ended, and it's time to move. And I think that the Moreno party in Mexico kind of shows the way as in which where the electoral left needs to move. Why was Kamala campaigning with the Cheneys? She thought there were votes there. That's what it is, right? It's a fundamental. This is what makes me really question the Democratic Party's ability to go on. Is that when you can't correctly identify that a politician like Liz Cheney has no constituency. So if there was, if you had politicians that the Republican Party had left behind and they represented voters, right? If there was a Liz Cheney voter, or if the Nikki Haley voters were more of a real phenomenon, then there would be a constituency to garner there. That was Kamala's plan. That was the Democrats' plan to win with suburban centrist Republicans, even, right? And the problem is that what happened is that the Republican Party left Liz Cheney behind, not just not just the establishment, not just the other politicians, but the voters, the Republican voters left Liz Cheney behind. So now you have a politician that just doesn't represent anyone. That does. So your attempt to pander to the Liz Cheney Republican. Well, the problem is there are no Liz Cheney Republicans. So right, and it should have been obvious. They have people running polls, right? They have the ability to see, what a possible electoral strategy is and what it's not. But they wanted so bad to find a coalition that was winning without changing the policy on Gaza and without acknowledging and sticking with a message that we're going to go after the price gougers. We're going to go after the capitalists that are making your life impossible, right? Without Kamala truly becoming and campaigning like a Rooseveltian Democrat, a New Deal Democrat, right? You're doomed. You're basically doomed, right? And that was the one answer that they would not accept. They want to win, but they don't want to win with Bernie. They want to win, but they probably don't even want to win with like Liz Warren, right? They want to win with the suburbs. They want to win with the Cheneys. They want to win by, even if they have to try to incorporate part of the Republican Party, right? They'd rather do that than win in a way where people are expecting real economic populism to come out of their policy. And that's what dooms the Democratic Party. And it needs to be taken over or it needs to be replaced. One or the other. The current configuration of the third way Democrat, the third way Democratic establishment cannot go on. It just pragmatically, electorally is doomed.
As a way to pressure the U.S. in broader negotiations involving other issues that the Mexican government will deem as more vital than the issue of migrants and refugees.
Yeah, it's sort of like every state that acts as like a breakwater for massive refugee populations. It's kind of similar to Turkey's role in Europe, that they will act as like the stopgap for refugees. They're like the first on the chopping block in order to get certain things that they want.
Yeah.
Erdogan is the only guy I've ever seen where he's just outright threatened to send 1 million refugees into neighboring countries. I think it was so that Sweden would extradite some Kurds.
I think the Belarusian
insane.
president has done something similar too. Honestly, I think Sheinbaum should do something like that. Why not? Like if it looks like Trump's people are actually going to engage unilaterally in like military actions in Mexico, I mean, that would be like a logical response from Sheinbaum. Be like, all right, well, everyone come on through and make it to the U.S.-Mexico border, and we are not going to stop them, and we are no longer going to serve as your border patrol.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like you mentioned, like what are some of the ways that the Mexican government acts as a de facto border patrol for the United States? Is it stopping Central American migrants before they make it to the U.S.-Mexican border? Or like how do they function on the actual U.S.-Mexican border itself?
Yeah, I mean, so what they've done in the last couple of years is to set up checkpoints throughout most of the country, usually staffed by the National Guard, sometimes by different Mexican military units. And they identified the routes that are used by Central American and South American Caribbean migrants. And that's where they set up these checkpoints. They have checkpoints over the rail network that was used a lot by refugees and migrants. And they've created massive detention centers on the Guatemala and Mexico border. And their idea, again, was to prevent what we saw, 4 or 5 years ago with these quote unquote caravans that made it to the US-Mexico border. And then there was no infrastructure to take care of them. The U.S. wasn't allowing them to come in. So you had these really terrible living conditions for these migrants and refugees, who also then would fall prey to different criminal and drug trafficking organizations who control most, if not all, of the human smuggling routes into the United States. So we have this horrible I mean, you have these horrible stories of Central American migrants or South American migrants who have managed to somehow make it through this labyrinth of military checkpoints throughout the center of Mexico. They're getting extorted throughout the way by police officers, by National Guard, whatever. And then they make it to the border and they fall prey to these different drug trafficking organizations that commit horrific violence against them. And one of the insidious things of Title 42, when Trump quote unquote, shut down the border and used the excuse of the pandemic to not allow people to claim asylum, is that migrants and asylum seekers who were expelled from the U.S. into Mexico went to the U.S.-Mexico border. And we have thousands of cases of these people suffering some form of violence at the hands of these criminal organizations, from rape and sexual abuse to labor exploitation to just torture and death, like executions. So the military checkpoints throughout the country are designed to prevent these people from even making it to the U.S.-Mexico border. And for all intents and purposes, the U.S.-Mexico border is now at the Guatemala and Mexico border, and they're trying to. There's some like carrot approaches where some of these people will get visas and work permits so they can stay in Mexico and work. But most of these folks are trying to make it to the United States, and they're prevented from doing so.
I guess there's a fundamental contradiction here, because like whether it's Mexico or the United States, voters don't like having large numbers of economic refugees or asylum seekers crossing their border. And any government in the country is going to have to deal with that politically in one way or another. But at the same time, it's just like, as I mentioned earlier, the way to stop economic migrants would seem to be to allow the countries they come from to develop economically, or to, marshal the resources that the countries do have, of which they're quite wealthy in, to bring that to market in a way that benefits the people of those countries and the economies of these states. But the thing is, nobody actually wants that, because from the U.S. on down, we want each, like with each successive level, the U.S., the Mexico, and then Central America, be it like Guatemala or Nicaragua or El Salvador. At each level, we want each country underneath us to be like economic peons and like sort of subservient to the economic order of the larger, wealthier country, which will therefore necessitate the creation of thousands and thousands and thousands of refugees and economic migrants.
Yeah, I think that's right. And this is a story that's been locked in for centuries, right? There's designating Latin America and the Caribbean as a region that provides cheap labor, cheap natural resources, while also serving as markets for expensive industrial manufactured goods coming from the global north into the global south. It's an old colonial relationship that has not, with few exceptions, has not been radically restructured. And there's been efforts in Latin American history, particularly during the Cold War, to restructure those relationships, to create more fair economic relationships between the global north and the United States and Latin America. These countries have used revolutions. They've used left-wing political movements. You had one president in Chile who won power through the ballot box. And when he tried to create, economic justice, economic democracy in his country, he was overthrown by the Chilean military and we now know with the help of the United States through economic warfare. And I'm talking about Salvador Allende. So some of this stuff is kind of baked in, right? Like these processes and this relationship between Latin America and the United States has a long history, and to change it radically and to allow Latin American and Caribbean migrants to exert that right to stay home would take a revolutionary movement, like hemispheric movement, to change that. And one of the things that people who are involved in the migrant rights movement will say, obviously no human being is illegal. Everyone has a right to come, but they should also have the right to stay home.
Yeah.
Like people don't want to leave. Like my parents did not want to leave their country. Their dream was always to go back someday. And when they retire, they probably will. They didn't come here because we're like the shining city on the hill bullshit. They came here because they can make money in a way that they couldn't in their home country. Why is that? Right. And there's that imperial relationship that has characterized the US vis-a-vis Latin America for decades. So we're robbing people of the right to stay home. And that's fundamentally, I think, maybe.
So again, if any of this is confusing to you, the right to stay home, what we're talking about is the imperatives that cause immigration in the first place are often situations, material conditions imposed upon people in Latin American countries through the direct military or foreign policy intervention of the United States. In other words, the thing that these people are being criminalized for when they come to the United States and immigrate without papers is actually something that is being imposed upon them by the country that's criminalizing them, by the United States. And that's the part of the equation that's being missed, right? A really easy example is the sanctions that the Trump administration placed on Venezuela, and the immiseration of the Venezuelan people that caused it, which definitely contributed to the wave of immigration from Venezuela. And then, as you're going to see in our next story about the Young Turks and their reporting on the Aurora, Colorado incident, the supposed takeover of the town by Tren de Aragua, which is just utter bullshit. It is true that there was immigration to Colorado. It is true that some of those immigrants, maybe even a plurality of those immigrants, came from Venezuela. But what the part that's missing is that they didn't just come from Venezuela because they were feeling frisky. People don't leave their homes for no reason. And in this case, the reason can be directly attributed to the Trump administration. So the thing that he ran on, the thing that helped him win, is something that he caused. And it's not just the right side of the political equation, right? The policy is also bad under Democrats often. And the right to stay home that's being discussed here is essentially a right to self-determination for countries in that share a hemisphere with the United States, that has had a literal doctrine of dominating these countries, and often serves to immiserate them. At the very least, like in the case of Allende, to deny them self-determination with which they might make their country a decent place to live, right? When that's denied, then you do tend to have this cycle that just continues, and it's just it's kind of wild to think about.
A starting point for rethinking this relationship, in addition to saying, look, if people are coming, they have a right to come in, particularly because the United States is usually largely responsible for their displacement in the first place.
That always drives me fucking crazy when the liberal interpretation of immigration is they just want to come here because it's so great and they want to make food for me.
Yeah. No, it's really annoying. Or they're just reduced to economic units.
Yeah.
Right. That's the other liberal thing to do. They make contributions to economic contributions to society. And it's they're more than that, right? They're more than just economic units who provide a certain output for the American economy. But as we've seen, right, I don't think there's a lot of distance anymore between liberals and conservatives in the U.S. when it comes to migration on the border. And this is one of the reasons why I keep referring to Democrats as children of men Democrats, because since the 1990s, at least since the 1990s, starting with Clinton, I mean, look at Clinton's stuff on migration, 95, 96, he sounds like Trump. So where is the difference between Democrats and Republicans when it comes to the border, so-called border security and migration? There's very little. And we've seen it.
Alex, no. The Democrats are reaching out to the Latino vote by next presidential candidate, Baby Diego. That's right, everybody. The youngest person on the planet.
Well, when they screened Flaming Hot Cheetos at the White House law, apparently that didn't work. Fucking A, man. No, it's ridiculous, right? And then when they lose, we get blamed for it. It's beautiful. I love it. They do shitty outreach. They don't give us anything. And then when they lose, it's very macho Latino men who cost them the election. Fuck, man. It's an impossible situation.
Yeah, the writing was on the wall for that. I don't know if people remember in 2018 when Claire McCaskill, in her losing re-election bid, ran on the idea that she would stop the migrant caravan, one of the big GOP storylines from that midterm. But it just everyone remembers when Democrats were talking about like kids in cages. And obviously it was hypocritical because that was also an Obama policy, even if like there were certainly like excesses under the Trump border regime that were certainly like worse. It was the same types of things. There was still family separation before, but like it's the same thing with everything where you move to the right of these issues. If you explicitly run against them, creating a moral case against them, and then totally go to the other side where you're going, well, actually, like we tried to do Trump's border ID plans and he didn't let us. It makes it seem like all the attacks on you that you were these ridiculous ideas that you're like importing voters and trying to change the racial characteristic of America. It makes it seem like you got caught doing that and now you're apologetic. Yeah. And it has the added bonus of like completely depressing any Latinos leaning Democratic at all.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And as long as you're operating politically on using the frameworks or the terrain, whatever metaphor you want to use that the Republicans are using when it comes to the border and immigration, it's a losing battle for Democrats. I mean, because you're right. I think they just come off as looking like Republican light. And why would you vote for them when the other guy is offering you the real version? Democrats Obama did this a lot where he would say, look, I'm going to pass something like DACA. And people deserve to be here, blah, blah, blah. But then at the same time, he's like deports over 3 million people and he becomes known as a deporter in chief because he thought that somehow this would demonstrate to Republicans that he was serious about doing border security when the Republicans all along knew that this is like the one issue that could get them or help them build like a pretty robust, big base of popular support. But in the end, it's not just politically stupid. It's just so immoral and unethical on a variety of different levels where they are getting caught lying. And I think they face, as you said, Felix, and they're facing massive repercussions for it.
I mean, like just the phrase border security just seems so farcical to me when we're talking about the U.S.-Mexican border, which is like 3,000 miles long. Like, in what realistic world could that border be secured? I mean, it's the deadliest border in the world, and like there way too many people die trying to cross it. But like, it's just a quirk of geography that these two countries happen to be next to each other. And like, if there's a border that big, I mean, I guess you could build a wall on it, but like, it goes back to this idea that like, you can't ever really stop people from crossing an imaginary line that fucking long.
No,
if they really want to.
Right. It's 2,000 miles. So what these geniuses did in the 90s was they realized this. So what they said was, look, we're just going to militarize and build walls around major urban crossing centers, and we'll funnel people to cross through fucking places like the Sonoran Desert where I live. And they said, this is such a dangerous area, dangerous terrain that no one in their right mind is going to try to cross through here. Well, low estimate since 1994 when this policy prevention through deterrence was implemented, at least 10,000 people have been killed. I've seen estimates as high as 50 to 60,000 people that have died crossing these incredibly dangerous areas of the U.S.-Mexico border that were intentionally created to funnel undocumented crossing. You know, here also there's another dynamic at play here. So a few hours south of here from me, we have like 50 plus fixed surveillance towers that are built by Elbit. And Elbit got the contract back in 2014. So like, that's why some activists and journalists talk about the Palestine-Mexico border. Like, you have the exporting of Israeli settler colonial border technology where the people who invented it and sell it will say, hey, Gaza was our laboratory.
Yeah,
we're good. We're going to sell it.
Like, yeah. The U.S.-Mexican border is a slightly bigger project than, trapping 2 million people in Gaza. Look, they could do it if it was possible. They absolutely would do it if it were possible. And I guess they're going to try to, but like, they're going to make everything else just even more violent and dangerous as a way to do the thing that we said that they're not going to do, which is allow the economies of Mexico or Central and South American countries to develop independently of U.S. imperialism.
No, I totally agree. I mean, look, the only type of wall I would support building comes from that movie The Day After Tomorrow, where the Americans tried to escape to Mexico because climate change has driven them south.
Yeah.
And the Mexicans were like, hell no, you guys are not coming in.
Breaking news from the U.S.-Mexico border. Just half an hour ago, Mexican officials closed the border in the light of so many U.S. refugees who are fleeing south in the wake of the approaching storm. These people came here in anticipation of...
Played on the TV, the entire bus started clapping. It was all like, it was mostly Mexican migrants from the U.S. going to visit their families in Mexico for Christmas celebrations. It was like quite the moment, right?
Honestly, I love that movie. I love The Day After Tomorrow.
That movie is such a Bush era lib classic. We were nuts about it. The guy in the movie who's like, it's fine, looks exactly like Dick Cheney. They really don't make lib movies like that anymore.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
All right. Alex, Avinia, we're going to leave it there for today. I want to thank you so much for joining us to talk a little bit about Mexico to our stupid gringo listeners. So thank you, Alex. Once again, if they would like to know more about Mexico or follow up on your work, where should they go?
Thanks so much for having me, guys. Look, I agree that we need a leftist Latinx Jordan Peterson on the, to help us get through this terrible time. So hopefully that's what you guys are offering here at Chapo. You guys can find me on Twitter, my shit posting at Alexander_Avina. I'll just plug, I'm on a thing called Tanky Therapy with the podcast related to East as a podcast and anti-genocide project where we just talk about this horrific genocidal era that we're living in. But yeah, that's about it.
All right. Alex Avinia, thanks so much again for your time. We will talk to you again soon. Bye-bye, everybody.
All right, so like I said, that gives you a little preview of what we're going to be talking about in terms of the Young Turks. We've got a oh my God!
Thanks for having me once again. Having you at your.
All right, I gotta save this game so that I that's enough gameplay for right now. But yeah, we're going to be watching the new Jose video essay about TYT's, like, essentially the Aurora, Colorado story and how much TYT got wrong. And how little they seem to care about. Does the left need daddies? Well, that's what they're saying. They're saying the left needs a Jordan Peterson. The left needs a podcast daddy, Davy. But yeah, we're gonna get into. I'll see how much time we have. There's actually a lot of there's actually a lot of TYT tent available, right? There's Anna's been making the rounds, so we'll see where we're at as far as time goes. And as far as, let's see, okay. Oh, wow, look at this. Joe Rogan believes in dragons, now at 46%. There's a lot of people out there trying to believe in something. They want to believe in a Joe Rogan dragon, but it's a struggle. And it's been a struggle, right? I've been wanting to see that content for days and days and days now, thinking it's going to be what comes out. But again, chat, the poll is not about me. It's not about what I want. It's about what you want. So vote your conscience. Vote your conscience on that. You can affect what we end up watching by voting. 129 of you have so far, and 46% of you want to believe in dragons. 26% of you want to believe in What If Alt Hist and his older brother, whose name may or may not be Bronze Age Pervert, right? This is a What If Alt Hist that's like more What If Alt Hist than What If Alt Hist. What If Alt Hist was more What If Alt Hist than What If Alt Hist, then he would be Bronze Age Pervert. And only 7 more likes till 100? That's amazing. Really? I'm surprised. Color me surprised. The other way that you can affect what we end up watching or whether we end up watching, we're at 54% of the dono goal right now. If that 54% somehow becomes 100% by the end of the stream, then yeah, oh my gosh, chat, I didn't realize how late it was. Okay, well, that's going to be harder than I thought. I don't know. We might be waiting for the dragons, chat. We'll have to see. We'll have to see if we get the dragons tonight. Or if we get What If Alt Hist's older brother, Bronze Age Pervert. Either of those are pretty interesting bonus topics. I didn't realize, Jesus Christ, I probably wasted so much time on that misbegotten segment to try to... I honestly, chat, I thought I understood the Canada situation, and when I started looking at the more detailed information, I realized that I didn't. And that's why I went quiet, because I didn't want to give you information that I wasn't sure about. And my initial assessment of like how immigration into Canada works did not seem to be correct, right? So that's what kind of got... How does Anna not get disinvited for being a chud? Disinvited from... Wait, from where? The poll is much like the U.S. donor class control it. Sometimes, no, not right now, though. Not right now, because the donors actually have been donating, but they haven't been telling me which of these topics they support. I'm sure if the donors wanted to, they could put the fix in for What If Alt Hist, right? But right now, only 2% of that dono, those dono percentages are accounted for. So right now we've got a poll where, yeah, Joe Rogan is able to believe in dragons because the donors are, but like the question is, will we be able to believe in any bonus content or not? The answer can only be found. And chat, I wanted to watch more TYT, but I didn't realize how late it had gotten. This is one thing that I want to do is I want to start getting up earlier, getting to stream earlier. That means going to bed earlier, so I can't stay up. Like sometimes I've stayed up like really late. 200 bits towards dragons. Yo, okay, so we do have some more for dragons. Dragons have got 2%. What If Alt Hist has got 2%. The dono goals got 56%. That is 44% from me staying up a little bit later, which I'm willing to do to bring you one last segment that I think will be pretty good. But we'll have to see, chat. We'll have to see if that pans out or not. I'm not sure. Oh my god. Well, it's time for TYT. Oh wait, did I exit out of that? Yeah, I need to... Okay, I saved. It's Love It. This is not what we're watching, by the way. We're going to be watching this. Jose's expose
the rounds of a group of armed men
on TYT
and breaking into an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado. It was claimed that these men were a part of the Tren de Aragua gang from Venezuela. Right-wing media in particular used this story to emphasize the danger of immigration from the southern border, as Aurora had recently seen an increase in migrants attempting to enter the United States from the south, particularly from the country of Venezuela. And now this video was being used to popularize this narrative that criminal migrants were taking over apartment complexes and terrorizing the residents. This was very quickly exploited by Donald Trump during his campaign when he would claim that Aurora had been taken over by violent gangs.
We settled beautifully into your community to prey upon innocent
Okay, now something that needs to be talked about, and I see this either in some cases not being talked about at all, or being, I don't know, being moved past, especially by the Democrats. So what the Democrats have done, essentially, they made an assessment that the immigration issue was an issue that they weren't going to win on, that an issue that the American people had turned on them on. So they basically signed on to Trump's policy and tried to say, hey, there's no difference between Republican and Democrats. We're going to do the thing the Republicans are going to do. And, you know, the immigration thing became an issue due to not just the phenomenon of immigration, which, like I said, was caused in large part by U.S. foreign policy. And again, you know, demonized because the association with immigrants with crime does not statistically bear truth. Does not turn out to be true. But a lot of this was caused by the actions of Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis in terms of relocating large numbers of immigrants into states that were not receiving funds and did not have the infrastructure and were not prepared to receive them, in order to make the immigration crisis felt by more people, in order to maximize the Republicans' benefit from this issue, right? And now a lot of people will say, like the Democrats who have given up on it will say, well, you know what? Yeah, I mean, they moved the you know, they moved a bunch of immigrants, but it doesn't matter because this was really a big issue and we need to take care of it. And we need law and order at the border, and we need to stop immigrants from coming in anyway, right? The Democrats that have given up on the issue of immigration, given up on a pathway to citizenship, given up on any sort of pushback on the Republicans' demonization of immigrants, these same Democrats will not fight on the issue of this was caused by Greg Abbott. This was caused by Ron DeSantis, because they've already given up on the issue of Trump. They've already given in on policy, right? So you've got politics, you've got rhetoric, you've got the thing that wins elections, and then you've got policy. You've got what the law becomes, what laws are passed, right? And that's the end state of the political process, right? You can have a politician who maybe doesn't rhetorically speak about a certain issue, but that enacts a certain policy nonetheless, right? If the policy is not popular, then the candidate can run on something else, and then they can, you know, do the action anyway. Or you can have a candidate that runs on an issue, but then really slow walks the issue and tries to minimize the effect of their actual policy on the issue when they get elected, right? So policy or like rhetoric and politics do not always equate to policy. But, you know, once something is set in stone as a policy, especially when both sides have agreed to it, as with the immigration issue, it's really hard to change the understanding of that issue by the American people. So at that point, they've kind of given up on it. So they don't even fight. They don't even mention. They're like, yeah, well, you know, this was Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis, but it doesn't really matter because immigrants bad anyway. We don't want you thinking that we are not on board with the immigrants' bad, perspective.
American citizens. That's what they're doing.
The real story isn't quite so sensational, but that's to be expected when it comes to right-wing media. Vilifying immigrants is a time-honored tradition in that space. What was more disappointing to me was watching
vilifying anyone, right? Because the one thing that Republicans won't do is put money in your pocket. The one thing that Republicans won't do is make life easier for the working class. They will never do that. So what they have to do instead is, you know, especially in a time when the Democrats aren't doing their job and they're not making Americans' lives better, they'll find an out group. They'll find you know, immigrants or trans people or whoever, and they will blame them, and they'll say the Democrats, they stand for them. They don't. I mean, this was literally the ad. They stand for they them, right? It's a time-honored tradition. It's just a different them every time. It's a different group that gets you know, demonized, right? And so as long as the Republicans can say that, like, okay, so there's a bad problem, the economy sucks for you, the affordability is not there for you, but it's this person's problem. It's this person's fault. Anybody except for the capitalist class, it's their fault. And as long as they can claim that, then they can misdirect the anger. And if the Democrats are unable to pin the tail on the capitalist, then you don't have a competing message. And all you have is there's bad shit going on, and it's these people's fault, and people eat it up because they are not in a position to have an alternate explanation.
Some media outlets, claiming to be on the left, repeating this story without important additional context, and thereby missing an important element of the story. I imagine I have some overlap in viewers with this channel, so here's a little disclaimer before we dive in. TYT has been getting a lot of smoke from the left recently for a variety of takes, particularly when it comes to street-level crime. While it would be interesting to go over all of those and determine what sort of conservative streak may or may not be running through that network, this video isn't really about that. I wanted to focus on this story specifically because, as was seen a month later, they released a second video doubling.
Nadia, I agree with that analysis. I don't think it's actually a problem of Democrats, of the left having policies which repulse the voter. I think it's a problem of the Democrats having policy that repulses their base. And without that base, you're going to lose. If you look at the actual numbers, we don't have an issue where there were like a ton of Democrats becoming Republicans or a ton of, you know, a ton more Republicans showing up. What you have is a dearth of Democratic voters showing up. And there's so much that the Democrats did to their base when what they should have been doing is thinking about was doing things for their base.
Down on their original commentary, and once again carrying water for what I would ultimately learn was a cynical PR campaign. Also, as a note before we begin, since this story has had numerous developments since with lots of contradictory information coming out, I wanted to be careful to cite sources that would have been publicly available before this video was originally published on the main TYT channel. I'll be touching very briefly on those additional developments at the end of this video, but for now I really want to focus on the video titled Venezuelan Gang Takes Over an Apartment Complex, or Did They? Which did a terrible job of describing this story. This video was published on September 5th, 2024.
You're watching footage from last August featuring members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua breaking into an apartment unit in Aurora, Colorado.
10 seconds in, and we already have a noteworthy mistake. The men in this video, at the time of this video's upload, had not been identified. Although they would be identified a few weeks later, the police were reluctant to assign any kind of gang affiliation to them, never mind saying they were part of Tren de Aragua. Considering how this story is being used to fuel anti-immigrant rhetoric, claiming these men to be migrants, specifically criminal ones in a gang, before they have actually been identified, seems to me irresponsible. To put the issue of gangs in Aurora into a broader context, an article in the Denver Post using information from the police detailed at least 36 different gangs in Aurora, totaling 1,355 members. And based on all the articles I've read, the highest estimate I've seen for Tren de Aragua gang members in Aurora was about 15 to 20 people. But whether or not there's gang violence in Aurora isn't really the problem I have with this video. There are gangs in every big city, and some of them may include immigrants. The real problem is that there is a much deeper context that's not really being acknowledged here.
This incident has sparked a big debate and I believe some gaslighting about whether or not there
And the irony being that TYT were the ones doing the gaslighting.
is a problem with Venezuelan migrant gangs basically taking over apartment buildings or causing violent crimes at these apartment buildings.
This is where the video really starts to go off the rails. Gang violence and a gang takeover of an entire building are very different propositions, and that latter one has some important history behind it within this story. But there's another line in the video that does a better job demonstrating of what I think needs to be pushed back against in this video.
Now, a lot of people say, oh, the property owner is a bad guy. That doesn't prove anything. The property owners could be bad guys that don't take care of the rodents and the bed bugs, etc. And a Venezuelan gang might have taken over the apartments. Those two facts are not at all logically connected.
To say that reveals a complete lack of knowledge about the origin of this story. But to really understand where this story came from and why it became such high-profile news, we have to go back a little bit before this video made an appearance. Before I start the story, I do have to establish who the players are in all of this. The gang takeover narrative affects 3 different complexes that have supposedly been taken over. The first one, where that infamous video was captured, is the Edge at Lowry. The Edge at Lowry is a group of buildings, but for the sake of simplicity, I'm just going to refer to the collective group of buildings as the Edge at Lowry. The second location is Whispering Pines, and the third is Aspen Grove, which is more commonly called Fitzsimmons Place. As you might have noticed on the map, these complexes are pretty far from one another, each several kilometers away. The fact that they're so distant raises an interesting question as to why these 3 in particular have supposedly been taken over. They aren't the only apartment buildings.
Wait, are Jink and Anna journalists technically? I mean, I don't know. What's the technicality? Like, I don't know. Is that an objective thing? The distinction between a journalist and a non... I mean, there's not like a journalism license, right? I mean, are you asking, do they call themselves journalists? They're definitely, you know, setting about trying to do news, whatever that means. They're not, you know, it's not like it's a combination of news being reported along with commentary on that news, along with opinion. So it's not like pure news in the sense of like reporting, right? But it is at the same time, it's not Hannity.
In this neighborhood, after all. One common thread is all 3 of these complexes are owned by a guy named Zev Baumgarten. These properties would be managed by a company called CBZ Management, which is also owned by Baumgarten. After they were purchased in the intervening years, these properties would rack up dozens of complaints that were filed with the city. It also received a number of code violations. You can read some of these historic complaints online pretty readily if you look at the Better Business Bureau's website for CBZ Management. The state of disrepair and disregard for properties seems to be pretty common for any building managed by this company. Complaints include broken appliances, bug and rodent infestations, and questionable charges costing tenants hundreds and, in some cases, thousands of dollars. It presents the impression that these properties were managed with minimal to no services. These issues persisted for years, well before the arrival of a large number of migrants in December of 2022. That arrival, by the way, was part of Texas Governor Greg Abbott's project to bus various people who had crossed the border to other states. The total number of newcomers to the Denver area was just under 43,000.
Yeah, no, Anna's definitely done a lot of her education on, in fact, I think she might even have a postgraduate degree in journalism.
As of October of 2024, and it's estimated that half of these people have relocated to other parts of the country, either for better opportunities or to be with family members. These people are often labeled as Venezuelan. This isn't entirely accurate. Venezuelans make up just over a third of this population. The next most common group are Colombians and Mexicans, but being the largest demographic within the group, typically they are just stereotyped as Venezuelans. As the code violations and tenant complaints piled up, eventually the city of Aurora decided to step in regarding these 3 properties. They planned to first shut down Fitzsimmons Place in mid-August, and then Whispering Pines and the Edge at Lowry in the following weeks. Baumgarten was facing 81 charges and was scheduled to appear for a trial on August 27th, and then again on September 5th for another 24 charges related to vehicles. All of these were for just one of the buildings, Fitzsimmons Place. With the buildings set to be closed by the city in 2 weeks, Baumgarten began to fight back by claiming in the media that the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua had taken over his properties and were preventing his team from performing regular maintenance at the building. This is where the gang narrative takeover first entered the media cycle. And to highlight just how that entered the media cycle, we can look at an article from the outlet Westword, which referenced an August 5th statement regarding the gang takeover from CBZ management that came through a Florida-based PR firm, Red Banyan. A quick look at the PR company shows us that they specialize in helping repair the reputation of people and businesses damaged by scandals, and they hype up their ability to place stories within the media. It does seem a bit strange that the property owner was complaining about not being able to afford to make repairs, but he somehow had all this money to hire a PR firm. As I pointed out earlier, these apartments were a complete mess before the arrival of any of these migrants, and the timing of these claims really gives the game away. If a Venezuelan gang was somehow preventing these apartments from receiving regular maintenance, it's a wonder that they were able to do this for years before any Venezuelan migration wave came in at all. As an interesting point of comparison, Baumgarten owns...
Do you understand this? The issues that were being attributed to the gang occurred before a wave of immigration occurred. In other words, this wasn't Tren de Aragua. This was a shitty, garbage landlord exploiting the fuck out of his tenants and hiring a PR company to make up the Venezuelan gang as a fucking excuse. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't take care of the apartments. There's a Venezuelan gang that's taken them over. It's not my fault. And the city's inability to hold this asshole culpable, right? He got to push back his fucking trial date instead of the city taking care of business.
Several other buildings in Denver, buildings you won't be shocked to learn, that also have numerous health and safety violations. One of the residents of one of the Denver properties discussed the poor living conditions, saying, "What's going on in Aurora, that's essentially what's happening to their properties in Denver. It just hasn't gotten the same attention." By the way, this comment does come from a mid-September article, so I won't blame TYT for not being aware of something that hadn't been published yet. Though all the other details I've shared so far were readily available throughout articles published in August.
Wait, so
which living conditions, buildings for years before any If a Venezuelan gang was somehow preventing these apartments from receiving regular maintenance, it's a wonder that they were able to do this for years before any Venezuelan migration wave came in at all. As an interesting point of comparison, Baumgarten owns several other buildings in Denver, buildings you won't be shocked to learn, that also have numerous health and safety violations. One of the residents of one of the Denver properties discussed the poor living conditions, saying, "What's going on in Aurora, that's essentially what's happening to their properties in Denver. It just hasn't gotten the same attention."
Okay, so what they would have been missing at the time was that this landlord had a history, had a pattern of doing this in several properties, right? I'm just trying to make sure we're keeping track of, because Jose is talking about stuff that is, a lot of the stuff that he's citing is stuff that would have been available to TYT at the time had they looked, had they cared, had that not gone against the narrative that they were trying to sell. But in this case, I think this last thing would not have been available until later.
By the way, this comment does come from a mid-September article, so I won't blame TYT for not being aware of something that hadn't been published yet. Though all the other details I've shared so far were readily available throughout articles published in August. One of the major differences between the 3 buildings in Aurora and the other buildings in Denver, all in similar states of disrepair, was that in Denver, the city had not stepped in to shut these buildings down. And that might be a reason why there are no news stories.
Good for Gabby with the $20 super sticker. Wait, should I know what controller this is? It's like a specific... Is it no, it's not N64, right? I don't think it's an N64. What is this a controller for? But thank you for the woot, and thank you for the super shot.
It's about a Venezuelan gang seizing control of them. Baumgarten told this gang takeover story to his lenders, which is how they decided to create a report. Let's go back to the TYT video for that.
Now, the video that we showed you earlier was taken later in August. So even before that incident occurred, there were already concerns about gang violence. There was already a law firm investigating it on behalf of the lender.
The first major issue with this report is that it's specifically about Whispering Pines, not the Edge at Lowry, which is where...
Is this the landlord, or is it some rep for a large bank that bought the building? No. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it's... Okay, it's a landlord who owns several buildings, right? It's definitely not the bank. It's just it's NES. Oh, it did look like a Switch. Yeah, it's a Nintendo, that's for sure. SNES? That's like the Super Famicom? Or the Famicom? Is it the Famicom?
Where the viral video comes from. The video really conflates those two properties in an unhelpful way, including mistakenly listing one of the residents from the Edge at
But Gabby, is that going to What If Alt Hest as well?
Lowry as being from Whispering Pines, and I think it demonstrates a general lack of familiarity with many of the elements of this story. But to look at the details of the report itself, it was put together by the law firm Perkins Coie, probably said that wrong.
It's a taking care of business controller?
Considering the dates used, we can infer that the report was put together no earlier than the first week of July. It's very clear that crimes have taken place, but it's difficult to parse from this report alone which ones were dealt with by police and which weren't, and which ones can be substantiated at all. Looking at the more obvious crimes, there was a case of
Rudyard, okay.
November 2023, but is followed by this interesting line. We have no information on what investigative steps were launched or arrests were made in connection with this violent and unprovoked attack. It seems like something they might have wanted to reach.
If you live in the USA, call it a Super Nintendo, ya hipster.
Out to the police.
I thought it was the Famicom.
About, but for some reason they didn't. There are much wilder claims as well, such as child trafficking, but there's no direct evidence of that. The property manager from Whispering Pines says they were told that by a gang member, but that's not really the same.
It's this system that Nintendo used to make where you put the cartridge in between your butt cheeks. The Famicom.
As interviewing the gang member, and it's also weird that a gang member would openly discuss their child trafficking plans with the property manager. But that's kind of the whole point of this report. It's not meant to be a listing of definite crimes that have happened that the police have ignored. Rather, it's something presented by a law firm asking the police to look into this without actually figuring out if the police have started looking into this or not. But the TYT video makes a much bolder claim about the validity of this report.
And the report was further confirmed by the Aurora Police Department, which is now denying that there's a problem of Venezuelan gang violence at this apartment complex.
The cops did not confirm the details of this report. The confirmation that's described in this video was actually done by local news, who had requested police reports from around the same time. Specifically...
Yeah. I noticed how much local news that TYT used in their video. And it was almost like the way that they were portraying it was that, like, oh yeah, you think this isn't true? Well, check out what's on the local news. Like the local news would beg to differ. And I mean, I'm trying to think what demographic watches local news. It's definitely not a young demographic. And sort of taking the local news as gospel, especially when it pertains to crime, it's a really bad idea. Like local news is sensational, and the sensation that it sells is a lot of times crime. Like that's their bread and butter. They have to crime max their programming in order to compete with the other stations that are doing the same shit. But I mean, I didn't want to just say, well, I mean, this isn't true, right? I mean, I want to see the receipts, right? But I kind of had my suspicions based on like a lot of what was selling that TYT video was the drama of the local news reports that they shared. CBS News Colorado has also obtained internal Aurora police documents on from June that appear to support some of the law firm's conclusions. An officer reported responding to a call from a house cleaner at Whispering Pines. He said she told the police she was threatened that she needed to give up keys to a vacant apartment at Whispering Pines apartment so that a group of Venezuelans could move people into Whispering Pines apartment. The officer reported suspects left but did not before warning her to comply or else they would kill her and her family. Aurora officers wrote to fellow officers, I would highly recommend you guys take 2 to 3 friends with you when responding. Okay, so this was the news report. Or this was CBS News Colorado.
The report of a housekeeper being threatened. The most contentious claim from this report is about rent collection or extortion, and that's mentioned in the video like this.
The property has recorded footage of gang members knocking on doors without authorization or without any justification, attempting to collect rent from the tenants of Whispering Pines.
Even several weeks after this video has first went up, there is still no firm evidence that to any sort of large scale that this is happening. In this video, the only evidence that's really cited comes from the report. When looking at the report, the only real evidence provided is a story from the property manager and a single image of rent supposedly being collected. The law firm, I guess, might have seen more evidence than that, but none of it made it into the report. One thing that is worth noting, though, is that the man who the property manager consistently identifies as Larry is almost certainly a man named Larry who was arrested by Aurora police back in July. He has so far only been charged with menacing for threatening to kill someone with a gun. This news did come out a few days after the first TYT video, so it's understandable why they didn't know this at the time. But considering this report doesn't actually concern specific police actions that were or were not taken, I'm not sure why they were just so willing to go along with the narrative that this gang is currently controlling the apartment complex and extorting rent from people. The whole rent collection narrative never rang true to me because multiple tenants interviewed in these complexes repeatedly said that they were not paying rent to gang members. The allegations made in the report were a bit of an outlier, and I couldn't quite make sense of it other than my assumption that the report just was not providing full enough information. I believe this hypothesis was confirmed in a November article on the Denver Post. I'll read you an excerpt. Rent was not collected by gangs, said Chamberlain, the current police chief, last week. Tenants told police that some people would...
Here's my question, chat. How much do you think that this story, like this update on the story, is getting out? Because the way that this stuff works is that the story's got reach, the story's got legs while the story is hot, while people are talking about it, while Tyler Oliveira is making his video, right? You've got a lot of people hearing the version of the story, you know, where the gangs were collecting rent or whatever. But how many people, even locally, are aware that that turns out not to be true?
Bang on their doors and wouldn't leave until the occupant gave them $20, he said. Well, I guess it's possible these people are lying. I think it's more than likely that small sums of money were shaken down by these people by criminals, and that was construed to be some kind of rent collection operation. And I don't want to downplay that someone stealing $20 from you when you're low income can be a real blow, but it does not confirm the whole gang takeover rent collection operation that was being furthered by a property owner who needed some kind of diversion to hide the fact that he had let his property fall into complete crap. Also, one last note about that report. The law firm claims it was conducting it on behest of the bank that had lent the money to the property owners. Well, that same bank would then turn around and sue the property owners, so perhaps they were not entirely convinced of the gang takeover either. The second video that came out in October would repeat this claim that whether it was a few units or an entire apartment isn't an important distinction to be made, but that is very much at the heart of this.
Whether they had been taken over in full or partially, wherever you want to land on that, okay? Whatever makes you feel better.
I'm not even convinced that a few units were taken over.
Wait, they did an update on this? Did TYT do an update on this?
But the whole point of this narrative is that the owner of this property is trying to claim that the entire building has been taken over and he's not able to collect rent from anybody. The local outlet, Denverite, took a closer look at the arrest records of the alleged Tren de Aragua members to provide further details, and only one of those arrests seemed to support the takeover narrative. A man was arrested for entering the apartment of 2 other residents at the Edge at Lowry and threatened them with a gun. He apparently told the couple to get out and then let 5 men in. And there was a comment about how they run this place, although he used a word I probably shouldn't use on YouTube. And this man was arrested. Although an interesting detail about the couple is that one of them was also alleged to be a member of Tren de Aragua, and he was also arrested because of charges from a separate incident involving one of his former roommates, who he assaulted after refusing to pay his share of the rent at a different location. I genuinely tried really hard to find any evidence of gang takeovers, and honestly, this one case is the best I could find. And this was published well after that first TYT video came up. A single unit that was taken over with the perpetrator arrested by police. Now, I haven't inspected all these units myself, and I suppose there are crimes out there that may have...
And that was another aspect of the TYT story that stank to high hell, that there were, like, blatant crimes being committed and that the police refused to do anything about them. That was paired with the denial of the testimony of the police officer that was filmed on local news, right? That was the one part of the story from local news that they had any scrutiny for. Was like, well, you know, this cop is saying this, but obviously it's because she doesn't want to look bad, and it's terrible that her community, like, right, that they, I don't know, but with the idea that, like, I don't know, the implication, at least according to like the right-wing version of this, like the actual justice warrior version of this, is that someone in the government is like, don't mess with those Tren de Araguas. That's those are our guys, or so. Like the Biden administration is like telling the like local cops like not to do their job. There were, you know, you like, because the whole thing, the whole, any of these stories, whether it's about Peanut the squirrel, or whether it's about Tren de Aragua in Aurora, Colorado, right? It's always going to be blamed high enough up the chain of government to implicate some Democrat, right? Remember the whole Peanut thing was, yeah, that's because Kathy Hochul is too woke, and she made them take Peanut the squirrel. She's too woke, so she wants to do animal control. When they did animal control, that was what led to the euthanization and dissection of Peanut the squirrel, was the wokeness of the Democrats that were in charge. The Republicans would never take your squirrel for you. They'd be like, you keep your rabid squirrel, you have fun with that thing, you make TikTok videos on it, you do whatever. You keep Peanut the squirrel. But the Democrats, they're like, we're too woke to let anyone enjoy having a pet. We must take this beautiful pet from them.
Been committed that no one...
But it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It's this weird, like, you know, yeah, something, you know, immigrants are here. They're not being, like, blown off the face of the earth. And so, therefore, it is the fault of the Democrat that, you know, it's either Biden's fault, or Kamala's fault in this case, right? Or it's Kathy Hochul's fault. And Kathy Hochul is seen as like a true lefty.
And has come forward and provided any firm evidence of, but at the very least, I feel very confident in saying that the property owner's story of several buildings being under the control of gangs is, at the very least, a gross exaggeration. Looking through these arrests, one other interesting detail is that for the November 2023 assault at Whispering Pines, the victim was identified as none other than Zev Baumgarten, the property owner who has neglected these buildings. I should make it explicitly clear that obviously this is not okay. Even though he's been absolutely atrocious to his tenants, that doesn't justify some guys beating the crap out of him. There was a man who was arrested for this assault, and he was identified as potentially being a member of Tren de Aragua. Baumgarten pretty much never does interviews, so we can really only speculate what this assault has done to his perception of what's going on in those buildings, but it is quite possible that the experience colored his perspective somewhat. And I should restate, regardless of any sort of assault, his negligence towards the property, including allowing conditions that increased the incidence of crime there, go back well before the Venezuelan people moved into those buildings. The Young Turks video spends surprisingly little time talking about Baumgarten, but they did have another group they dedicated minutes of their time to complaining about.
For the lefties who are watching this, who are concerned, oh my God, please, please, please don't report the truth because it's going to paint migrants in a negative light. The migrants are the ones who are victimized by this. So if you care about migrants, if you care about immigrants, you should not want them to live under these conditions.
If you're pushing back against the demagoguing of immigrants, I just did that. That's how you do that, okay? But if you say
by going along with a moral panic, that's how you do that, Jink? By feeding into bullshit stories? Because you think it makes you a fucking heterodox thinker to report on something that the far right is talking about?
To push back against that, I'm just going to pretend that no immigrant has ever committed a crime and that those gangs aren't here and they haven't taken over anything. You sound ridiculous.
Hearing stuff like this makes me wonder what portion of this video comes out of concern for the residents and what portion is being created to push back against annoying people on the left. I'm not saying it has to be one or the other, but it seems like a bit of both are clearly at play for the residents.
Those gangs aren't here and they haven't taken over anything. You sound ridiculous.
Hearing stuff like this makes me wonder what portion of this video comes out of concern for the residents and what portion is being created to push back against annoying people on the left. I'm not saying it has to be one or the other, but it seems like a bit of both are clearly at play here.
I mean, there definitely is a reaction from TYT to any story that reinforces their narrative that the actual crimes being committed are somehow not reflected in the crime rates. Anything that adds to that whole thing, but I don't know. For me, I mean, I guess I'm trying to think. I think I've seen a clip of Jink prior to this being pretty weird about immigrants, but wait, what? Should it be, did I miss one, Davy? I actually don't see what you're talking about, but maybe my... Whoa. I'm just trying to think. I feel like I've seen Jink be reactionary about immigrants before, but I can't entirely remember. Anonymous, thank you for the contribution on Throne. Wow, we hit the dono goal. I'm not sure like where. Oh my gosh, chat, it's gonna be really close. I haven't even counted it up. Yeah, did I? Okay, Narwhal is like, yeah, I didn't see what you said. What you said you saw, Davi, but like, I guess my chat thingy could be wrong. I don't know. But let me scroll back and see if I see what you're talking about. Oh my god, it doesn't even let me scroll that far back, and you're a fairly active chat.
As someone who is annoyed by people on the
15 for Rudyard. Oh, I don't think so. It's not just Rudyard. So know what you're voting for, all right? It's not just Rudyard, it's Rudyard's older brother. This is another dude that's like Rudyard if Rudyard went to college. If that sounds appealing to you, then that's what you should vote for. Because at the end of the day, the dono goal is about what the chat is feeling, what the donors are feeling, and we'll get to the dragons at some point, maybe.
left.
I still believe in dragons.
I understand that impulse. And hey, sometimes it's important to push back against annoying.
But I do think I should, I don't know, I feel like I shouldn't do segments where I'm like, because on some level, the visa stuff is like legal advice, right? It's not legal advice. Obviously, I can't give you legal advice, and you know that I'm not a lawyer and that nothing that I say should be taken as legal advice, right? But it's that important, right? To get right and to understand and to not like, I wouldn't ever want anyone to like travel based on a faulty understanding of like visa laws. And I just didn't want to say, I'm sorry I got quiet when I was doing that segment, but I just did not want to give information that I wasn't sure was 100% right. And it turns out the Canadian, the rules around it is particularly in Canada were more complicated than I thought. And that makes me wonder, you know, am I understanding any of this completely? Because like I said, I don't want to give anybody a faulty impression of like how immigrating would work.
Figures who are making it tougher to operate in that space. But when it comes to genuine concern over these residents and how they're being victimized, I've already described a lot of context that was left out of that story. And more importantly, there was no mention whatsoever of what was going on in Fitzsimmons Place, the third property supposedly taken over by a violent Venezuelan gang. If you truly care about the residents in these complexes, I don't know how the story of Fitzsimmons Place can be ignored. So let's go into some detail about that. Fitzsimmons Place was declared a nuisance.
Well, Davi, that's why I shut up. Like when I was reading through it, right? That's why I just didn't want to say anything, because like I was reading information that made me call into question my prior understanding of how that stuff works. And so yeah, you're right. Saying nothing at all is better than saying something that's wrong that somebody might base their decisions on. And it's not legal advice, obviously, and no one thought it was legal advice, but it is that important, right? You know, especially right now with the situation that we're having, where it is like, you know, I don't want to exaggerate anything or be melodramatic, but yeah, I think that in some cases, like, it might be a life or death situation for people.
Activity by the city in September of 2023. The city described how crime at the property had gone up 30% since 2019 when it was purchased by Baumgarten. One interesting fact about the nuisance notice is that it has a list of the many crimes that took place at this property in the preceding 12 months, including several before the arrival of any Venezuelan migrants to Aurora. And all of these crimes.
So this is what I noticed about Aurora is that, yeah, it does actually have, you know, so I'm used to seeing, like crime incidents and statistics be exaggerated by people like the Young Turks. But in the case of Aurora, it is in, I think, the top 2% of the crime, as far as crime rate in the country. So relative to other places, like per person, Aurora does indeed have a lot of crime.
Before the supposed gang takeover began, the city would insist that crime is not the reason this building would eventually be shut down, but this notice does serve as firm documentation that this has been a long-standing problem at the property and isn't the product of recent immigration. And I really shouldn't have to say this, but If you're claiming that your story is about the crime affecting these people and the only criminals you seem to be talking about are the Venezuelan immigrants, you have more in common with the right-wing media when covering this story than you realize. By mid-August, before the viral video went live, Fitzsimmons' place would be shut down, leaving nearly 200 people without a home.
She says for the past 3 months, she's always paid her rent on time, but has had continuing issues with lighting in the kitchen and issues with the front door and pest control problems. Also, half the month of August nearly gone doesn't give her family much time to find permanent housing moving forward.
Listening to the stories of these residents, it's really heartbreaking. They were paying $1,600 a month to live in apartments that had serious problems. Speaking to CBS News, one former resident said,
"Our hot water is turned off every week. We have to boil water to take a warm shower, and there's a lot of rats."
Although many of the residents describe the lack of safety in the community, it's very tough to find anyone supporting the gang narrative presented by the property manager. In fact, following the evictions,
and the right wing is fine with that because they'll say, oh, you know what it is? The gang went around and they told these people, don't tell anyone there's a gang here. Don't tell anyone we're collecting your rent. They've got a built-in denial mechanism there.
Residents of Fitzsimmons Place filed a class action lawsuit against Zev Baumgarten and his business partner. Notably, it's not the city they were going after or the police department. They blame the property owner for the problems in their building. A civil rights attorney spoke to local news about the issue.
They didn't have any excuse until it was leaked that Aurora was going to be condemning this building. Only just about 2 weeks ago did the Baumgartens and their companies hire a public relations firm to start pushing this narrative that the building was taken over by gangs, and for that reason they had to cease property management operations. But the reality is they had ceased.
Wait, who's this guy?
It's not the city they were going after or the police department. They blame the property owner for the problems in their building. A civil rights attorney spoke to local news about the issue.
They didn't have any excuse until it was leaked that the building.
When people are talking about the viral video came out.
For that reason, they had to cease property management operations. But the reality is they had ceased operations long before this news leaked that Aurora was going to be condemning the building.
By the time the viral video came out, Fitzsimmons Place was already old news. And it's hard to say a gang has taken over a building that has been completely shut down. But realize when people are talking about apartment buildings that have been taken over by gangs, of the three of them, one of them isn't even open anymore. But while we're on the topic of Fitzsimmons Place, those 81 charges I mentioned against Baumgarten from the city were conditionally dismissed. Baumgarten waived the right to a speedy trial and must now reimburse the city up to $60,000 to secure the property. He then either has to sell or lease the property to a new owner, or bring the building back up to code to resolve the many issues it's facing. This needs to be completed in the next 6 months. Although the delay in the trial must be some kind of relief to Baumgarten, it seems strange to me to take that agreement because it seemed like the perfect time to present all the evidence of a gang having taken over a property because of the city's negligence. But instead, he is spending a significant amount of money to secure the building, possibly even more if he decides to bring it up to code, or he'll have to sell the property. If this deal seems a little too generous for the guy, well, I'll have a little more on that later. There is one section of the video that does come close to understanding what might be happening here.
Some of them are saying, no, the gang violence isn't the problem. The real problem is the landlord. But both things can be true, guys. The landlord being neglectful and not taking care of the building could actually attract more crime. That usually happens when...
See, the thing is, look, there's a story about crime as an issue locally. You know, it should be a story about the overall crime rate. If there's a story nationally, it should be a story about the overall crime rate. Instead, what we're getting is anecdotes being taken as symbolic of an overall rise in crime in the United States, and that crime being attributed to illegal immigrants. And that's the story that ends up setting the tone for what people believe. not the truth. And it's all because of fucking local news.
Gangs or criminals see a building kind of falling apart, they see it as an opportunity to come in and take over.
Does she think the criminals like to live in squalor or something? Yeah, it gives them +5 to their morale.
So I don't see that as, oh, well, it's one or the other. It could totally be both.
What bothers me in this video is that it really dismisses the claims of many of the tenants that are trying to highlight how the property owner has completely abandoned them. The tenants are trying to get people to understand that this isn't a story about crime, or at least it's not a story specifically about gang crime. And the reason that this story made it into the headlines isn't because gang violence is out of control in these buildings. It's because gang violence is being tied to an immigrant community so a property owner can scapegoat them to hide his own negligence. And that's the frustration being created by this video. Instead of focusing on the bigger problem making the lives of these tenants miserable, attention is instead being redirected to the more salacious story of a Venezuelan gang. That's probably why the tenants have been vocal after the fact, trying to change that narrative. But instead of highlighting the many stories of the tenants of these buildings, we instead get clips of Cindy Romero in the TYT video. Honestly, I'm not too interested in digging into the details of this lady because she's a private citizen. But what's more important than this specific tenant?
Yeah, she's a tenant. Okay.
Is the context in which she's being presented to us. And to understand why she's being presented to us in a specific context, we have to talk about a certain Aurora City Council member named Danielle Jurinsky.
There we go.
Mentioned until late in the TYT video, she does make an uncredited cameo early on.
I'm trying to remember if it was like actual Justice Warrior or if it was TYT that like, because MR covered this too, and I think that, yeah, there were certain people. No, sorry, it was Hassan. Oh, that's right. It was between Hassan and TYT. Hassan covered this too, and he mentioned certain local officials who he thought were particularly bad actors in this situation. TYT got so mad at him. Like, oh, how dare you attack this person as a hate monger, as a racist, when they're just trying to protect their community?
The governor, Jared Polis, claims that the allegations are a figment of your imagination.
This is so wrong, I'm tempted to call it a lie. Although it could just be that no one really bothered to look up where this imagination comment comes from. Let's look at the full context of the quote here, though. This actually doesn't come from the governor, by the way. It comes from one of his spokespeople. According to police intelligence, this purported invasion is largely a feature of Danielle Jurinsky's imagination. That kind of changes everything, huh? He's not talking about everyone. He means the aforementioned council member Jurinsky. She is described later in the TYT video like this.
Some streamers have decided to smear the city council member who helped.
Yep, now I remember.
This woman who's low income move out of her home into a safe place to live. And they smear the city council member, as racist because she is concerned about this crime that's going on. Okay.
Although I can't purport to be an expert on Danielle Jurinsky, I can give you a bit of background on her that will help clarify where she's coming from. On July 28th, there was a massive gathering of about 3,000 to 4,000 people in a shopping center parking lot where these individuals had gathered to hear about the presidential elections in Venezuela, many of them naturally being Venezuelans eager for news about their home country. The gathering alarmed some residents, and rumors began swirling on social media. One of the loudest voices was Aurora City Councilor Danielle Jurinsky. Jurinsky had already been vocal in the past about her displeasure for the influx of new arrivals south of the border. She is very much an anti-immigration city councilor. Her post on Facebook regarding this gathering was far more heated, though. In part, it read, "Thousands of these folks took over and completely shut down a part of our city. The police were totally overrun and were forced to get out of the area for their safety. A police car was shot up. This is the United States of America. This is your city. Please, please spread the word. This November's election may, in fact, be the actual most important of your lives."
I love the weird idea that when Venezuelans gather in numbers, they are magically able to destroy police cars. The police are helpless against them. That
your children's lives and your grandchildren's lives. The Venezuelans were,
and also obviously the other part being that the assumption being that a massive gathering of Venezuelans, they must be up to no good if you're this racist council lady.
Or not, in fact.
It's literally like they're experiencing an election together. They're
taking over the city. And after the results of the Venezuelan election came in, they pretty much went home. Police would later clarify that while a gun was fired into the air at some point, a police car was not shot up. They also described how police were there for the entire event and didn't make any arrests, and that there were no reports about rioting or people being attacked or businesses being damaged. To be fair, there was a lot of trash left behind, and while that is a shame to see, it's also something you'd find after a music festival or a large gathering of people. But Jurinsky's comments weren't about littering. They were about a Venezuelan gang taking over Aurora. Jurinsky would later claim that this gathering was organized by Tren de Aragua and that it was some kind of test.
It is a pretty cool power
they were running. This is the
a test they were running?
Imagination at work in this story.
Oh, fuck?
It seems as though her attitudes toward
This is the emergency Tren de Aragua system. Had this been a real riot, then the alarm would have, the signal would have been followed by instructions.
Towards immigrants and this apartment complex takeover were a perfect fit. Jurinsky did not enter to this controversy after helping Cindy Romero move, though. In fact, she very clearly went on record about it at least a week prior to that viral video being shot. Around the time of the gang takeover narrative first appearing in local news back in August, Danielle Jurinsky, along with counselors Stephanie Hancock and Steven Sundberg, also started speaking out for the property management company during a public safety committee at this time. They claimed there was a big gang problem in the city, and they didn't believe Fitzsimmons Place was being shut down because of code violations. Here's some footage from that meeting.
Oh no, what the fuck is this curse shit?
We believe that our opinions are not up for debate. This is our beliefs. The three of us believe that there is a gang problem, a huge gang problem.
Okay, I gotta ask you something, chat. Straight up. When COVID happened, some people's brains seem to have just gone into, and maybe they were already getting there, right? I mean, like QAnon was already a thing, but this kind of shit right here, like we know what our opinions are, and our opinions are not wrong. Like these people are not functional.
Complexes and areas of our city are being taken over. This is what we believe.
There was another part of this meeting where Jurinsky mentions the property manager for...
Hey, how about Davi? How about Tren de Aragua Tofana? Trenta de... Oh yeah, there we go. That's it. You're thinking the same thing that I'm thinking.
Fitzsimmons Place was physically attacked at the end of 2023.
And then the property manager was beaten so badly he was hospitalized last November, Mayor, and APD is aware of this.
It's interesting that Jurinsky mentioned this particular assault because it was detailed in that report I mentioned earlier that was sent to the city on...
I feel like this is all about Republicans just loving to say Tren de Aragua. I think they just like to say it.
August 9th. That supposedly detailed...
Any excuse to say Tren de Aragua and roll every R. That's...
how gangs had taken over.
This is what it is.
CBZ. This
they just want to say the word.
Video was uploaded on August 8th, the day before that letter actually arrived to City Hall. So it suggests to some degree that Jurinsky has been in communication with either CBZ management or the law firm conducting the investigation. Do you remember that settlement that pushed back Baumgarten's trial? The one over Fitzsimmons Place where he's spending $60,000 and might have to sell the property?
The one you told us to put a pin in? Yeah.
An interesting detail there is that if you look up the actual agreement, you can see that it was negotiated with a city council member, Danielle Jurinsky. So apparently in some capacity, Jurinsky was involved in hashing out this deal that created the possibility for Baumgarten to hold on to his property. Just another interesting connection between the two. I suppose she could have been representing the city. Although...
Oh my God, Narwhal, thank you. I kind of needed that.
So I suspect the city manager was doing that, and considering a few days before this agreement was reached.
Wait, Choki, are you saying my vibes are good now? That's a good thing. I'm glad if I could help you get back to sleep, because I know that last hour of sleep is crucial. And I'm glad that I can serve that role, because yeah, I know the feeling, I guess, is what I'm saying.
She didn't believe that code violations were the reasons this building was shut down. So I suspect she wasn't exactly holding Baumgarten's feet to the fire on this one. And of course, all of this was happening before that viral video went live, and Jurinski presented herself as some kind of savior stepping in to rescue a tenant. Jurinski has affixed herself to Romero and is frequently sharing the tenant's story. In one more recent case, she was literally coaching her on stage while she was speaking at a Trump rally.
The loud music, the destruction.
Welcome, streamer. Welcome, Raiders.
The gunshots.
The PR company Red Banyan also has a history of using politicians for its messaging, specifically when it comes to this gang takeover story. Going back to when it first broke in early August, Republican congressional candidate John Fabricatori was identified by that PR firm working for the property owner as someone who was a representative for CBZ Property Management. A quote from a 9 News article reads, Fabricatori said the city didn't want to arrest illegal aliens because of...
This was my favorite part of the story. This guy's name is Fabricatori, and I remember Hassan talking to like someone who lived there and them explaining the whole thing. And when they got to Fabricatori, they're like explaining that this guy was lying. He was making something up. He was fabricating. You mean to tell me that the guy named Fabricatori fabricated this? And it's like, yeah.
And he said the property owner had invested in improving the building. Now, I'm not saying anyone is on the Fabricatori said Tory was identifications for its messaging, specifically when it comes to this gang takeover story. Going back to when it first broke in early August, Republican congressional candidate John Fabricatori was identified by that PR firm working for the property owner as someone who was a representative for CBZ Property Management. A quote from a 9 News article reads, Fabricatori said the city didn't want to arrest illegal aliens because of bad optics, and he said the property owner had invested in improving the building. Now,
Fabricatori fabricated it.
I'm not saying anyone is on...
NCC's vibes are impeccable. That's what Ethan Klein said. You always have good vibes here, but yeah, it's general today. Yeah, that's what always happens when I'm sitting down. It's a much more chill stream.
The payroll for one company or another, but I think there is a confluence of interests going on here. We have a property owner creating a gang narrative in an attempt to deflect responsibility for his own negligence.
Wait, who did Scaramucci mooch off of?
Towards his properties, and a politician advancing their own career using anti-immigrant rhetoric. So we have two very self-interested parties using this story to advance their own careers, something that is completely missing from that TYT video.
They defended them. They defended both of those.
To be as fair as possible.
Politicians.
There is a decent amount of pushback that comes from the TYT video regarding how immigrants are being demonized by the right.
And overall, when you look at the crime rates, we've been over this many, many times.
But it's kind of like if you spread fake stories about immigrants, even if you're like, well, now you shouldn't be doing a moral panic. I like, what are they trying to say? Like, aren't they? I feel like immigration is one of the issues that they're pretty right wing on, right? Like they're sort of on board.
I hate to break it to you guys, but native-born Americans, twice as violent, twice as many crimes as undocumented immigrants, and 4 times as many crimes as documented immigrants.
And that's great. I'm glad they did that. But this pushback is incomplete when they also don't show how the property owner is complicit in all of this and also provide cover for some of the conservative politicians who are exploiting this crisis and presenting a city council member like Jurinski as someone who simply wanted to help her constituents.
Oh, she definitely looks like she wants to help her constituents.
A little over a month later, on October 14th, the Young Turks uploaded a second video on the subject titled J.D. Vance Interview Gets Tense Over Venezuelan Gangs. And this was not a great video.
The incidents were limited to a
So, chat, we never saw this one. I didn't realize that they had done a follow-up.
handful of apartment complexes, and the mayor said our dedicated police officers have acted on those concerns. A handful of problems.
Only, Martha, do you hear yourself? Only a handful of apartment complexes in America were taken over by Venezuelan gangs.
Fast forward to this past weekend, and you have Martha Raddatz say, no, it wasn't a big deal. It was limited to a handful of apartment complexes.
This is a...
Isn't that kind of like not what she said?
Of the words that were said. Martha Raddatz is not explicitly confirming gang takeovers of apartment buildings. She tried to clarify that there have been gang-related problems, but then she is misconstrued by J.D. Vance, someone who has, by the way, gone on record as having manufactured stories to spread
Chat, this fucking monster might be the president in not too long.
Rhetoric.
I say that we're creating a story, meaning we're creating the American media focusing on it.
This is one of these moments that just seems like a breakdown in understanding what words mean. Saying something is a problem doesn't mean confirming how that problem is construed by
Motivated logic does this to somebody, though.
By the other party. Even if Martha Raddatz...
Like, right, when they're on a thing to sell a narrative, anything that... It's just like QAnon, anything that fits that narrative, right?
It's completely agreed with J.D. Vance here. Is that really the extent to which a story can be confirmed now? A comment from a moderator? I'm not even really sure what to push back against here because there's no real substance. Yet it's being treated by this video as some kind of grand vindication. I know that this is a common talking point that's been circulated in right-wing media, but it's obviously been exaggerated.
The Aurora Police Department put out a press release about the Venezuelan gang members that they had identified and arrested.
When you look at the details of these 10 men who have been arrested, they don't really speak to any sort of extortion scheme or apartment takeover narrative. Many of the charges involve things like domestic violence, and several men were arrested over one specific shooting. There was a fight that broke out at a party, and there was an instance of one gang member breaking into the apartment that was occupied by a different gang member. While it's certainly conceivable that some residents at these apartments have been shaken down for money or robbed at some point, a robber might have even said they were calling it rent for living there. This is me being incredibly charitable, as it's hard to find firm evidence of any of that having happened, and certainly not to the extent at which it is being alleged by the property owner. In fact, the original video claiming the poor living conditions and violence had nothing to do with one another was part of the problem. And much like the original video, a huge portion of this video is designed to attack the left.
And I love how easily they just dismiss it like it's no big deal. Do we care about people or not? Do we care about people living in poverty or not?
Then the extreme left goes, aha! That's actually the landlord, and there's...
Chat, I want to know something, okay? I used to watch The Young Turks and think that Anna Kasparian was a pretty likable person. She, at this point, seems like the opposite. I don't know what's wrong with her, but just like the way she's like hunching over and she's doing this, you know what I'm talking about? That this shit, it's not charismatic. Did she change? Has she always been this cringe and I just didn't notice it? Or is performing this anti-wokeness like causing her to...
There's no Venezuelan gangs at all.
Change in some way.
Everybody's fine. No apartments were taken over, and we live in Shangri-La. And when the leftists see this picture, they think they don't exist.
I don't understand why this is part of the story. It just reads incredibly petty and meaningless to engage in this sort of thing. But as someone who
she took the substance,
I do feel like I need to respond to this. I'd point out that there are a lot of great leftists doing important work, specifically when it comes to this story. There was one underreported one I really wanted to share, and to be honest, it's a huge part of why I wanted to make this video, because this is something that was not widely reported even in local media. This comes from an article in Denverite, which provided a lot of personal stories of many of the people who were living in Fitzsimmons Place and how they were struggling to find rooms in hotels after their building was shut down. One way in which the city, I think, is to blame for what's going on is how quickly they shut down Fitzsimmons Place. Although there had been a lot of talk of it being shut down, the actual deadline to shut the whole place down was only a few weeks, and a lot of residents simply didn't have the time to find new accommodations. The city, for its part, offered to pay for hotel rooms for a couple of weeks, but residents were pretty much left on their own to figure out what was going on. Much of the work of helping these people fell on volunteers from...
She's as cringe as she was. So maybe she was. Maybe she was always like this. And it just didn't... I just don't remember her being this angry. Like, right? And there was stuff that she would have been angry about. There was stuff that she would have disagreed with. Maybe stuff on the other side of the political aisle, but...
From groups such as East Colfax Community Collective and House Keys Action Network Denver. The article describes them as a group of anarchists, socialists, students, and neighborhood organizers who help people get water, food, and arrange for their accommodations, making sure they had appropriate transportation and rooms booked so these families wouldn't be left on the street. As a quick aside, I talk a lot about leftist politics on this channel, and I see a lot of questions about how people can make a difference in their community. And if you're someone who wants to make a positive difference in your community and you're not sure where to start, look for organizations like these. They provide community support to people in really tough moments of their life. And it's really so easy sometimes to make a positive difference. In this case, it was just showing up with some food and water and helping people get from point A to point B. And while there are annoying leftists on the internet who will say all sorts of obnoxious things, I think the contributions of leftists in communities often gets ignored and minimized. They're out there doing the actual work.
So yeah, whenever the government is not doing something that it should be for its citizens, and people can organize parallel power structures to fulfill that need, that is how you... That is a very early step to changing the government. I mean, the value of that, right? First of all, to the people that are in need at the time. Second of all, to the community that's now closer together, that's now bound together. There are people from maybe very different backgrounds that have now built up a bond of trust, have realized that there is somebody out there that, you know, cares about me, and that when the shit hit the fan with getting kicked out of this apartment complex in the space of 2 weeks, I mean, like, most of the time, if you got something like that, you're going to have like a month's notice, right? But in this case, it's 2 weeks, and a month can be like pretty quick to plan for. But, you know, in this case, it's 2 weeks, right? The fact that there were people there that recognized what was happening and that, you know, filled the gap that the government wasn't filling, that's amazing. And there are, you know, organizations right now, probably in your community, that are doing stuff like this.
And to me, this is what I think of when I think of leftist activism. This article is an important read as it puts a human face on all of the people, particularly those who were affected by this building that was left in disrepair and then was suddenly shut down. And it also describes how stories of rampant gang violence is stereotyping an entire community. To be a Venezuelan person in Aurora right now is to be associated with the existence of this gang, a gang that is incredibly small and has limited to no influence in the city. As an update, on the other two buildings that were scheduled to be shut down, Whispering Pines and one of the buildings at the edge at Lowry are luckily staying open, and hundreds of more people won't be forced out of their homes. Even better, a court-appointed third party has taken control of these properties and will begin making long-needed repairs, something that should have been done for Fitzsimmons Place rather than having all the tenants be evicted. At least for the residents of two of the properties, there is some degree of justice. To clarify this just a little bit, the court-appointing third party isn't part of any kind of settlement with the city, who had been threatening to shut the places down. Rather, this is because the owner defaulted on millions of dollars in loans and were sued by the U.S. Bank Trust Company, and the buildings are now in receivership. Also, I want to point out that the bank suing the property owner is the same bank that had that report commissioned about the supposed takeover of Whispering Pine.
The bank suing the property owner is the same bank that
now in receivership. Also, I want to point out that the bank suing the property owner is the same bank that had that report commissioned about the supposed takeover of Whispering Pines. I want to include some additional...
So the owner went to the bank with an excuse of, my apartment building's been taken over by gangs. And the bank did an investigation.
Context specifically regarding Fitzsimmons Place that has recently come out regarding when it was labeled a public nuisance in September 2023. In documents that were uncovered by 9 News, a report from a police officer and several communications with city officials show them repeatedly warning the property owners of the growing problem with crime as a result of the poor conditions the building was left in. Numerous recommendations were made to improve safety within the building that simply weren't followed through with. Police even made the offer of helping with security, but there's no evidence that they were ever taken up on that offer. I'm sure to some degree, police could have done a better job of providing safety for any of the people there. After all, several tenants had reported very slow responses to 911 calls. But what these documents do reflect is how the property owners were very much informed on the growing issues within their building and were repeatedly offered solutions and services to help deal with it, and then they seemingly did nothing to address those issues. The documents also make mention of an unnamed gang having a presence in that building, though there is no mention of any sort of elaborate rent extortion plan. The closest they get to that is that apparently after a shooting in October of 2023, threats were made to some residents not to speak to the police about it. And to reiterate, this report only covers Fitzsimmons Place, which was closed in mid-August. I do have one more update about Zev Baumgarten, and this is kind of an odd development. The guy was scheduled to appear in court on October 24th, but apparently the city hasn't been able to find him. Several summons were sent to the addresses registered to him, but they all came back saying that the addresses were not found. They tried sending the summons to his lawyer, but got no response. If anyone knows this guy, they might want to let him know that the city of Aurora is looking for him, and he has to appear in court soon. This video was not very fun to make, and it really seems like a piece of bait that was designed for media outlets to further the interests of conservative politicians and a property owner. While I don't think we should never talk about it, period, or pretend like gang violence isn't happening, not providing that additional context, I think, allows stories like these to perpetuate. Another thing that really annoys me in these videos is the ridiculous disparity in power between the two groups being complained about. Even taking the video at face value and pretending it's not leaving out important context that would dramatically change people's understanding of the story, you have, on the one hand, the voices on the right, which include Donald Trump and various high-ranking Republican officials who are in the middle of a political campaign to take control of the federal government. On the other hand, representing the left, you have some online leftists. After looking at all of the context of this story, it very clearly appears to me to be bait.
I find it hard to believe that Anna's attitude starts and stops with the cameras. I can't imagine how it must feel to work with her. Yeah, especially if you're somebody like John Aurora, who's made it known that you don't agree with her her perspective on a lot of this stuff.
Specifically to get people talking about the danger of immigrants. That's not to say that crime hasn't happened in this location. There are countless areas in the United States where crime happens, including apartment buildings. And some of those crimes involve gangs. And some of those crimes involve...
Why is he getting smoother?
...gangs that have immigrants. In that respect, there's nothing particularly special or interesting about this story. And it was very and obviously seeded by the property owner to deflect from his own responsibility. And is obviously being taken advantage of by political parties trying to advance their interests ahead of an election. By not pointing out that context, these videos fall for the trap and swallow the bait whole. Yeah, they say that Donald Trump shouldn't be such a racist, but they're still covering this story as if it's anything other than anti-immigrant bait. Originally, this video was actually going to be about the Aurora complex story more broadly, using the TYT video as a jumping off point, but I decided to refocus this as a response video because information kept coming out regarding the apartment complexes, and rather than spend however long I would need to go over each new piece of information and how it's poorly sourced or misleading because some of it is being omitted. I wanted to focus instead on how this is being discussed in a supposedly left-wing space, because I think it's important to look at other parties that claim to be on the left with a critical eye sometimes and call them out when you think they're wrong about something. And ultimately, that's what this video, I hope, will do for people. I hope you found it useful, and if you found it especially useful, do consider becoming a patron for this channel or a channel member. You will get early access to videos, fun bonuses I throw in every now and again, and your name in the credits like all these fine people you see scrolling up the screen now. If you would like to support this channel in a non-monetary fashion, you can like, comment, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications, and share it on social media. Thank you all so much for watching.
Let me give you the URL if you want to follow this person. This is Jose on YouTube.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back.
No, beautiful bastards. Oh my god, chat. No, it's not time for Philly D. It's time for bonus. Bonus C. Bonus content, that is. Now, I'm trying to figure out what exactly to show you because there is a figure I have been made aware of, mostly by Shakespeare, who may or may not be in the chat right now, who goes by the moniker, the nom de guerre de l'internet, Bronze Age Pervert. And he represents a different strain of right-wing thought. A strain that's a little bit less anti-intellectual, but still somehow worse, right? And that this is like a high-class chuddery that Bronze Age Pervert is doing. I'm trying to figure out the right video to start us off on to introduce this topic, because I'm assuming that most of you have not heard of the Bronze Age Pervert or his Bronze Age mindset. So these were some suggested videos in stream suggestions. Let's see if they shed some light on this weird guy. What is Quill Out again? It's like a right-wing thing.
Welcome back to another episode of the Quill Etc. podcast. Today I'm with Oliver Traldi. Oliver is a postdoctoral research fellow at Princeton University. He's also a regular contributor to Quillette, where he writes on a number of issues, but what I'm most interested in is his commentary on online subcultures. His most recent article for Quillette.
Great, now we're right up in that subculture. Remember, chat, we started off the stream talking about subcultures?
Is a review of Costin Almario's doctoral thesis submitted some 10 years ago to Yale's
Okay, so if you're looking for a real name, that's the real name. That's the pervert's name. You're not going to hear him referred to as that very much.
Political science department. For the uninitiated, or for those of you who aren't perpetually online like myself, Costin Almario is the guy behind the large and contentious Twitter account Bronze Age Pervert, often abbreviated as BAP. Last year, both Politico and The Atlantic revealed that it was Almario, a 43-year-old Romanian American, who was behind the pseudonym, a pseudonym that has come to be associated with the manosphere, or the new right in online circles. BAP recently published his dissertation as a book on Amazon.
Remember, this is manosphere for like for college graduates, for even Ivy League people, right? Yeah, there we go. This is manosphere for Ivy League.
Under the title Selective Breeding and the Birth of Philosophy. Despite it selling really well, Oliver believes it doesn't add up to much for reasons he gets into in this conversation. Okay, I think that's a long enough intro. Let's get into it. How did figures such as BAP build such a following? Why are they so popular?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for having me.
I think it's because his name is BAP. I think people just like to BAP things.
It's funny, in this review, I tried not to comment too much on the phenomenon. I tried to be the one person who was like, I'm just going to treat this as though any other doctoral dissertation. What would I say if this was anybody else had written this doctoral dissertation? I think that one thing that has been common among several of the people I've reviewed is the demographics of who they're aiming at. Certainly online personalities, you have to appeal to the other people who are going to be online, right? And a lot of the time that's going to be lonely people, lonely men who...
Curtis Yarvin Light, or maybe maybe we could say what if alt hist heavy.
Maybe feel that there are certain imbalances in the world, or who feel they need to be told how to live or how to take charge of their own lives and things like that. So I was really struck by this, in a way, a negative comparison for BAP, because I had started thinking about this when I reviewed Jordan Peterson's book a little over 5 years ago.
That was a
Peterson,
Oh, speaking of right-wing intelligentsia. Now, I don't know how BAP stuff is going to compare to Peterson's fairly blatant pseudo-intellectualism. Kush Clark Kent, thank you for joining.
Analysis, by the way, because you compared it with...
I'm sorry, Kush Carl Glenn, not... Wait. Oh, it's a disparity between the... Okay, anyway, I called you both names.
Chapo Trap House's book as well.
And exactly. And it felt like all these people were going after the same demographic. I think I'm a little too old and also not quite lonely enough to be part of this demographic. I'm in my mid-30s. We'll leave it at that. Yeah. No, I'm 36. In that review, I was comparing Jordan Peterson's just be normal, clean your room, make your bed, don't lie to people. He had these sorts of pieces of advice. And, although there were a lot of problems with Peterson's book, I thought, yeah, a lot of people can benefit from that advice. And Chapo had this more of this, be like super online and burn it all down. And it's cool to have some like conspiracy theories about the CIA and stuff like that. Who knows? Maybe they're true. I don't know. And it seemed like, the BAP phenomenon is a little bit, in a way, even though it's on the right in a lot of ways, it's a bit more like the Chapo Trap House phenomenon. It's a bit...
Chapo... What house? They're comparing this guy to Chapo.
Bit more like don't listen to anybody's rules, don't think that you...
Yeah, that's what Chapo always tells me, don't listen to anybody's rules. Remember Chapo's book, Guide to Not Thinking About Anybody's Rules?
Into this culture, embrace your masculine energy, burn some shit down.
I remember when Chapo told me to embrace my masculine energy and burn some shit down. They had a whole episode about burning shit down, remember?
I think that spirit appealed to a lot of people. The Chapo Trap House book is not in any way like a self-help book and does not come equipped with...
Okay, I gotta admit, I haven't read the Chapo Guide to Revolution, if that's what he's talking about.
Self-help message the way Peterson's does, and BAP's does...
I believe you. When you say it doesn't do what Peterson's book does, I believe you.
In some ways, despite being about all these other topics, being about like ancient Greek philosophy and whatever it is, race and sex and warrior tribes and being on horseback, it does have, and his other book, Bronze Age Mindset, has a little bit of a feel of this is the way to make your life better is to just...
Oh God, so they're talking about the book Selective Breeding and the Birth of Philosophy. Not to be confused with his first book, Bronze Age Mindset. And what is it about these right-wingers that they always got to have like a mindset? Remember like Michael Cernovich had the gorilla mindset? That was some manosphere shit right there. Gorilla mindset. Get that gorilla mindset going.
Grab it and stop just living, but be vital and fight for what you want and be strong. Don't be weak. Don't be dominated by other people. Be strong. Be like Nietzsche said, even though, I don't know, when I talk to Nietzsche people, they're like, that's not exactly, what Nietzsche would have said.
Nietzsche would not have appreciated the appropriation by BAP.
To be honest, I haven't read Nietzsche. I'm probably getting to that period of my life where I'm like, I really should, by the age of 30, I should at least have a go at it. But have there always been self-help books? Meditations was written, I don't think it was made for like public consumption, right? It was
Right.
Now it's being consumed as a self-help book. What's the history of philosophers writing sort of self-help books?
It's a good question. On the one hand, I would say that the contemporary
Meditations. Is she talking about Descartes?
self-help phenomenon, well, it seems very contemporary, right? It seems to speak to something in our culture where people have this combination of being very self-involved, but also not thinking very highly of themselves, right? Our constant thoughts are like, I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough. I need to make myself better. It's like low self-esteem.
So, Chap, I want to get you into this. I want to like explain this weird phenomenon, but I also want to show you like the weirdness that is Bronze Age pervert himself.
Esteem, but it's like high self-esteem because you think you're so important that all of your energy should be spent on yourself, right? And actually, if you go into a bookstore, sometimes you'll find, if you look in the philosophy section, sometimes you will find self-help books there, which is funny to us professional philosophers, but maybe it shouldn't be so funny. One thing that people who don't like the kind of professionalization of academic philosophy will say is that in the history of philosophy, especially ancient philosophy, philosophy was a bit more connected to sort of like immediate questions about how should I live? What sort of life should I have? In that sense of immediacy,
So you're telling me it's a self-help book, but I should still take it seriously as a philosophy book because there was lots of great philosophy books that were basically.
Think of the origins of.
I mean, Pythagoras, right? Was like his famous book, "Don't Eat Any Beans," because they're alive, man. Also, here's the golden ratio. I don't know.
Philosophy as being a bit more connected to self-help traditions. And in fact, there's no question that the repackaging of ancient ideas is part of the contemporary self-help literature. For example, maybe the most obvious example is the Stoics, right? There's every few years, there's a new book about, there are these people called the Stoics, and what they thought, well, it doesn't quite matter exactly what they thought, but it was something along the lines of just don't let negative things affect you too much or something like that. And then, this is like a brilliant idea that sells a lot of books.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the possibly more funny.
A number of other like online sort of bodybuilding figures because I'm quite into bodybuilding.
Okay.
And that's actually where I first heard esoteric. And well, from what I read, Hitler was into esoteric sort of ideas and like, I don't know if you know anything about that. I might be completely butchering this.
No, to be honest, I don't know too much about that. It's probably the term esoteric being.
I do feel like you're digging yourself a nice hole, though. That's
ways. Esoteric.
That's pretty cool.
Are like rare objects, maybe like occult objects. But in this sense, it's just being used to distinguish kind of two ways of reading. It's interesting about the bodybuilders. It does make sense. I didn't read Bronze Age mindset too closely, but I do know that part of this sort of overriding BAP philosophy is like, be strong, be masculine, lift your weights, get big. Again, I only have a rudimentary understanding of this space.
This sounds like great shit. This guy's a genius, clearly.
But it's not the case that everybody is in complete agreement in this space either. For example, my understanding is that BAP and his work is sort of like.
I feel like, okay, Chad, I'm going to be real. I feel like BAP would eat my liver with fava beans and a nice Chianti. This is the kind of cultured person that I'm imagining. This is who Donald Trump was talking about.
Not big on getting married and having a family and stuff like that. That would stop you from your marauding, pirating ways. And there's also the issue of like sexuality for BAP. There's a lot of argument about, whether he himself is gay and whether his philosophy is a philosophy of spending all your time around men, basically.
Yeah, Myron. And he doesn't have to be gay. Look, at a certain level, like the amount of attention paid towards other men's body is going to be the same between somebody who actually is gay and somebody who is into this far right. What is it? Like was androphilia the word? I could be maybe that's something else.
It's quite hedonistic, right?
It's hedonistic and strength-based, but also there's other hints of the sorts of relationships among men that he discusses in the thesis. This didn't make its way into my review, but in the thesis, he's always talking.
These are like the guys that are like obsessed with other dudes, but in a totally heterosexual way.
About just throws in weird comments about the way to educate a man of good breeding is sort of like it involves being taken to the forest by some like wild man of the forest, and he turns a boy into a man or something. And of course, in ancient Greece, there's a lot of education through pederasty. So I don't want to speculate.
So wait, Republicans will accept like homosexuality literally shoved down their throat as long as it's not woke? Is that what I'm understanding? Like, what is this, like the right-wing male equivalent of like political lesbianism? What are we stumbled upon, chat? What is this? Like, literally, what is this? Like, I know about gym culture and the amount of Myron that they do, right? The amount of vicarious enjoyment of another man's physique that goes on in the bodybuilding world. But yeah, seriously, Bap, don't eat my liver.
Really too much on that. There are gay writers who have talked about.
I'm vegetarian, so it wouldn't be good.
Here's my sense of the sexuality.
No, actually, I don't know what Bap's like take on food is. I wonder if it's Petersonian. Yeah, what is this? What literally what is this?
You know, Blake Smith has an article in Tablet where he talks a lot about that. And
my best friend is gay, so and he loves BAP, so maybe it's
yeah, it could be.
maybe
could be.
his gaydar is going off.
It could be, and I have none. I have no gaydar at all, so I have no idea. I didn't know much about them until some of the people came after me for the reviews. Even the way they write their names. So there are people like Raw Egg Nationalist. And like Disgraced Propaganda.
Raw Egg Nationalist. I'm glad we have a Raw Egg Nationalist. I'm so glad about that. That's great.
And it's sort of like you have these waves of like putting together adjectives. It's like a name, but it's also sort of like a slogan.
Chat, what are the right wingers going to do next? Appropriate Tom of Finland pictures?
Or a brand. Even Bronze Age Pervert kind of fits that too.
It's a
like,
great brand. Great name,
it's a
really.
good band. Here are the two things that I am. Bronze Age and Pervert.
I was thinking about Solbra, the Aussie.
Wait, what's the pervert? Does he think that being into men makes him a pervert? Like, that's too bad. That's just something you can do.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, it's definitely a big part of these specific circles. And yeah, there was, after the review came out, there were a bunch of comments of like, how much do you lift? And you should get the rest of your hair back and things like that. They're definitely very concerned with like masculinity and aesthetics. They're genuinely into the BAP way of thinking. The idea is genuinely caught on.
And this is a Nietzschean view, right? That strength is something to be celebrated, weakness is not something to be celebrated.
So I think
Nietzsche experienced in his life a lot more weakness, especially of the physical variety, than strength. So you can kind of see maybe where he might have been coming from there. It's kind of important to, like, people talk about death of the author and stuff, but it is kind of important to understand who Nietzsche was to really put his philosophy into perspective.
I think it's a view that you can get from Nietzsche. I'm not a Nietzsche scholar, and I don't want to commit.
Wait, they already copied his art look, 99%? There was AI art? Oh no, that's Tom of Finland? You can't copy Tom of Finland? I mean, I guess a lot of people, I guess it's so influential, a lot of people kind of have. But they're going to make it right wing. They're going to have Donald Trump like in a, oh no, chat, they're going to have Donald Trump as a leather daddy. That's what they're going to do to show you the virility of Daddy Trump. Oh no, we don't need this.
Take positions on things,
but they definitely do. They're going to do this.
Academics have thoughts about, which is maybe a little silly, but I think there is a way of
chat, we have to stop the Republican blob from co-opting literally everything.
Interpreting Nietzsche that way.
What are they going to do? Shoegaze next? What do they do? Yeah, seriously.
Nietzsche people about the BAP book. Some of them have been skeptical about his interpretations. You could look for hidden meanings in Nietzsche too. So it's not clear that when Nietzsche says
Donald Trump has a gimp,
has a character saying something about strength or puts.
I could see him with a ball in the. Yeah.
Thesis about strength. He's not somebody who says, here's my claim and here's how I'm going to defend it. You know, that's what we do in a professional philosophy.
He says, here's my claim and here's my dick size. That's how he defends it.
Nietzsche is somebody who says, here's a dialogue between two people, or he'll talk in these little aphorisms and things like that. So there's a lot of interpretive work to be done. And so I would just say that not everybody would agree with that, but it is a message that you can get out of Nietzsche. It's like, strength is good, weakness is bad.
They already have a picture of Trump ripped and dressed as a YMCA guy.
When Nietzsche talks about the ancient world, again, many listeners will probably know this better than me. I'm doing my best to remember. When he talks about the ancient world, he does talk about that as having been a sort of ideal and then being inverted. He thinks of the kind of Christian...
You know what I get from these people? They're like, wow, this guy read Nietzsche? What an intellectual! Holy shit, how smart is this guy? That's amazing. Wow, we got a guy that reads Nietzsche. Finally. Finally. Look, we got a guy that reads Derrida, okay? His name is Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell III. I doubt he understands Derrida, but... No, it wasn't Derrida. I'm sorry. I'm giving him too much credit. It was definitely Sartre. It was definitely Sartre. And yeah, he was quote mining Sartre on r/existentialism.
Moral system as one in which weakness and victimhood and things like
that. The reason I said Nietzsche though is because I did stumble upon a Destiny stream where he ran, not Nietzsche, Derrida. The reason I said Derrida was like I did run into a Destiny stream where he stumbled upon some concept of Derrida. And then he was like, he said derider. Oh yeah, that's that derider guy. Yeah.
That are actually prized and strength is denigrated, right?
And there's an argument that's where sort of woke ideology comes from, right?
Yes.
Wait, that's where woke ideology comes from? Are we talking about slave morality or something?
That as having been a sort of ideal and then being inverted. He thinks of the kind of Christian moral system as one in which weakness and victimhood and things like that are actually prized and strength is denigrated, right?
And there's an argument that's where sort of woke ideology...
Wait, the woke ideology came from Christianity?
Comes from, right?
Yeah, so there's definitely views, and I do think this is part of what gets BAP in particular.
Yeah, that's definitely where left-wing politics in the United States has come from.
Particular, his purchase in the current culture, right? Is that you have this view, or even not a view, just this way of life that, how do I get things?
It kind of feels like just another form of conservatism to miss the people that got missed by, that got, like to get the people that got missed by evangelicism and libertarianism. So here you go with this bastardization of Nietzsche.
I get things by being a victim. I get things by complaining. I get things by suing somebody who...
I'd argue Jesus was pretty woke.
Who's wronged me, right? In America, we live in a very litigious culture. I don't know if it's the same in Australia, but people are always suing each other.
But it sounds like from what she's saying is that like wokeness literally comes from Christianity. Like...
And it's just more and more lawsuits every year. How do you get into college in America? Well, here's my personal statement, and it's all about how somebody hurt me, or I'm diverse, and being diverse means being
like all these woke people out here. They were just heavily influenced by Christianity,
victim, right?
My American Idol story.
Exactly.
And we got to get back to the Dionysian and the Apollyon if we really want to, recapture the.
My sub story.
And we all know that this is part of the culture. The culture praises, not overtly praises, but the culture is about you achieve things by saying, I deserve to have this because I was hurt on this other occasion. I think, in a way, the good thing about BAP or about BAP's philosophy is it's good to look at ourselves and be like, in what ways am I making myself weak rather than making myself strong? Because that's part of how we get things in our culture. Wouldn't it be different, at least, to just get really strong and just take what you want rather than being weak and begging for it and saying, somebody else hurt me, so you should give me this other thing? Why don't you
Are you sure you don't want to beg for it? It feels like you want to beg for it.
Just get strong and just beat up anybody who gets in your way, right? That's not exactly what BAP says, but I think that's the driving idea. It's very different than the culture that's developed in America and around wokeism in particular.
It does feel radical in a way, like me going to the gym, which I do regularly, like to get stronger, building my body. It does feel like a statement to the world in some sense. And it's really, I sort of want to write a book on this, actually. I'm very inspired by Camille Paglia and her
Of course you are.
feminism. And
of course you are. And I'm sure you've read her too, and I'm sure you don't understand her any better than you understand Nietzsche. Wow. Of course, chat, wherever you find this shit, you find Camille Paglia. I want to show you some actual... Like, is this the dude?
Hi guys, nice to be with you. Today I'm going to talk to you about the most...
He's going to talk to us about the book.
With the discovery of nature. That means not the discovery of sticks and stones and rocks and... Hi everybody, my name is Michael Millerman and this is a special audio-only version of... Hi guys.
Oh my god, okay. See, now, before you ask the question, I don't think that BAP and Rudyard could ever meet. Like, I think that in the presence of BAP, like, Rudyard would just cease to exist. He'd be subsumed into BAP's glory. That they can never meet. They can never be in the same place.
So we are in 9th of April 1950. It's Easter Sunday, and we're in Notre Dame in Paris. It's the Easter Mass. It's an atmosphere, as you can imagine, of reverence, an atmosphere of gravitas with the organ playing, the archbishop reciting hymns. And then suddenly, an act of sacrilege is taking place. Some young men from the balcony of Notre Dame start shouting, "Dieu est mort! God is dead, God is dead." And they start reciting a blasphemous poem. These young men were members of an avant-garde group called the Lettrists, which would later become the Situationists. And the horrifying attendees did not know it at that moment, but they witnessed history. Because they witnessed a great shift in the political landscape. They witnessed for the first time a left that didn't have as its focus politics, ideology, or a program to bring a revolution. They witnessed a left that has at its focus a gesture, a protest through an emotional outburst, a protest through provoking and through shocking the consciousness of the powers that be. And this left, in the following decades, became the familiar countercultural new left that today we all know. So half a century later, 60 years later, the new right...
I feel like he's got his chronology out of order. When he's talking about the Situationists, and the new left, right? The new left is the movement that you saw coming out of the 60s. I don't think putting it all on the Situationist is like anywhere close to.
The fringe right, the right that is fighting the culture wars, having exhausted its ideas around politics, decided to copycat the new left. They also decided that the way to go would be to commit their own sacrilege. But this time, it would be a sacrilege against the holy cows of today. And the holy cows of today is not God, is not Notre Dame. The holy cows of today is what they understand as, quote, the woke ideology. Anti-racism, feminism, anti-Semitism. So the way they would commit this sacrilege is by playing with the boundaries of these sacred cows. Through memes, through shit posting, through trolling, they would try to constantly test these boundaries and shock the consciousness of today's power that be.
But I keep on thinking he's saying soak the consciousness. He means he's saying shock the consciousness.
They needed a manifesto. Like the Situationists back in the day, they needed The Revolution of Everyday Life by Raoul Vaneigem, or The Society of the Spectacle by Guy Debord. The new right needed its own manifesto.
The other thing that's strange to me is the degree to which this version of the right is emulating not the left, but like the left of the past. Like they're trying to channel Saul Alinsky or something.
And they found it in 2018 in this book. In the book, The Bronze Age Mindset, by a guy with the nom de guerre,
by the Bronze Age Pervert himself.
Age Pervert. The book comes out in 2018, and Bronze Age Pervert was not someone who was important. He had a small following on Twitter, and yet, and although it's a self-published book, the book explodes. Within months, it's on the top 150 of Amazon. Not top 150 in its category, which would be good enough, top 150 from all Amazon books. Soon it attracts more mainstream attention. So soon it is reviewed by the conservative Claremont Review of Books. And soon we find out that it has some appeal also among members of staff of the previous administration of the White House. And recently we hear that it also has a lot of appeal among political scientists, particularly among conservative political theorists. And the question is, who wrote this book? Recently, Politico did an...
Well, obviously, the Bronze Age Pervert wrote the book. Like, it's like who made the donuts? Like, the Donut Man. Duh. There's just questions you shouldn't have to ask, right?
Jose on who is Bronze...
Donut Man got there early in the morning, and he made the donuts.
Age Pervert. And turns out...
The Bronze Age Pervert got there early in the morning, and he wrote the Bronze Age Mindset. Yeah, the book that exploded. I don't think you can sell explosives on Amazon.
He's a man of high intellect. Turns out he's an immigrant from...
You'd have to reclassify it, wouldn't you, as like a marital aid.
Romania, with a mind that got him to do a maths degree in MIT and a PhD in philosophy in Yale. So, what is the essence of the book? If we had to give the book in one sentence, what would that be? It would be a full front attack in anything that today we consider as the ideology of today. Michael Lanton, the conservative editor, described it as a flamethrower, a flamethrower bursting fire to the pieties of the left and of the right. So what is the worldview of Bronze Age?
But it's so wild that I'm supposed to be like I, as a member of the left, should be so offended about this thing that I've never heard of before.
Pervert.
I just don't know enough to be offended by it.
We'll call him BAP from now on.
We'll just call him BAP. That's much easier than saying Bronze Age Pervert over and over again, or his actual name, which I've already forgotten.
How does he view the world, and how does he view human beings?
Well, first,
for BAP,
it's all very homoerotic.
Key in understanding life on Earth, for animals and for humans, is that life is a struggle for space. Life, whether you're a healthy animal or whether you're a healthy human, in his eyes also a healthy animal, is you want space. You want space to do what? In order to control it.
To live, some living space, some living like room to spread your elbows out.
In order to conquer it. And in order to make it your fiefdom. In order to make it this fertile ground that you will use for great endeavors. But the problem is,
He's just like, you know what's really cool, you guys? Transgressions. They're great.
That we live in times where there is no such space. We live in times where all kinds of spaces are controlled and organized by people who are not great men.
Well, no, in these people's idea, in their concept of the world, right? The liberals are secretly controlled by the left, right? The left has come up with all these theories and put them in motions, and these naive liberals are like going along with it, like they're being puppeteered, right? It's all part of a Marxist plot.
And this creates a life that is suffocating. For Bab, if you want to understand the suffocating life, look at the mega cities of the East. People living very close to each other. There's too much proximity. There is no privacy. There is no distance. But he says, don't make the mistake of thinking that the problem is modernity. Because he says, throughout most of history, human beings lived in this, he calls it yeast type of life. A life where the great, the few are ruled by the many, the mediocre.
Wait, so he's drawing this distinction between what Eastern culture, non-Western culture, is that what when he says East, is that what he means?
What is the archetype of human being that lives this unfulfilling life? He calls him the bagman. Bag, the thing that crawls, man.
Wait, okay, so wait. Did Bap come up with the phrase bugman? Or is Bap just taking a 4chan meme and using it because it will be recognized in his audience?
The bagman. It's a bit like Nietzsche's Last Man. So what is the characteristic of the bagman? The bagman has no aspirations of his own. The bagman has no sparkle in the eye. The bagman lives a life which is unfulfilling, and the bagman follows orders. And here's the worst part. The bagman does not follow orders from great men. Like if you follow orders from Napoleon, that's okay. But imagine
So you can have that subservient masculinity. That's still okay, right? You don't have to have the dominant alpha masculinity. You can still be masculine by being part of some alpha's plan.
Following orders from women. Imagine following orders from the elders, from people who are physically weak.
Wait.
For Bab is the biggest.
It's CY. Wait, what's
embarrassment?
It's CY
of our times. And again, not only of our times, but the state of life throughout history. So Bab looks the humanity throughout the ages, and he says, disgusting. But he says today, it's even worse, because today we have a perfect storm of three things. The one is the cultural dominance of socialism. Now, you understand, Bab.
See what I'm saying?
To the right, he hates socialism, not much more.
These fuckers think somehow socialism is in charge.
To elaborate here. A second thing that contributes to this perfect storm is democracy. So Bab is not a great friend of democracy. Why? Because
yeah, I mean, like, nor was Nietzsche, for real.
Gives a say to the bagman. But also, the third element of this perfect storm, we've got democracy.
Chat, this is really getting this is getting very fascist very quick. It's like the bug man, the man that lives under the underneath man, right? This is just fascism with more steps.
And also we've got
maybe less steps.
Bab says that feminism is the key to understand the destruction of civilization that we are experiencing. He has a weird theory of feminism. He says that feminism is basically the rage of women against the beta men that dominate today. But he says that you give the vote to women, you give them this chance to influence the culture, and the result is what we see today. So his view of the world is, most of the past sucked, the present sucks, so what about the future? Well, the future will suck even more. Here is how Bab envisions our future. This is the product of his nightmares. Quote, should the tyranny that has descended on our age ever gain the power it seeks and then be challenged enough to feel itself in danger, the mass annihilations that will be carried out by homosexual, transsexual, and especially lesbian commissars.
Stop, music.
Mike, thank you. It's honor to be on your program. It's honor to be here. It's great. Hello.
So one of the things
So that is Bap, apparently.
Who don't know who you are the author of Bronze Age Mindset. Your Twitter handle is Bronze Age Mantis. You're basically, and I'm saying this tongue very in cheek, are almost like a Jordan Peterson from another reality, like from a Rick and Morty dimension, because you teach young men how to thrive, how to push themselves to their limits, how to become better men, but you do it in a very different tack than he does. So what I'd like to start with by asking you is, can you explain to people what the BAP philosophy is, the Bronze Age mindset, in a nutshell?
Yes, very difficult to say this, but imagine, I am here just to spread the political views of the ancient Hittite Empire or the ancient Mitanni Empire. So if you want me to put in a short formula, it is actually very difficult because it's not meant to be a formula. And
I feel like we're being talked to by a flower vase with fake flowers in it.
You mentioned Jordan Peterson. I know Jordan Peterson has done much good. And for many, especially as you said, young people, he's been important in helping them sort out their lives. That's not really what I did in my book. It's a book of humor, and it's meant to maybe expose the fact that people live today in a kind of prison. And when I wrote it, yes, I didn't intend it to a wide audience. I thought it would spread among a few of my friends, maybe 500 people. If you know the blogger Rouge, you know him?
Yeah, of course.
He said, well, it will spread to 500, maybe 1,000 copies will sell over the lifetime of this book. And I think it sold that in the first few hours. And ever since then, it's spread in many different quarters of the world. I have big international audience, and I think that's precisely because there is no such. I didn't try to put a formula or a philosophy or even life advice. The book is not about self-help or any of these things. It's simply my view of life today and in history. You don't need any special background to read it. It's been called Nietzschean book or this or that, whatever.
It's compared to Nietzsche, in both in terms of his influence, specifically. Oh my God, I'm trying to remember the name of the book. It's Nietzsche's concept of the Apollonian and the Dionysian. I can't remember the name of that book, but that he sort of incorporates, and the other part is that just like Nietzsche, he writes in an aphoristic manner, right? It's like quips. It's like a set of quips, basically.
The ultimate influences may be, I do not wear them on the sleeve in the book.
This guy loves talking with clenched teeth.
It's really a book about my own experiences. It's full of personal anecdotes. And it's a book of, let's say, to show in humor manner that we live in a kind of straitjacket, I call it an iron prison. And I think that resonate with many different types of audience. You mentioned young men and so on, but it's
a sort of a prison planet of sorts, one might say.
I don't like to be pigeonholed. I was very happy to find out that it spread to non-political quarters of world. There are gamers and people who love travel.
I want to hear him say "sup, gamer."
Who are non-political, who have liked my book.
So to all my gamer friends out there, I would like to say, poggers. Poggers, my gamers.
I'm happy. I'm sorry to be vague. I'm happy to discuss particular issues and such, but to answer question like what is general philosophy of book is very difficult.
Yeah, what is your general philosophy, bro?
There is none. It's just I want to destroy that pretense to an ideology or what is a philosophy, you know.
Well, that's interesting that you said that because I want to show you something really cool. So you are often characterized, and we could talk about this in a second, as being a Nietzschean. One of my big influences was Max Stirner. And for people who aren't familiar with his works, he was regarded as almost a hipster Nietzschean. So I have with me, I want to show everyone, I have with me a first printing of Max Stirner's 1845 book. I think it's actually published in 1844 called Der Einzige Unsein.
Oh no! The ego in its own. God damn.
And the book came out in Leipzig, and the censors looked at it and they said, "This is too crazy. We don't have to censor it." And it became.
I also I kind of disbelieve that Michael Malice understands Stirner.
Enormously influential in the years after his death. He was actually kind of a cuck because he dedicated his book to his sweetheart Marie Donhart, and later she was like, "Oh, he was such a loser," and completely shat on his memory.
Yeah.
Let's talk a bit about. Are you familiar with Stirner? Are you a Stirner fan?
I'm not so familiar with him. I'm not going to pretend.
He's like, I don't waste my time on lesser men, on lesser philosophers. Only Nietzsche will do.
I ever seriously read him. I know.
And Hegel and people like this.
What he's about, and I know you get called an anarchist, and that.
No, he tries to call himself an anarchist. He's not. Nobody's calling him an anarchist as a pejorative.
He is in maybe that general camp. I like the idea of him, but I don't know him well. No.
Well, the reason I brought him up with what you just said is one of the big themes of his book, and this is his only book.
The Bronze Age pervert is what's left over after you make a Chad. Yeah, I mean, basically. He's like the donut hole of a Chad.
Was him attacking the concept of spooks, meaning these concepts of these ideological constructs that we become prisons of. In his view, it's things like, society or religion or morality.
Yes.
And basically you get caught up in these ideas. And his view, these ideas aren't real. And we become prisoners. All people tend to be, like you were saying earlier, prisons of, your church or prisons of your government or prisons of your family. And his whole point is that he is unique. Der Einzige, he's the one. And there's no one else like him or any of us.
Yes.
And that is basically the starting point for his morality.
Isn't that just like he's saying that you're a special snowflake? This sounds like wokeism to me.
So he does have some similarities with Nietzsche in that regard.
Yes, you can take Nietzsche in that direction, sure.
See, this book is basically the philosophical equivalent of a participation trophy.
If you want, we can talk this. I admire this man, Louis Ferdinand Céline. You know, this French author he wrote Journey to the End of the Night after World War I. It was the hipster avant-garde book of its day. And then I recommend for your audience also his other book, Death on Credit. He was a man of, today would be classified hard right or the far right, but I think there's some misunderstanding in these words because at the time it was, we can talk this later on show if you want, but at the time it was the avant-garde of art world was, let's say, of that political persuasion. But regardless, he has this line that everything must be dragged through the mud today. Everything must be tarnished to see what comes out on the other end survive. I agree with what you said about Stirner as a strategy, but I would make it less abstract. I'd say today, whatever may have been the case in the past regarding religions and so forth, or political systems, ideologies, today they are, I think without a question, parodies of what they used to be. They've been put through what I've called a big snood filter, okay?
That's just straight up racist. That's a fucked up racist meme. Is he going to go on to explain this? Or is this just a dog whistle for fucking... Like, I would have hoped that would be a dead meme by now. Holy shit. I'm sorry, chat. Oh, so confused. What is the end game of this ideology? Just everyone alone in a mountain, in the mountains, never bending to each other's social desires. I don't think even he knows. I'm not gonna repeat it. It's it's a meme that makes fun of the way that black people talk, right? It is basically what he just dropped there. Like that characterizes anyway. It's just it's a racist meme.
They've been put through they've been put through a filter, and in the
he thinks it's hilarious. He's like, oh fuck yeah, racism.
Modern world, and
I'm not supposed to like that. Here, let me laugh about it off camera.
Today it's all.
Wait. Let me interrupt you. Can I interrupt you?
Yes.
For people who don't know what Big Snoot is.
No. I don't know. How is he going to explain this without it being...
Google it. I'm not going to explain.
Oh, he's just telling you to Google it. Don't Google it.
But I had, in my book, The New Right, I described what it is, and I was shocked that the publisher let me have that explanation in there. And we'll just leave it at that. Go ahead, sir.
Well, it's a funny image.
It's like, I can't acknowledge the racism, but I certainly appreciate it.
But everything has been put today through that filter where it appears to me as puffed up pretense. And so what I don't even want to make general case like you said Sterner does about ideologies or religions or group identities as such, whatever they may have been in the past, and I do suspect you are right that they were bogus also in
like it's a reference from one of those like 4chan would repost these like racist, I don't know what you call them, like drawings. Like it's like along the line of the merchant dude with his hands like clasped, but for anti-blackness instead of anti-Semitism.
the past. But today, without a doubt, they are forms of vanity. They need to all be dragged through the mud. And if something comes out on the other side of mockery, then maybe it's worth preserving. But today, they're really used as imagine a man in a cage and you put bells and whistles and Christmas lights on the bars of the cage. And that's how I see all of these pretenses today. We live fundamentally in a place, highly possibility for action, for thought, highly restricted. I can explain to you if you want why I've had these experiences, but they resonate with many men, especially, yes, because,
Guys, life
he's like the guy in real life that like says memes, right? And not just any memes, like the racist, like Jesus Christ, that is
that I think pioneered it quite some.
I don't know how much more I can take of this guy.
What recently, and please.
This flower has a. Oh my god! Oh my god! Like I don't even want to repeat it. This shit is just racist as fuck. Like even the fucking name of the meme itself is like offensive. It's like,
correct me, is this idea of the longhouse, right?
Yes.
That's from you.
Yes.
And when I heard it explained to me, and this kind of mantra of "I will not live in the longhouse," like it's amazing how many times like a simple concept can explain. It's like putting on it's like taking the red pill, right? It's like a simple red pill, but once you take that one red pill, many things grow clear to your understanding. Can you explain to people how you came up with this concept of the longhouse and what it means?
Yes, I'm happy to, and I think I should write something longer because I am astounded to see it used all over the internet and everywhere now.
I feel like he's going to turn this into something racist too.
And mostly it's used by people, it's not used in the way I intended.
Okay.
So I'll quickly explain Yeah, I'll quickly explain what it means. In large part, it's used now as synonymous with feminism or with rule by women or such things, and that's not really what it means. That's a small part of it. If people want to see the sources of what I meant, they should go and read Nietzsche, Genealogy of Morals, Essay 1, Section 5. It's just one paragraph, as much as Nietzsche is, one longish paragraph. And he explains the condition of Europe before, may I say this word on your show?
No, don't you even. What is he gonna say? What is he gonna say? Like when he says, "May I say this word on your show," after saying something incredibly racist, it makes me think it's gonna be something worse. It makes me think it's gonna be something even worse. I thought I must have misheard it. Shocked to hear that in 2024. Yeah. It's like, how much of a...
Let's say, came. He uses the word the Aryans.
Sure,
and
it's gonna get worse from here, isn't it? It's just gonna get worse. He's talking about fucking Aryans. What the fuck? No, this guy... Fuck this guy. I mean, I guess we got a little taste of what he's about. Can you mute and listen for us? Well, no, I mean, like, I just heard him say it. I mean, it's not a offensive, like, I mean, he's saying something fucked. He's gonna say, do you know what I mean? Like, it's getting more and more racist. Yeah, when that word comes out, you know, it's like, okay, dude, you say no more, say less, Bap, say less. All right. I know exactly where you're going. I think we're good. I think we've had enough Bap. What do you think, chat? Have we had enough Bap? We definitely get the picture. And then some. Sorry, chat. I just went quiet because, like, that's a bit much. He taught Rudyard well, yeah. He's his older, more outwardly racist brother. He's not just like the brother that went to college, did a PhD in philosophy. He's also the one that spent all fucking day on 4chan. Probably like complained about how 4chan was not racist enough. He's like, I love 4chan. If only it could be more racist. That would be great. Half of these people only think this is a meme. I want it to be for real. I want to see this guy. See this guy. This sounds like the guy who has not been punched in the face. I don't know. He's kind of into that Fight Club shit. Maybe he has. Maybe he's really into being punched in the face. I don't know.
Any of their shit. So when, you know, they had a harsh winter and everything froze,
Holy fucking shit! It's like holy fucking shit!
Yo! We've done a few raids. We've done a few raids of USA Hole. USA Hole, they seem to be on whenever I stop streaming. Thank you for the raid, Galactic Streamlord. And yeah, just raiding you all right into USA Hole.
What's up? How was your stream? Welcome, Raiders. I'm USA Ho, aka the incredibly high priest of wokery, aka 666er A-hole, aka Holla. And with me is my wonderful co-host, Spilly.
Yeah.
Oh, Spillums, the most based skeleton on the...
Yeah, it's the skeleton co-host. All right, so go check out USA Hole if you want to streamer with a skeleton co-host. Rudyard is better. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Shakespeare could show us some amazing BAP. But the thing with is like I'm gonna have to ask Shakespeare because like how do you get around the like extreme racism? Like right, there is some really fucked up like ridiculous philosophy mixed in there. And look, it is pseudo intellectual in nature. It is pseudo intellectual in nature. But it's just dressed up in a veneer of a little bit more respectability, which actually makes it funnier, I would say. But anyway, chat, I have stayed up past my bedtime. I've stayed up way too late again. I'm going to try to get my shit together, start waking up earlier, start streaming earlier, because I think like everything will go better if I do that. So hopefully tomorrow I'm even earlier than today. And again, sorry about the segment that I got worried at the last minute when I reread some of the stipulations on, you know, Canadian visas and such that I didn't actually understand as much as I thought I did. But yeah, I think that I don't know, maybe something like that would go better on Discord. I will I'll think about making a channel for talking about travel abroad. Let's just say travel abroad, right? Just as a general term, whatever that means to you. Whether that's just getting a passport just in case, or whether that's actually relocating to somewhere, maybe for life. Who knows? That's what I'm looking to do. And that was where it started getting like a little bit sticky, you know, as far as the you know, at least in Thailand, the visa that I would want requiring a lot more financial stability than I actually have right now. So I don't know what that's going to look like, chat. I might have to take like a second job just to be able to save up enough to make that happen, but I need to make it happen somehow. It's more complicated than I realized, right? I think I had just heard some stuff from people and made some assumptions about how it would work, and now I don't know for sure, and I didn't want to give you anything super solid without knowing. So I'll do more research into that before talking about it again. It's almost the kind of thing where I would say if you could, you know, talk to somebody who is actually like an immigration lawyer, that might be the best thing. Given how complicated it is. I now understand the reason for Ronald Reagan's job. I now perfectly appreciate that there needs to be that like, you know, in a lot of cases you need an attorney for something like that. And I definitely can't pay for an attorney right now. So I'm going to figure out something because I do not want to be in this Trump hellhole for much longer. But yeah, I'll talk to you again tomorrow. We've got more Anna Kasparian that I didn't end up... I was going to watch it with you, but instead I got kind of sidetracked. So sorry about that. We'll be back again, back at it again tomorrow with no hiccups, hopefully. So good night, everyone. Oh, wait, no. Oh my gosh. I always do this. I always forget. I don't think wait, I did thank my Patreons. Yeah, I did. Okay, let me thank them again. All right, Patreons, you help me keep the bills paid. You help me keep the lights on, and I appreciate you. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shakespeare. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moeno Ape. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to JR, Hot Ham Radio, and Good for Gabby. Shouts out, Fancy. Shouts out to Zerax, Rachel K, Crystal Saphira, and Omega Star. And also shouts out to you, Mod Team. Thank you for keeping us safe. Much appreciated, and I will